1:30 p.m. on April 15th, and we will be calling the workshop back to order. We are now in open session with the Election Commission update.
Why'd you set it there?
Election Commission update. How do you guys want to handle the update here?
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Minton. I'm the Election Commission chairperson. All of you have a copy of our red line code, and we weren't really sure how to go at it with you, so what we decided was that we would just go line by line so that you would see how we got to the conclusions and the recommendations that we got to, and we still haven't met with the membership yet, so we still have that part to complete. And rather than just do what we thought, the priorities were, we thought we would just go through it all because of the importance of this document. So, you all have a copy of the red line? Okay.
Can it be displayed virtually?
Do you have?
He's got it in his email, doesn't he? You should have electronic copy.
Yeah, you should have.
I could set another one.
Yeah, but we have membership.
Oh.
This is an open session.
I can try and join the Zoom and share it from my computer.
Yeah, can you do that?
Yeah.
All right, Ryan is going to join Zoom and share it from his computer.
Brilliant.
We're waiting on that?
No, sure. Lana.
Okay, so you had mentioned earlier, Jackie, just a minute ago, that you're coming here first to go through the red line with the board, and then there is an opportunity for you guys to go in front of the membership too? So
Yeah,
they
we're
can-
going to set up membership meetings via Zoom, or if they can come we haven't even set up those meetings yet.
Yep,
So those are definite, we are going to set those up before anything
okay.
is
Thank you.
decided.
Okay.
That's all. Hey, nice nails today. Rob, go ahead. They're still setting up, so go ahead, answer some questions.
Hey, Jackie, I'm just wondering if the election commission had discussed going to each unit, because I know that a lot of our elders don't utilize Zoom. So I was just wondering if that would be an option for them. I don't know where you guys planned on having your meetings, but just wondering if you guys discussed that at all. I'd like to give all of our members a opportunity for input if you guys are doing membership meetings.
Well, we definitely would like to do that. We just don't know what the budget is, so, yeah, but yeah, we definitely did plan on going out to each area.
Lana just informed us that she has budgeted for that.
All right.
Any other questions, Rob?
Okay, thank you. Yep, thanks, Jackie.
No,
And the screen share should be working.
Yeah, I can see it. All right, guys, screen share is up. We'll let Jackie go through this really quick.
okay, we're not going to
So-
get through this whole thing in an hour and a half.
Huh?
We're not going to get through this whole document in an hour and a half.
Right,
But we'll get through whatever we can get through.
right. So what kind of discussion do you want on this since the membership hasn't had their input yet?
Well, we're going to put this up, a red line up on the website, and I don't know how else we can communicate it, but we will, any way that we can communicate it, we will make an effort to make sure that that is taken care of, so that they all have a copy of this. And I thought if we would just get input from the board now, and then we'll have to come back.
All right,
And it might be a little repetitious,
okay.
but,
Go ahead.
Okay, so in the first part of chapter 10, the purpose and authority, the only really things that we had with that whole section is some language revisions. And then in section 10.103 definitions, designated office in number 10 and some questions there, and to eliminate definition number 11 because we really don't need that. Because the designated office shall mean the office that's designated by the election commission for official correspondence during election cycle. And then we really don't need a number 11 for a designated representative.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead, Lana, Kim Hampton, Aaron Payment.
The only thing I would say about that is up until, everybody knew, like at the tribal centers, I mean, I knew and like people that were incumbents knew who they would go to for that representative in order to have the designated information and what it's to be and what you should do. This past election, because it was new and, we had to get some of the kinks out of it, Lana did a fantastic job letting, the people at the tribal center know, but is there anywhere else that there's going to be a designated person that gets that information and is, because say I didn't get my financial sheets or something and they didn't copy it right, someone has to be, the incumbent or the person running shouldn't be, there should be no, everybody should be on the same page on what is expected out of that. I don't know if we,
And
let the.
that's going to be
Okay.
updated in in number 30
Yep.
of definitions,
Yep.
like tribal offices. That will be
Okay.
that's going to get updated in that.
Okay, thank you.
Kim Hampton, then Aaron.
Okay, similar question. I was just looking down at where you had it. Okay, so my question is also if we take out the designated representative, like our office here, it's ACFS. However, we have Rachel Joslin sitting there as secretary, but actually it's Viola Neto who actually is the designated rep. If it's not, I mean, is it going to be stated somewhere else? If it's not stated somewhere else, people are going to think to hand the stuff to Rachel because that's the designated place.
Okay, yeah. In the notice of election for each election, it will be done at that time.
So it will be
The election
specified in there.
commission will designate it at that time.
Perfect, thank you.
Aaron, then Mike.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that in the past that it was always been posted in the notice of election. The notice of election is kind of like the glue between the Constitution, the code, and the current election, the election that's presiding at that point. So if it's in maybe it should say here, the designated office shall be posted in the notice of election.
I didn't really hear all of that.
Could you repeat that, Aaron?
Could you just speak a little louder?
Yeah.
It's real hard to hear you.
Yeah, yep. So in the past, the way it was always in the notice of election. And, people can complain all they want, they didn't know or they didn't see it, but candidates get the packet when they file. They get the packet, election packet, which includes the notice of election. Also that it's published on the website and in the tribal paper. So maybe we should just add to this sentence, designated office shall be posted in the notice of election for each election.
And I'd have to check our language, but I do believe, Director Payment, that is down, not in the definitions, but it is down in the code section that talks about the notice of election. It is referenced there in the appropriate code section. This is just our definition section. We can add it here certainly, but it is more explicit in the actual, I don't have the section off the top of my head, but it is down there later on in the code where we talk about posting the notice of election. It will reference the designated offices.
Okay.
Mike.
I was going to say something similar, that it should be included in the notice of election. I don't know if it's codified in the notice part either, but should definitely.
Yeah, that
be
was our
put.
plan, to include it in the notice of election.
And then the other aspect is that, have you ran into, well, no, I'm gonna leave this for later. I'll ask later. I got another comment for later.
Okay.
Yeah, and then similar to the questions being asked, is my only concern would be, yeah, it's not in the definition section, but what is to keep somebody from interpreting the designated office to eliminating offices for all of the units? You know, because the current language has designated office located on tribal trust property in each designated representative's unit.
Well, sometimes pending on the office, sometimes offices are under construction or something, so if we have to change it to some other place, we will do it for each election cycle to alleviate any confusion that, oh, well, that office is closed now, but it will say right in their election packet where where the designated area is.
Okay. Hopefully some of that would be virtual and electronic communications in the future. Yeah?
That would be wonderful.
Okay, carry on. It doesn't look like there's any other questions on this section.
Okay. So on to Tribal Election Commission.
I want to make sure they can see that, I want to make sure they can see the notes on the side too. Is that better?
So at the very beginning in section 1, you can see that our thoughts that the election commission shall be composed of, instead of just 9 members that are affirmed by the board of directors.
Can somebody provide a justification for why 9?
Bridget's got a question, then I'll come back to you, Aaron. Bridget.
Oh, sorry.
We chose 9 because after talking about it, 5 there's just not enough with 5 when we run into some areas. Sometimes not everybody's there. Then it's down to 4. Then it's really at 3 because only 3 can vote, and because the chairperson can't vote. Even if I mean, I know that the Housing Commission has 7 people on that, and we just believe that we need more members than just 5 members on this election commission.
I was just gonna suggest 7, just because it seems like we don't have people knocking down the door to be on the committee. So it gives you a little more than 5, but not quite 9, unless we have a lot of interest. I don't know that we have, even after we've made some of these changes. So maybe a middle of the road would be 7, just a suggestion.
Make which,
Aaron, then Kim Hampton.
I agree with that. My question then has to do with the comment to the right about them being appointed by somebody other than the board of directors.
and that was, we spoke about that, and we were talking about it being appointed by the elder, the Elder Advisory Committee.
Does that answer your question, Aaron?
Well, not, it kind of doesn't. I guess as we're going through this, if we could volunteer the information about what the justification is, rather than letting us kind of wonder and have to ask the question. So like the question we just asked, Bridget asked, and it was answered, why 9? So, cause 7 is a good solution too. It's an uneven number and it's a little bit more, but, Bridget made a good comment about, are we gonna be able to get 9? So that's one thing. The other thing is, so what's wrong with the board making the appointment? Why, and then why the elders, make the appointment? I heard bits and pieces. I don't remember when the code was changed to the commission. I was not in office. And there was a bunch of, chatter out there that the board said that the elders were gonna make the appointment. I couldn't see that anywhere, but it sounds like it's somebody's idea, but why? What would improve by having the elder advisory make the appointment rather than the board? And if it's to insulate it from the board appointment, the elders are also appointed, the elder advisory is also appointed by the board, so that really wouldn't make a difference.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I'll try and give a quick recap of how we got here. So this comment, we left it in here because this was a placeholder comment from when we did the last revisions of Chapter 10 and workshopped it several times with the then current board of directors, and the majority wished to try to distance the appointment from solely being in the board of directors to some alternate process. Right now, if we scroll down further in this section, that process that was voted on by the board in 2023 was the Elder Advisory Committee to submit the names of who they would recommend to the board, and then the board affirms them. We are talking about maybe if that needs to be tweaked further, but that's what's currently in place, because the majority of the board at the time wished to have some separation from themselves and the body that was recommending the appointments to the election commission. If that helps at all, I know it's a quick answer, but it was board direction.
Yeah,
It was board direction.
I heard it, but here's the thing, okay? First of all, what's broken that suggests it should be different? And I guess I do agree that if we're appointing the election committee to preside over ourselves, but also we are the body that appoints the elder advisory committee. So, argument for an independent selection of election committee members is not going to be done ultimately by the appointing body to the election commission or to the elders, because the board appoints the elders. So the only true way to do it would be to have an election for an election commission. And that is what other tribes are doing. Little Traverse does that. I'm not suggesting that we do that, but so what is broken that needs to be fixed? And then is the solution sufficient to fix it?
Okay, the next 4 on the list, we have Kim Hampton, Lana, Mike, and then Kim Lee. Kim? H.
Okay, so in the same section where it talks about changing it from 5 to 9, I see that it still says the intent shall be to have at least one representative from each of the 5 election units wherever possible. Curious if any of that would be changed, just because we may end up with somebody from Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4, Unit 5, and then 5 from Unit 1. Because maybe that's all the people that we have applying is people in Unit 1 or in any other unit. I just feel like there's the potential to have one unit that could have 5 members. So then it isn't very representative of all of our units. Well, I know, even if you want them said.
Are you good, Kim? Or-
I mean, is that something that is going to be looked at?
Yeah, it will be. I mean, yeah, these are your suggestions, that's definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Lana.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit of my thoughts to that. The board of directors appointing the election commission members. I've been through it to where on the election committee, I've heard for years and years from the membership, just as you guys are suggesting to distance the board from any kind of influence or any kind of decision-making in that. Because we do have there is a conflict there, and you guys came to that agreement that, you know, the board shouldn't be selecting the commission members, that as we did with this new commission, the advisory committee did. And there can always be a conflict with everything, but there's more of a conflict from the seated board members or candidates. You know, we always claim, oh, the elders know best, oh, they're so wise, oh, we got to take, input from them. This is somewhere we can take input from them, and that's at our elections. That is a fundamental area where they could be, advising us. And that's one of the biggest complaints that we've had, is that the board gets to pick the election committee and it can be stacked or whatever. So this would alleviate that one concern, for instance. So I personally agree with that, what the committee has came up with, that it stays at that level for the selection of commission members. And then even to the thought where, you know, I know that we had to rush and do it this time, but, you know, to prolong that a little bit more and have an opportunity for those interested to go in front of the elders to discuss why they want to be on it, for elders to be able to ask questions. And I'm telling you, I think that would alleviate some of the conflict or the insecurities from membership when it comes to who's on that commission.
Okay. Mike, then Kim Lee.
I like the elder advisory appointments as well. I do like the number 7. I think it's more reasonable. I wouldn't have minded seeing, and I know that we'll run into the perception problem again, but it's going to be a problem no matter what, but 5 from the elder advisory and then 2 from community at large is what having a different kind of makeup in there too. I would support something like that. And at the end of the day, perception is going to be attacked no matter what. It's going to be attacked whether you're coming from the community or whether you're getting appointed from the elder advisory. So hopefully somewhere in here, or we can talk at a later date, is figuring out what we can do as a board to help support you guys even more and combat that perception without interfering. And so I look forward to the rest of that discussion then too. Yield.
Kim Lee.
Wait. Hey, Mike, can you speak up just a little bit louder? I'm even having a hard time hearing you.
I will do next time.
Kim Lee.
So I had, I think, originally suggested the Elder Advisory Board. Our elders on that board represent our elders in our units, and so they bring forth the knowledge and wisdom that they hope to share. And yes, we do appoint them, but they are unpaid once removed from the board. So it's not a direct correlation to the board. I mean, I personally think it does need to be removed from the board, and who better to take their wisdom than our elders. So that's why I had suggested it. That's all.
Aaron, did you put your hand back up?
Yeah.
Aaron.
Yeah, so we have an nepotism policy, and the way staff get around it is they just have the person report to somebody else, and that doesn't really do anything. So making the argument that we recognize the conflict by having, wanting a distance ourselves from the appointed members that we appoint, but then making the argument that we're just going to have them report to somebody else that we appoint is pretty nonsense. It doesn't create that separation. It doesn't alleviate any kind of conflict of interest. So we'll just call it like it is. But I'm not going to die on the sword. I do like the involvement of the elders, although elders have made other recommendations to the board that we've entirely ignored over the years. I'm not going to die on the sword. I don't have a problem with it. I do like the way Mike framed it, which is 4 elder advisory members and then 2 at large. But I also do think we should afford them a stipend for their time and effort. We do travel reimbursement now, and it should be nominal. It shouldn't be like the board stipend was $375 a meeting, I think, at one time. So anyway, It doesn't really, I mean, we're using the argument that it insulates from the conflicts of interest, but it doesn't, because having them report to a body that we appoint anyway doesn't even meet the stink test. But anyway.
All right, we got Kim Hampton, then Bridget.
Okay, I did forget to state that I do fully support any decisions of who is going to make up the election commission be completely taken out of the board's hands. I feel we should have no say in it. I think, yes, even though we do appoint the elder advisory, things like that, it's still different. I feel us directly affirming or saying who's going to be on the election commission is a conflict of interest. I mean, it's our elections. I feel it should not be in our hands at all. If it ends up still in our hands, I'm going to cause a stink about it because I think it is a direct conflict. And what else? There was something else. Give me just a hot minute here. Oh, and I understand that there are conflicts of interest, policies, procedures, nepotism, but really, we all know the reality of those. So I definitely am in support of us having our hands out of the election commission member makeup.
Bridget.
Well, I would still like to see us try to have one member from each unit on it to represent. I think, I don't necessarily agree that the board needs to be a part of it for the election. I do think that it doesn't look good, but I do know that I still think people influence the Elder Advisory Committee. And I don't think that when we originally did this, it seems like there was maybe miscommunication that those people representing had to all be elders, which I don't think that was their intent. It was just them making the selection, whoever it was, because we appointed Letitia, who's clearly not an elder. And so that was different than what we originally did. But like I said, I would like somehow to have one per unit if we had the interest in that way. I think everybody is represented that way. And then maybe whoever the other two are, whether they're at large or just from another unit. But then we have some sort of balance there. And, but like I said, people need to also, if it is the elder advisory, then we don't need people influencing them either.
Yeah, I don't see any other hands, but I'm in agreement. I think it should be 7. It's a good place to start. 5 was our initial starting point. We do know that with too many, we were having issues with quorum and things of that nature. So maybe like small stepping it, every election. So if 7 doesn't work and 9's the future recommendation, I also agree with moving it away from the board. I'd rather not make that decision, coming up on another cycle. And I don't think it was ever supposed to be only elders. I think the recommendation was supposed to come from the elder committee, not necessarily be elders. So, and then the board would just vote on the elder committee's recommendation. That's how we did it previously. I'm in favor of just, if we're just passing it to, to rubber stamp it the first time, I think, if all we're doing is rubber stamping it, I would agree with just, I'm fine with separating it completely. I don't care. But you can go on to the next section.
Which? Okay, so the next section that we came to was, change the 3rd Friday in January. No. Was that?
Yeah, that was, I'll go ahead. So, right now our code says the Elder Advisory Committee will submit recommendations to the board by the 3rd Friday in January. But that's way too tight the election cycle kicks off in January. So the commission is recommending that when a seat opens up and the Elder Advisory Committee submits those recommendations by the September before the following year. So like this September, if we have openings, they will have names to the board to affirm to sit on that commission, so there's time for them to get up to speed before we do the notice of election in January. So it was just way too tight of a window to try to get a seat filled. We ran into that last year, that this commission got seated, like, right at the end of December, they got affirmed, and then they were, like, January hitting the ground running. So it was just to build a buffer in.
All right, Aaron's got his hand up. Aaron?
Yeah, so that is better than what was in place, because the third Friday actually is potentially after a second board meeting for January, which means it was not in time to place the person before the notice of election is granted for that particular year. So my question though, so I agree with it, moving it up earlier. My question is, what happens if you have a vacancy after September? Yeah.
Okay, so what our suggestion was that we have alternates that are pre-approved with a preference for a sitting member in a unit who is not already represented on the commission. And we'll have 3 alternates at all times that already have been affirmed by the board.
Oh.
So that we're all ready to roll. Should somebody resign, say somebody decides to resign in December, maybe 2 people do. We'll have somebody up and ready to roll that'll already be approved.
Good, that's a good idea.
This is just for the wake up of the commission. The vacancy part is later.
Okay.
This is just the beginning, like the makeup of the commission.
Okay.
I think we're kind of jumping the gun with the vacancy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that'll be further down, more explained, like Tish said. But we do have up here a red line. You'll see applications will be accepted on a rolling basis, so people can keep applying. Even if it's full, they can submit their interest and letters of intent to be on the commission. They could be designated as an alternate, and then we have a process later on that when we get to it, that we can talk about for filling vacancies. But the idea is to try to get interest from our membership, have them coming in, giving us their letters of intent, their applications on a rolling basis. So we always, ideally, in a perfect world, we have a whole pool of individuals who want to serve on the commission that we can pull from as needed.
Great, love the alternates. Any other questions on this section? This is just nope. You can continue on.
Okay, so is everyone on 10-6?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm with you.
Sorry, I want to make sure I'm on the same page. Oh, okay.
Okay, no, okay. So does anyone have any questions with this after reading it?
Just that, no. I don't. I just want to confirm the definition on commission meetings may be conducted, so, C section 1. For the verification of nominating petitions, all election day tabulations, that's basically just saying that they can't zoom into those, or does it actually nullify the meeting if somebody doesn't show up?
Oh, we all have to be.
Just
we
with the
all
way
have-
it's
yeah,
worded?
we would all have to be there?
So then, if you guys are verifying nominating petitions and one person's sick, the meeting doesn't exist anymore?
No.
No, that's not the intent. If there's a quorum, they can do business. We
Yeah.
can clean this up. That was
Okay.
not the intent, yeah. As
Okay.
long, they have to be in person. They
You
can't.
see how I'm reading
Yeah,
that though,
they
right?
can't be on Zoom, but as long as there's a quorum, they could do business.
Okay.
Yeah, like for things like that, and, counting, we will have to be there. We have to have a quorum there.
Any other questions on this section? Nope.
what are your thoughts on G, prepare and post at each designated tribal office a list of eligible nominated candidates at least 63 days prior to the election? Our thoughts were that the timelines have to change because they're way too tight right now and we need to adjust them.
Okay, Bridget's got her hand raised.
Okay, I've always thought that the timeline is a little crazy as far as from the first time I signed up to run until now. So when you put the notice out in January and we get the petitions in March and then what is it? We get the official list in April and boom, you're May, you got a primary, in June, you got your general. There's no time in between. I don't know why we need so much time on the front end for people to decide to run. I mean, especially with social media, the website, all the information's there, the newspaper, everybody knows that the notice is gonna be in January. So I don't know why we have so much time on that front end. So that's, you know, if you guys need to change the timeline, I think that's where you could cut some time out.
Aaron? Aaron, we don't hear you. Yeah. I don't think it's us this time, Aaron. Rob, you're online. Can you say something? Make sure it's not us again.
I just seen him. He's right there. Yeah.
Rob, if you can hear us, can you say
I
something?
can hear you.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
There you go. You just came through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Aaron. Go ahead.
So it's something you did on your end again. So just whatever it is, don't do that. So what I would say is I think there's from the moment that you file and you are permitted to campaign. So that's like you submit your paperwork and then you know, you get a response back. You should be able to start collecting signatures. I think we too narrowly limit when you collect signatures, and I don't know why. I'm not sure. Either there's nothing in the Constitution, or that prohibits you from going out and getting signatures at that point. I think it's a vestige of the past that if you didn't pass a background check, then you weren't going to be allowed to get signatures. But we don't have a background check anymore. So I would say as soon as the notice of election is posted, you should be able to go pick up a packet and begin the process of collecting signatures. You won't be able to get a list of roll of registered voters until the deadline. We could potentially change that too, because we have that because we had to fight for that, because in the past, legal used to advise us that we couldn't do election voter registration. It was like months before the election, and it was no basis for that. And now that we have open voter registration at any time until a certain deadline, we already have that. Maybe we could move the deadline for voter registration up. The counter is that some will complain that you're trying to limit when people, you know, can't register, but it's open registration off election season all the way through. Last election cycle, it was a little confusing because while the offices were supposed to make available the roll of registered voters, the automatic voter registration threw a wrench in everything. And that's why they did not have the list available on the timeline that it said that they would. But that shouldn't be a problem this year because that's already passed, right? So I think that as soon as the notice of election is posted, you should be able to begin campaigning at that point, expending money towards your campaign and collecting nominating signatures.
Mike?
Whoops, here, let me get right in the mic there this time. The Constitution does say about the voter registration of the membership within each unit, and it shall publish no less than 3 months in advance. So you guys got to take that into consideration, is that that's right in the Constitution that they have up till that 3 month in advance. It's Article 5, Section 1 of the Constitution. So a lot of those timelines that were in the code were directly resulted from the Constitution. So some of you probably have some movement because we have changed some things, but others probably are not going to have any opportunity for movement because constitutional requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
And then the only thing that I'll add is I'm kind of in agreement with the timelines a little bit. I think the mail-in ballots need to be, with changes to the postal system that are being proposed and, you know, potential government efficiency making things less efficient, I think we need to really be careful with our timelines so we're not hurting our at-large membership from being able to cast their ballot. Because ultimately, you know, like my spouse works for a postal system, and she said the timelines are terrible right now.
And we did speak about that, about how, you know, just mailing is just, there's just not enough time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You can move on to the next section.
So are there any questions?
Well, what's the proposal here?
Okay, okay, so, yes. So what we've talked about with this is that, election commission members would have a right to appeal and, granted due process.
Go ahead, Lana.
So, Ryan, can you explain, like, give us an example, what you guys are, what your intentions are?
So going up to subsection 8, we've flagged, is it appropriate for the board of directors still to be involved in removals? And we were going to get membership feedback as well as board of director feedback, whether it's worth designing a slightly different process for potential removal of a commissioner that doesn't involve the board, especially with many of you today saying maybe the board needs to be as distant as possible, right, from our elections. So we haven't put pen to paper because we wanted to get feedback of if that's even worth pursuing before we like try to create a new scheme of whether the board should be the body that sends a petition to the court for removal. But we are, as Chair Minton did say, we are adding, definitely we want to add in an appeal right to the Court of Appeals in the case of a petition being brought to the court and the tribal court removing a commission member. We'd like them to have an appeal process, which they don't have right now.
No. So anyways, I'm done.
Okay, well, I think you're close enough to the owl for people to hear anyway. I have a list: Bridget, Aaron, and Mike. Bridget?
I was gonna suggest that we take out the board of directors from removing a commission member. I think we need to definitely do that.
Aaron?
I concur with what Bridget just requested, because you can't, on one hand, say we're trying to divorce this process from the board, but on the other hand, you know, the board can get cockeyed, to use the same analogy, during an election cycle and play a little game and start trying to remove commissioners. That shouldn't be able to happen. But I also think, I don't like the idea, as Lana described it, for you to appeal to a lay group of people, because appeals should be more about, was the procedure followed or not? Was there a violation or not? And lay people are more likely to impugn feelings, or they like the person, or the person's got a good reputation otherwise. None of that matters. What should matter is, did they breach their duty or not? And then the other thing I think, so I do think there should be a direct appeal right, which this board can grant to the appellate court. But I also think that for complaints to the election committee, and then also for appeals, that the person should make, the plaintiff should make a prima facie case. They need to be able to make a case on its face that if a violation occurred, you should be able to say what that violation is. It shouldn't be, you know, I don't like that person, or I have some generalized feelings. It should be something specific. And when the election commission hears it, it should meet a standard for review before they vote on it. Because otherwise they're voting on feelings or impressions, or voting on the election attorney's opinion, which, you know, during the last election cycle, we saw kind of like a half-hearted sort of statement, and then they made their decision based on that, not based on something concrete, but based on, well, it could be interpreted this way. No, if it's an appeal, or if it's going to take somebody's rights or liberties away, it should be something concrete. Did it violate the code or not? Or for the committee member or the commission member, did they breach their duty or not? Which means we probably should spell out what would be a removable offense and have that clarified, so that the commission is not having to play defensive for something they did that they didn't know they couldn't do. So it should be clear. The rules should be clear in advance, and they should have to make a prima facie case.
Mike, then French tips.
I was. Yeah. I do think that you need someone in this spot too. I don't know if it should be the board, but I also think that you're going to need to balance the constitutional. The board has the power in the Constitution of all these things, committees, subordinate. So it has to delegate that power somewhere. So if the feeling is that the board shouldn't be involved in the removal process, which ultimately at the end of the day, almost everything we do can come to us anyways, but we try to keep our hands off of it, it's going to need to be delegated then. And so balancing that with the constitution of our powers to appointing all committees, panels and all that. So good luck with that. I'm not sure if it's the court, I'm not sure if it's a panel, but maybe this is something where the membership can give us some feedback on, and maybe they'll have some ideas on how that should be handled. So, yield.
Okay, Lana?
Yeah, and just so I'm understanding, because I did like that idea of a direct appeal right to the court, but then with what Mike said, if it's constitutional language that we can delegate that to the court though. So that's one thing that could be, because I definitely agree that has to be in there, because I'm going to use Letitia again, she has to be free to make decisions without any kind of, threat of removal. And then her standing up for that, she knows that she has that ability to go to the tribal court and not the tribal board. And then I just wanted to comment, in section 9 of the election commission code, there is the acts for removal from office. And maybe they can be, more or less, but there is, and we witnessed in the last election, I can talk about it, we witnessed, acts of removal. And, there was some kind of, argument for A, B, C, D, E, and F that we did go through. So, I think that is there. So, I can bet that when you guys go out to the membership, that maybe that'll be the first thing we do delegate is their right to standing in court on appeals.
Okay, any other discussion on this section? All right, move on to the next area. Sorry, Aaron, I just saw your
actually,
hand go up, Aaron. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the other thing is, I think that given you're in election cycle, we probably should figure out how to expedite the process for both complaints and appeals. Because in this last election, there was an appeal, on a commissioner, and it languished through the election, if I remember correctly. I think there needs to be some kind of an expedited review and scheduling so that that can be dispensed with, so that, a candidate, the other thing is I went through an appeal, and I won all of my appeals. But that hangs over your head for an extended period of time. So I think given the time frame and how it could affect the outcome, I think that should be expedited somehow.
Anything else? Go ahead.
Just to comment on Director Payment's comment quickly. I have to pull it up to remember exactly what we did, but there is an in the Court of Appeals code, there is an expedited process for all election matters. They only have like 45 days from notice of appeal to get us the decision, something like that. So it is expedited. Whether we want to expedite it further, we can talk about, what's that, Aaron? Yeah, the Court of Appeals has made comments that is way too tight a window for them to operate, but we meaning Aaron and I and the legal department, we've pushed back and we've talked to the board about this. Our elections are so tight already, we need to have that expedited process or it just doesn't function. So we did expedite it way more than it was there was no real timeline under the previous code, and now they have 45 or 60 days total. Don't quote me on the timeline, I'll have to look it up. But we did drastically narrow that window for all election matters with that, what Director Payment put on the record with that in mind. So we have taken steps already, last code revision of that code to do that.
Okay.
So, Ryan, all right, so I'm not an attorney. I watch a lot of Law and Order and I watch the Supreme Court a lot. But if somebody files something, and maybe if we what the appellate court has to hear, and if it doesn't meet a prima facie case, I mean, at the Supreme Court, or actually at any court level, you have to make an argument, and that there's a judgment made that that if correct, that it could result in overturning a decision. There's some judgment made. So maybe if we could, if the plaintiff's making an argument, it should be clearly like a violation. But I guess, I'm not an attorney, so I don't know if this has all got to get litigated to create judicial precedents so that we know, going forward after that. If we cleaned up the docket by having a standard have to be argument made in order to, because in the case of the one complaint against the commissioner, it was overturned without merit or something. I don't remember exactly, but so maybe just asking a general question, if there's a way to streamline the process to have, you want due process, but you don't want to muck up the system with complaints just because people, can file a complaint. it should have to meet a minimum standard for anybody to spend any time and effort on it. Anyway, that's all.
Director Payment, so it sounds like maybe you're talking about a more limited ability to appeal. So it's not just a right of appeal from an election commission decision. It sounds like maybe you're saying we are maybe to workshop a more narrow scope for what type of cases and decisions from the commission can be appealed to our Court of Appeals, not to muck up the system. That would be the way, one way to tackle it. Another way, we won't get to it today, but we eventually will be able to present some red lines that the commission is going to work through on ways to overhaul the complaint procedure, the contest and complaint procedure, to make it more, we've talked about maybe more like an administrative hearing. They already have administrative hearing codes now, codes. They already have rules of administrative hearings that they can implement now, but we've talked about making that more clear in the code for how those complaints are decided and what goes to an actual hearing potentially in front of the commission. And the goal is, if we flesh that out, refine that better, that will also limit the amount of cases that could potentially go up to our Court of Appeals. So you can attack it from multiple ways. And the commission has already talked about wanting to tweak the complaint procedure to afford everyone as much due process as possible, with also streamlining and not mucking up the system with frivolous complaints, which we won't probably get down to that section today, but it will be something that we'll be able to talk about with the commission more, with the community feedback, and with the board when that time comes.
Okay. It looks like there are no more questions or comments. You can move on to the next section.
Okay, this talks about Emergency Election Commission.
Bridget?
When I was reading that ahead of time, I just don't understand why we're going to possibly appoint one tribal member, but they can't be a team member when the tribal registrar, enrollment coordinator, and that are team members. So why would we limit another person from being a team member?
Do you guys want to go ahead and explain this section before the discussion, or at least answer Bridget's question and maybe explain it at the same time?
What we are trying to do is just to get more diversity and more people involved, so that it wasn't perceived as, it's only coming from this pot, whereas, anybody would be able to serve.
So, Lana's recommendation is to pull the board administrator out, since she works so closely with the board of directors. And I would actually agree with her on that one. Well, this is for the makeup of the Emergency Election Commission. So it made sense at the time, because we had absolutely nobody and we had to structure it internally in the interim. But at this point in time, I think moving forward, the board does need to take a look at distancing ourselves completely, and that would remove the person that is closest affiliated to us. Mike?
Yeah, I remember now what the discussion was. Yep.
I would caution on that only because historically the board has always helped facilitate that, because you are the liaison between all the committees. And the election committee was just an extension of the board. So having that connection always helped, because you have way more resources. So I would be concerned with the resource aspect of it, is you can get things done a lot quicker than anybody else in the tribe. So I would say, I would caution on that only because that connection, some kind of connection needs to be there still, because to coordinate things, to facilitate reserving rooms, all of it.
And
Paying
that part,
checks.
I absolutely, because even now, as they're taking everything, I'm still only I'm only going to be, once we get them hooked up with the proper equipment, I will reserve the rooms, I will pay the bills, I will do the budget with their input going forward. So that part wouldn't change for me. I just, being a part of the Emergency Election Commission, as a member of that, I mean, Brian can jump in. I think it's a conflict because I work with you, if not every week, almost every day with some of you. So not that I would ever do anything, but
I can
think it's
I
a
can understand the perception of the conflict. It seemed to have worked though. So I hate to try to dismantle something that worked. And so whenever we have stuff that's working, I get a little leery of taking it apart because of the perception, and then we have to deal with something that no longer works. I'm just putting my 2 cents in. I'm probably on the minority on that aspect, but it did work. My hope would be is that it continued to work, but if we have to fight that perception battle, then we have to fight that perception battle. I'm okay with either way.
Before you answer, Ryan, Lana's got her hand up.
And we're only speaking about the emergency election commission. Yeah, because it's clear that the commission will still have the assistance administratively, okay, I just wanted to clear that up. I think I hear what Mike's saying as well, but okay.
And then Aaron Payment.
Yeah, so I completely disagree with what Mike just said. I don't think it worked. I have every confidence. I've worked for Lana over the years, and I have every confidence in Lana's ability to identify a potential conflict. She just said she thinks it's a conflict, or can be a conflict. You would have never heard that from her predecessor. And I will give you an example without going into detail. There was one election cycle where election boundary lines were changed, and board members, elder board members, had a couple of them got their signatures in the wrong unit, and they did not have enough signatures in order to be certified as a candidate, and they were tipped off by the board secretary, board administrative assistant, to go out and get more signatures. That then became a process where we would allow people, if we, enrollment would allow then and notify people if they had to go get more signatures because they got caught. So I think that it puts a person in a very uncomfortable and compromising position to have to serve us and work with us on a day-to-day basis, and then to have to be objective and unbiased. And to have the integrity, because then you're dependent on that individual having the integrity, not eliminating the possibility of corruption. And the one part I agree with Mike said is the board administrative assistant has the ability to cut through and be able to, get things done. And that will be true regardless of whether or not the board administrative assistant is, the administrative assistant to the election committee or not. That will still be in place because Lana can cut through. So, it's funny because we hear, on one hand, we want to protect against conflicts of interest and it's too close to the board. But on the other hand, not one, because we have several direct team members now that report directly to the board, but the one that is most closely associated with the board shouldn't be on the election committee or involved, because that is a conflict. You can't even make a straight-faced argument that it's not a conflict. And never mind the fact that I do have every confidence in Lana to be able to keep that separate. That's too much of a temptation. I've seen over the years, I've seen the board administrative assistant do favors for board members that were running. And I don't want to list them all out, but I could give you a list of at least 10. So my intent was to talk generally about the conflict of a board's direct employee being in a role that could affect that board member's election. That for the members that are listening to this, I don't know, I don't think anybody is, but anybody who's listening, that can't even pass a standard test. That would be like Gretchen Whitmer having her, somebody directly on the election commission. And that's not allowed anywhere. Not even Trump has been able to do that.
All right, any other comments in this section?
Okay, this was just brought up because, for an emergency election commission. And what we were thinking, what our discussion was, because it was originally all employees. And so we thought, well, wait a minute, let's make sure there's an elder there and a non-employee to serve on this election commission, just so that it wasn't perceived or as, only being for employees. That's the only reason why we even brought it up. Miigwech. Okay, so are we ready to move on to date of election?
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, we wanted to give more time for votes to get returned. And that has to do with the post office and having to mail in ballots.
Any discussion on this portion?
I would, oh, sorry, I gotta raise my hand.
Aaron, go ahead, then Kim Gravel.
Yeah, I would say that I like the idea of giving them more time as long as it complies with the Constitution and the time frame. Whether it's business days or election or calendar days is not, to me, not significant, as long as you have the provision in the event that there is a closure like you have right there. So
Kim Gravel.
I like business days. It's easier for people to work. I should have been standing up. I like business days. It's easier for people to work with those than the weekends when a lot of things you can't get done on the weekends, so.
Any other discussion on this portion? Mike?
I need more time to look through this, but I think there are going to be some more constitutional elements that are going to impact both those. Actually, the date, I think, is set in stone. No? Well, maybe not then. So if we could change that, that'd be fine. That would probably help alleviate a lot of this. But the calendar day thing too, you ran into problems because there's X number of days, and so if those fall on a holiday or whatnot, there was a reason why we were originally using calendar days. So I would like some more time. I mean, we're going to need time to review all this anyways, but I want to just leave it at that note that I'm going to go through this with the
Okay, now, Miigwech.
yield.
Are we ready to move on? Okay, now we're on to registration of voters. We tabled this section until we could get more feedback. And we're looking, for feedback from the board and from tribal members.
Okay, Bridget's got her hand up.
So I have feedback. And I think that there was a lot of people that, and when we talked about this before, I think we need to go back to having background checks. Our employees, a lot of them have to have background checks and gaming licenses and whatnot. And I think that we are held to a higher standard, so we should go back to having background checks.
Kim Hampton?
I just want to piggyback on what Bridget just said. I never once agreed that we should have background checks for board members dropped. I believe I was pretty open about that when this was getting developed. We definitely need background checks back in. Why should we not have to have background checks? All our employees do. Yeah, thanks.
Kim Lee?
I think if we per the Constitution, right, that we allow all members to run, I think there just should be at least at minimum an agreement that if your background is ran and there's things on it, that it should be publicly released. I think we should have background, but I think that the members should know if somebody has something on their criminal history, is my personal opinion. If we decide to allow people who have done things that many people don't approve of, that we at least make people aware of that. So, something else to consider.
Aaron?
Yeah, I agree. The reason why the background check was put in place, well, I won't get hateful, but it was political. It was to deny a particular person from running for office. And I'm glad that we corrected it while that person's still alive. So that I'm happy about that. But the Constitution has nothing about if you have a felony that you can't run. It doesn't say that. So when the board eliminated the felony prohibition, we cleaned it up to comply with the Constitution. So that's good. But I do think, so here's an example. To get a gaming commission, you have to do a background check. To be able to work in a gaming license position, you have to have a background check and be cleared. To be on the board, to serve on the gaming authority, you don't have to have that same standard. So you're treated specially as a board member and a gaming authority member differently than a team member that has to have a gaming license. So I think the compromise is, because you can't deny somebody from being on the board, they wouldn't have to be on the gaming authority, because if they don't meet a certain standard, if they have a certain conviction to have a gaming license, I think you should have to have a gaming license to serve on the gaming authority. But I also agree with what Kim Lee said, that we should have a background check process and it should be made public, because the members should know if you have several convictions for fraud or for misappropriation of funds or violent convictions. I think the people have a right to know that information. And if we don't have a requirement to disclose it, then that person can sneak through and not have to ever reveal their background. So I agree.
Kim Gravel, then Lana.
Well, my argument has always been, if someone hasn't been in trouble in 20 years, then obviously they're probably not going to get in trouble again. And I've said that over and over. People do stupid things when they're in their late teens, early 20s. They pay the price. Now they're in their 40s, and you're saying, sorry, you've been good all these years, and now we're just telling you no. Oh, I lost my other train of thought. Let me think. Aaron, what you said something made me think of it. Oh, and you can choose not to be on the gaming commission, right? Right. So, and that's the one who put into place the background checks, if I'm remembering correctly. And we have the forgiveness for our employees. When we hire them to get a gaming license, we forgive them for crimes they committed so that they can work for us. So I think if we're going to do this argument about being on the board and having a criminal background, maybe we could come to a happy medium of, if you haven't been in trouble in 20 years, we're good.
Lana?
Yeah, so I know there's been a lot of discussion with the membership throughout this process. For the longest time, they were prohibited from running for the board if they had a conviction, whether it was 2 years or 30 years. Some cases longer than that. So and now there's no background check. So I guess the membership's going to have their say on this, so that's going to be important to me what they have to say about it, because I've heard both sides of it. But does other tribes have? I mean, I know that you researched other committees or commissions for the election process with other tribes. Have you seen any good in between on how they structure that? Because I wholeheartedly believe you know, if you were stealing a week ago and you got convicted and you run for the board the next week, you know, membership might have a problem with that, their tribe allowing that. But, you know, if you have a conviction 40 years ago and you're a, you know, a 65-year-old elder and you want to run and you did something a long time ago, you know, people do change. Absolutely.
Aaron, you have your hand back up?
Oh, I
Yeah,
asked Brian.
I do have a response after that. Aaron can go first, but I do have a response to Lana's question.
go ahead.
Okay, so the kind of the middle ground that I've seen other tribes do are they will have, so wait, let me back up. The reason we didn't do background checks on any candidates this past election is the board removed the felony prohibition, and there was no purpose being served anymore for the background check because we weren't disqualifying candidates. That's our current state of our Sioux tribe law. So some tribes have it the same as we do. There's no felony prohibition. Some have it like we used to, where you had felonies in your background, even if it were 40 years ago, you can't run for their tribal council or their board of directors. The middle ground would be to make a more detailed of what types of felonies, which we did talk about at the board level. It didn't get enacted into code. Certain like really violent felonies might be a prohibition entirely. Other types of crimes, maybe there's only a 5 or 10 or 15-year prohibition. So other tribes have it set up like that, where there's some that are an absolute statutory bar because they're usually violent crimes against persons, children. And then crimes that are lesser than that, they will sidebar that by having like 5 years or 10 years, and they'll only go back that far. So if it's something that's very recent, you can't run for the board. If it's something that's very old, maybe you can. So that's the middle ground that I've seen other tribes do.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. And I do think that this is really an important one for the membership input on that, because there is a happy medium on that, because I just think there isn't. They have a lot of opinions on that. So that's it.
Aaron?
Yeah, I would say that I'm not at all supportive of putting a restriction in who can run. If it's not in our Constitution, it should not be some kind of made-up law that denies your opposition to run against you. That's exactly what it was before. That's why it was created before. So I hope we're not talking at all about revisiting and putting something in the election code that doesn't exist in the Constitution. So I think the board made the right decision by abolishing that really illegal and unconstitutional practice. I do also believe that people can change a crime they commit as a juvenile. When they're older, they can change if there's something fundamental that changes them. But I also know there's recidivism rates, and I won't get into the detail, but there's certain crimes that people commit where the recidivism rate is about 80%. So the argument that, you know, God forgives, we should forgive, but if the recidivism rate is 80% and they're going to commit the crime again, then, you know, that's not a good argument for them. Also, I like the way that Kim Lee outlined it, is that if we do background checks on candidates, because we threw the baby out with the bath completely, I do think we should make that public. I would like to know if somebody's running for the board of directors and they're going to have a fiduciary duty over all the assets, hundreds of millions of dollars, if they have a fraud conviction. I'd like to know that, because that will inform me whether or not I want to vote for somebody who can't be trusted, who's stolen from whatever, you know, and committed an act of theft against an organization or against a company. You know, I want to know that information, so I would support that. But maybe the middle ground is we don't have a background check for the board to run for the board, because it's not a prohibition in the Constitution or in the election code, but we have a requirement for board members to also have to get a gaming license. Because Kim, you mentioned the commission, but it's not the commission, it's the gaming authority. Everybody's on the gaming authority, and they're subordinate to the gaming executives, who are subordinate to the board. So you could have somebody who is not eligible for a gaming license, on the tribal board, gaming authority, that would not be eligible for a gaming license. And that shouldn't be. We shouldn't be treated specially because we're a board and separately. So maybe the solution is we don't have it as a requirement in the election, but in order to get a gaming license, that you have to submit for that after you get elected, and let the chips fall where they may. If you're not licensable, you're not licensable. And for the commission, you can request a limited waiver for a gaming license. Maybe you could do that, and you'd have to go in front of your colleagues to get permission. And I have a feeling that the board would approve everybody. But anyway, so that's my input.
Bridget?
Well, everything's not in the Constitution. It's about 8 pages long. That's why we have tribal code to define things. I think that you seem to be talking in circles, Aaron, when you're first saying you don't want a background check or that wasn't in the Constitution, but now you're saying, well, I can see if we are allowing it to be published. So you're either for it or you're against it. But I can tell you that I was in every one of those Zoom meetings that we had, listening to the members talking about the background checks, and it was very much supported with the membership. So hopefully when the commission the election committee goes out there and talks to the membership, that's what they'll tell you.
All right, Mike?
I'm going to state that if it's not prohibited in the Constitution, then I would argue that if we put anything on there that says we're going to do a background check, if we had a separation of powers and they fought it in our court, they would win. Absolutely win. I mean, what would happen if someone refuses to do a background check? So we can't have it both ways. If we're going to not prohibit it, then we're not prohibiting it. If people are going to run that have crimes against them, chances are it's going to get found out one way or the other anyway. So I don't think it's this body's job to find that and publish it. So if we're going to do prohibitions on it, put it in the code and prohibit certain crimes, as he said, violent crimes or certain other crimes that might prohibit it. But if we're not going to prohibit it, but we're still going to require a background check, if we do separation of powers, heck, even if we don't do separation of powers, someone's going to fight this, and they're going to win. Because if it's not a prohibition, then just simply saying, hey, we're going to publish your crimes, if there's no prohibition, I wouldn't support that. I'll yield.
Okay. All right, guys, I think this is a good place to stop for today. We do have the Conservation Committee up next, and I would like to give the board a 5-minute break in between the discussion.
All righty, Meekwich, for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the work that you put in. Kim Lee, go ahead. Kim Lee's got one more thing to say.
I just want to, and I guess it's probably not based on their decision, but we need to get them back on a workshop to be able to go through all of this. So what do we need to do? Do we need a whole day? Let's do that if we can get them on the workshop for a whole day, because otherwise this will get broke up for, and next thing you know, we won't be able to make changes. So.
Yep.
I'm fine with an hour. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, guys, let's take a break till the top of the hour and get the Conservation Committee in here. make our way back to our seats. Get to our next agenda item. Will all board of directors please make your way back to your seats? Okay. Next on the agenda. Do you have those in digital form? Because we have a couple board members that are on Zoom. Oh, you did? Okay. Next on the agenda is, I thought he was handing something new out. Next on the agenda is Conservation Committee request. Who wants to give us the Clarence?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Clarence Hudak, Conservation Committee Chairman. So at the March Conservation Committee meeting, there was a couple of issues that the committee requested come to the board. One of them, I don't know, things may have changed a little bit between then and now with some of the fishermen's thoughts on it, but Jack's got a presentation on the HRGs, Harvest Regulation Guidelines, for the tribal whitefish units, not the shared units, but the tribes units. And I think that he wanted to go through that. He put a lot of work in that, so he can at least inform the board on where these numbers are coming from. And then from there, we can go on to what the committee's thoughts were on the numbers and what the vote was. So, Jack?
Yeah, one's got extras or electronic. Should I already?
Lana, the PowerPoint, do you want me to try to share it on the screen? Can you send me the latest one quick?
Ash, can you do that only because I had to shut my emails down or it keeps making noise every time I got an email. And I muted
So, Jack Timkowski, Fisheries Program Manager at Natural Resources Division, AG and Wendyang. So today I was going to talk about HRGs. HRGs, I think, are probably a bright spot in the decree. It allows the tribes with a flexible management system to regulate effort free from state and federal interference, and they only apply in non-shared whitefish units, as Clarence mentioned. The first slide says on the top of it, 30 years of invasion. These are heat maps of the spread of invasive mussels. The darker sections, if you have black and white, or the blue to black sections, if you have color, show how mussels have spread across, in this case, Lake Michigan since 1994. It started with zebras, and then quaggas, different species moved in and pushed out zebras and have carpeted the bottoms of Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. These little critters are really good at siphoning water. Within a square meter of lake bottom where you see these carpets, there's 20 to 40,000 mussels. So that's about 9 square feet. They can siphon 5 to 10,000 gallons of water per day. So if you multiply that up, they have the capability to siphon all of Lake Michigan and Huron in a week or two. So I think that's staggering. 2 whole lakes in a couple weeks. The water on the top of the lake doesn't cycle down to the bottom all the time. It happens about twice a year, but those critters are down there 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. People refer to these types of mussels as ecosystems engineers sometimes, and not in a good way for us. Probably one of the largest ecosystem disruptors in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron since lamprey. The next slide talks about Diparia. This is a small shrimp-like animal. It's a glacial relic. That means it's been in the lakes since the glaciers retreated. There's a similar map that shows how Diparia have slowly disappeared. This map is for Lake Michigan, but this change has occurred in Lake Huron and Lake Michigan. So Diparia, why look at those? This is one indicator of change. These were preferred primary prey for lake whitefish. Before the invasion, probably for thousands of years, because they occur in the same space. Diparia are right on the lake bottom where lake whitefish tend to feed. They're a high calorie item. They're like little pats of butter for lake whitefish, and they were a really important prey item. Not shown in these maps, coincident with this decrease in Diparia, zooplankton, which are vital to lake whitefish, have the spring blooms have declined, and a variety of other things have changed throughout the lake. So the next slide is what this means to the commercial fishery. The top line is the total catch for the tribal lake whitefish fishery. You can see that currently we are capturing about 20% of what we had during boom years or years when lake whitefish were doing well. About 5 million pounds at the peak per year were harvested. Now it's about 1 million. Lake Superior, which hasn't been inundated with mussels, is pretty constant. Lake Superior is the green line on this chart. It's the one that doesn't go down really sharply on the right-hand side. So without mussels, Lake Superior used to be about 10% of the fishery, and now it's close to half of the total tribal whitefish fishery. There's a little red box on this chart. It shows the timing of several ecosystem disruptors, including and particularly mussels. So you can see sort of the effects of before and after mussels for all 3 lakes. They are in Lake Superior, but nowhere near the numbers that they are in the lower lakes. It's not the same at all.
Kim Gravel.
The next slide is, oh, I'm sorry, was there?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay,
sure,
I
yeah,
got it.
absolutely.
Why do you think that is with Lake Superior?
It's the water's colder, but also there's less calcium, and these are little critters that make shells, so they need calcium to do that.
So as long as everything stays the same, Lake Superior should be good for a while.
I hope so, yeah.
Okay.
The next slide says declining whitefish populations. These are modeled biomass, so pounds of the total lake whitefish population from the population models. The population models probably lag behind what's actually happening because there's these big ecosystem changes, and the models they show the decline. Usually models are really good at showing a change. But they're probably, the total biomass at the end of these charts is probably biased a little high, even though it does show the decline. These are tools that are part of the decree that we use. The HERGs that I'm going to show you at the end were developed by tribal fish biologists and Cora biologists, and this is just one of the tools we used. We're not, we don't have to just use one tool the way some other harvest limits are ordered in the decree. For HERGs, we can look at whatever information is available. So that's a real bonus. So if you flip forward one more slide, it says Gigoon study. This is a Sioux tribe study. The population models that I just showed you rely on commercial fishery monitoring data. This Gigoon study is a Sioux tribe study that's fishery independent. So we go out with our own nets. There's a map there that shows you our sites over the last 20 years. So this doesn't occur during the peak of the fishery, but it still shows declines in catches. You can see on the right-hand side of this slide. This is a modern study with a randomized design, and it's just another way to try to assess these populations. So the next slide is looking at what these sorts of changes in the ecosystem look like for adult lake whitefish. Like I mentioned, their diet had changed. So on average, lake whitefish have less lipid, or it's, they're fat than they did in the past. The average size of whitefish for a given age is smaller than they used to be. That's what the graph shows you there. This is a commercial monitoring data. Their diet used to be, like I said, about 70% diapauria, so it was a primary item. Now it's about a quarter. Well, in this study, this is around 2000. It was still a quarter of the diet. It's probably much lower now. And one thing to point out is recruitment can decline when fishes switch from a high-calorie native prey to a lower energy prey, which is what whitefish have been forced to do. And recruitment is really important. It's the lifeblood of every population. You want to see new young fish and up-and-comers. If you look at the next slide, this is potential challenges to young lake whitefish. This top row is for the Beta Nock unit. That first little chart on the left is a biomass estimate from the model of young fish. Again, you're seeing this decline as with the rest of the population. But even if we just ignore the model and look at the percent of age 4s in the catch data, it's really straightforward. That's the middle plot there, and you can see a similar decline. The timing's a little different. The model probably lags behind reality. Another graph that is really useful for fisheries, and anytime you look at a population in its age structure, is the one on the right in the top row. This is a bar chart. It's showing percentages of different ages. On the left would be younger fish, on the right would be older fish. In a healthy population, what you would expect to see in fisheries is a big ramping up on the left-hand side, this big increase in young fish, and then a slow decline from mortality, be it natural or fishing or lamprey or other sources on the right-hand side. So sort of a steep slope up and then a slow decline. And you're really not seeing the young fish that you would like to see in this graph. The left-hand side is a little empty. If you look for a couple other units on the bottom row, on the left, this is Manistique, same kind of graph. There's a space on the left-hand side where you're not seeing young fish come in. In the middle bottom, that's Nobbinway. Similar, you don't see this big ramping up that you would like to see. On the right, this is the Muskegon unit. This isn't a HERG unit. This has a harvest limit that was developed. It's a shared unit, state and tribal. But I point it out because you see there's a long pause if you look from the younger fish and look over to the right, to the older fish where you're not seeing young fish show up. So this is like what you see when you have 15 or 20 years of no recruitment. This is what you see when fisheries collapse. So it's this isn't a unit that we're going to talk about hergs in, but it's really not a good sign. So recruitment is really important. If you flip to the next slide, I don't know if you'll have a bunch together. I was going to try to build this point by point. Anything that says ecosystem and food web disruption at the top is the same concept that I'm going to talk about here. I just wanted to point out that throughout the region, scientists in Canada, the US, the federal, tribal, us and others, state biologists have been studying these changes in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. Some other findings, of course, this first study, invasive mussels have contributed to powerful ecosystem changes in these lower lakes. Everybody's becoming well aware of that. The second point, phosphorus declines due to human-induced reductions, as well as sequestration by mussels, has limited the total phosphorus available in the ecosystem. So phosphorus is important. Farmers, when they use fertilizer for their fields, that contains a lot of phosphorus. In aquatic systems, phosphorus is a limiting factor. So phosphorus can limit the amount of life in an aquatic ecosystem. And that's been reduced by mussels. I would say primarily mussels, but also human-induced reductions like discharges have also happened over the same period. The next study, there's been a large decline in the spring diatom bloom. This is the basis of the food web. The diatom is the really small plankton that feed the zooplankton, and the zooplankton feed young whitefish. Just to point out real quick, I'm sure the fishers know this, maybe not everybody else, but whitefish lay their eggs on reefs. The eggs in the fall, the eggs overwinter, and then they hatch in the spring, and then the young whitefish have a yolk sac, the larvae, and they travel to the beaches, and as they absorb their yolk sac, they begin switching to finding their own food, and that's zooplankton. And in fisheries, that's called the critical period. You're switching from having your food not on your back, but on below your chin to finding your own meals. And if there's not enough zooplankton around for young whitefish, that's can really impact them. The next slide is the loss of diparia, a preferred food item that's well known throughout the lower lakes. There's another study that looked at mysis. This is so whitefish are resilient, and this is a prey that they switch to. This is another freshwater shrimp kind of critter. Mysis levels have dropped as well. One study points to a lack of food for mysis. So again, that productivity for the whole system has been affected. Another point, looking at the spawning shoals, they're inundated with mussels. This is potentially interfering with whitefish production on the shoals. So another study looked at predation, another invasive animal, goby. It's not really understood yet if their predation on young whitefish is a factor. That's something that's being looked at now. And this last part of the slide, there's some asterisks that point to the items I mentioned that are challenges for particularly young whitefish. That's a picture of a whitefish with its yolk sac that keeps it going until it can find zooplankton. So recruitment is really important. That's the next slide here. And this is just kind of it's a really simple thought experiment. It's looking at the biomass from the population models and saying, well, if there was no recruitment and fishing continued at the level it does right now, how long would the populations last? On average, about 11 years. This is really simple, though, And there's probably some, you know, if I really got into the math, there would be some error bars around that. But the idea is, without new up-and-comers, without young fish, the populations can really suffer. So the next slide is looking at fishers other than commercial fishers. Sioux Tribe members harvest about 1 million meals a year, fish, game, and plants. Whitefish is among the top 5 species preferred. If you look at just subsistence fishers, last year 31 Sioux Tribe subsistence fishers harvested about 1,000 pounds of whitefish. If you say a pound is a meal, that's about 1,000 meals. If you add up those subsistence numbers going back to 2001, that's 65,000 pounds. And then 30% of tribal members fish with just their tribal ID cards. So there's other fishers out there as well. Obviously, there's cultural importance in Lake Whitefish to the tribe. I don't know if you wanted to say something about that or not, Robin, but.
We just wanted to like make sure we're talking. We're putting this in the context of the whole tribe, right? Sioux Tribe fishers, Sioux Tribe members, and so we're citing this 2012 survey of tribal membership. So this was license holders, general members across the board, and whitefish was coming out on top as this crucial fish, crucial source of food. As well as when we think about a dickamag is, we have in here like a dickamag is the caribou fish, right? It's like caribou and fish. And that refers to how they swim around in these herds, just like caribou, the whitefish do. And so we need to consider that when we're thinking about our regulations, what guidelines and regulations in terms of commercial fishing, as well as subsistence and making sure that future generations can continue these relationships, to eat whitefish, to for general members to say that I fish for whitefish with my tribal ID. They might not be included in these conversations generally. But and then last, we have Gigo Dodom, right? This fish clan, and that's part of our traditional governance system. And whitefish dickamag is why we're why we're over at Bawating. So just trying to keep that conversation, keep these decision-making conversations in the context of more than just one commercial fishing in and of itself. Go back to you.
So I've just got a couple more slides here.
These are the important ones.
Yeah. I have one on the horizon talking about some positive things. So the Sioux Tribe Lake Whitefish Initiative has 3 different things that we would like to do. 2 of them we're working on right now. The first is to develop hatchery methods to rear whitefish past this bottleneck. That's this point where they're getting stuck and they can't do it on their own out in the lake. The second focus is to reintroduce fish to riverine habitats, or rivers where they were extirpated from a few hundred years ago, just to give them more habitat, help bolster up this resilient fish. The third is improving habitat quality. We don't have funds in place to do that work yet, but we'd like to look into habitat improvements in the river and potentially on reefs in the lake. So I think there's a growing recognition throughout the region among researchers of the severe impact these mussels have had on these 2 Great Lakes. Hopefully, there's a shift away from downplaying mussel effects to actively exploring solutions. I know the Great Lakes Fishery Commission has a science transfer board that's looking at developing materials to communicate this kind of stuff, and I think that's a step in the positive direction. I don't think people have been talking about mussels enough. There's a mussel control team out there that's looking at key spawning reefs in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. They just started last year. They're going to speak to the Conservation Committee in a couple months on their work. But they're looking at the effectiveness, scalability, safety, all these factors in any potential mussel control technologies that they can try to apply.
Mike's got his hand up. Mike?
just quick question, since you brought that who's on that mussel control team? Like, who's it comprised of? And
Yeah, it's a collaborative thing. I know the USGS is on there, probably the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. We have a new fish biologist at Sioux Tribe who focuses on aquatic invasive species. I'd like to start sending her to just the meetings and see what they're doing and get some information. So I don't know all the agencies though. So this last part is what we came here to talk about, HRGs, Harvest Regulation Guidelines. This first one is for Lake Huron, and what this is 10 years of harvest and HRG. The brown line on the bottom is the harvest. These are 2 Lake Huron units. And the blue line on the top is the HRG. And you can see it's the fishery, the tribal biologists have been tracking this downward trajectory of the fishery with the HRG, but usually leaving some room above it. So like, again, these aren't like harvest limits where there's a penalty if we go over. These are meant to sustainably guide effort, and they're developed by the tribe, and they apply to the tribe. If you go forward one more slide, these are HRGs in Lake Michigan. Again, the brown line is the harvest. The blue line is what the HRGs have done. Actually, I didn't point out that last little blue dot is the recommended HRG. There's no harvest below that one. So these units are Badenoch, Manistique, Nobbinway, Beaver Island, Grand Traverse Bay, and Ludington, which don't have Sioux Tribe fishers. And the last part of this slide incorporates Lake Superior, so that's the bottom 3 plots. Again, harvest on bottom, HRG on top. For the most part, on the lower right, that's the Brimley unit. Harvest has been pretty high, and the HRG, from all the biological information, seems like we should reduce fishing there from where it has been in the last few years. I think we had 1 Sioux Tribe fisher in that unit last year, part-time. And the last slide summarizes all the HRGs. So these, if you look from top to bottom and you're thinking about Sioux Tribe fishers, yes, we're in Lake Huron, we're in Badenoch, Manistique, Nobbinway, Beaver Island. GTB, we are not in. Ludington, we're not in. We have fishers in Whitefish Bay for sure, Whitefish Point, which is the Superior unit. I think I said, like I said, 1 in Brimley. So if you look at these columns, the 2024 HRG in blue, that's what it was last year. Right next to that column, recommended HRG change, and that's most of those are percent change in the Superior units where populations are stable and the models seem to be giving us good information. You can see it says model, so it's in a couple of those it's saying we are saying go with the model recommendation in that case. So next to that is the recommended HRGs you get. So you have 2024, the recommended change, the recommended HRG. To the right of that is the average most recent 5-year harvest in those units. So you can see compare that to the recommended HRGs. And next to that is just last year's harvest from 2024. So this is what we presented to the Conservation Committee.
So, yeah, thanks, Jack. That was a good presentation. So the reason we're here is when this was presented to the committee, there were committee members, mostly commercial fishers on the committee that were very concerned about the percentages of the reduction of the HRGs from 2024 for the next year coming up. So it was a robust discussion. Jack made his points. I know Paul and Dave, Larry, they were there, made theirs. The vote was, in the end, it was, they didn't want to, the vote was not to accept this and to have the board of directors approve going with the 2024 numbers, not changing it. That was a 10 to I'm sorry, that was a 6-4 vote. There was 2 absent, so it was 6 yes to send it to you and 4 no. And that's why we're here. Now, I do know there is a couple of commercial fishermen here that I've talked to since that may have had a change of heart. I don't know if they want to speak to it. But, yeah, I mean, you should be able to. You're the one. Can they speak? They can speak to this, can't they?
I will allow it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you guys are welcome to come up.
I mean, so,
Maybe grab a couple more chairs around the
No,
table. Is
you
there an
can have
open
mine.
spot here?
here.
People out in Zoom world need to hear,
Yeah,
right?
the Zoom people need the mic.
All right, I was adamantly opposed to these changes because the numbers are dropping years and years and years and years and years. And we asked a few questions at that meeting that we didn't get the answers for. I made a phone call to a former biologist of ours, and I got an explanation. And it seemed reasonable to me because at that meeting when we had, they didn't know if the state and the feds, what would happen if we overharvested these herd numbers. They didn't have an answer at that time. Well, come to find out the state and feds now, he knows now because I probably had to talk to Ryan. Ryan wasn't there at the time. That they have no effect on this. So I'm okay with it. Also, with these numbers dropping, it's going to bring more light to the Great Lakes. And I'm glad we voted the way we did because I don't know that you would have got this presentation today on all this if these numbers just would have passed right on through. You guys would not have got this presentation, I don't believe. He would have had no reason to come here. The numbers would have just went through the Cora, been voted on, and moved along to up the chain. So I'm very glad we voted the way we did. Now, you guys are well informed on this. And it hits pretty hard because it keeps dropping these numbers and dropping these numbers. If we get a little more effort in there, we're going to hit the numbers. But now that I know this, it's okay because we can work within the tribes if we have to raise these numbers. So I definitely will be changing my vote. I would have changed my vote if I would have had the information at the time. So it's bringing a lot of light to this, and I'm glad you guys are seeing this is what's going on. It's got to go into Washington, and I seen our governor was out there talking with the guy there on the Great Lakes and the problems that we're having. So it's bringing more light, and I'm glad you guys are getting this presentation today. And I'll leave that at that.
So you were previously a no, and now you're
I
a
was
yes?
previously to bring it in front of the board. Now I would say just let the numbers ride, as I said.
Okay.
So, and I'm the one that brought it to the table to have a vote on it. So I initiated the vote.
And if I could just elaborate a little bit on that, when he says that we can change them at any time, paraphrasing maybe.
Right.
So these hergs are not set in stone. The 5 tribes can work, the bios can work together to change these hergs. They're just guidelines. So we can change them really at any time that we think is necessary, as long as we give all the parties a 2 weeks notice. So these are not the same as like when we did lake trout numbers, where those harvest limits are set for 3 years and they're set. And these can be changed by the tribes because these are fully in the tribes' control and the Cora tribes' control. The state and the feds don't get to weigh in that way with these. So I just wanted to make the board aware if you weren't already. So that's what when we talk about we can change these collectively as tribes, that's what we mean. We're not set in stone with these numbers because they're just guidelines and they can be changed more easily.
Right, and
We didn't have that information the other night. It wasn't brought to our attention at that time.
they're in place to protect the fishery. They're in place to protect the resource, and that's, it's a guideline. There's no penalties if you go over, and as you can see, if you look, they're still above the historical harvest, right, Jack? I mean, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting close, but there's no.
And I think these numbers are in place for 3 years, not 1 year.
They're 3 years, yeah.
For 3 years.
But they can be changed, right?
Right. So
Yes.
the recommendation from Jack was a 3-year HERG. So for 25, 26, 27, these were going to be the guidelines. Historically, they've all been an annual thing. Every year we set the HERG. The other harvest limits in the decree are set every 3 years. So in uniformity with that, the guidelines when the bios talked, they recommended doing 3 years. I wasn't at that meeting, so I wasn't able to weigh in at that time, but I've since talked to some of the fishers and some of the staff and Clarence that we can vote to just do 1 year of 25 numbers. We can accept all 3 years. We can go with the committee's recommendation to stick with 2024. There's, legally speaking, those are like the main options. But even if we do 3-year HERGs, if the bios come and say 2026 HERGs need to change in these ways, they need to be more, they need to be less, whatever the case may be, just because if we all agree for these numbers for the next 3 years, doesn't mean we cannot change them. They can be changed. They can even be changed mid-year if for some reason need be. I don't think that's not really how they set it up, but in theory, it could be changed mid-year as long as we give that 2 weeks notice to everyone that we're changing.
Right, we report every 2 weeks too, so they're on top of the harvests.
Okay. I got a couple hands raised. We got Mike, then Kimleen.
Two points. One, I'm glad Paul's here saying that he would change his vote. That way we're not in a position where we're having to pick between the Conservation Committee and
That's why I'm here.
the biologists. But that still only brings it to 5-5, though.
I
And
believe that-
who's,
I
you
believe
think you would have had more? Okay, just wanted to make sure. And it's chair, you probably would have broke the tie if there was a 5-5, so,
I'm not going to comment.
okay, I'll leave it at
I would
that.
always go to protect the resource, let's put it that way. I would
So
always
that being said, I'm glad you came here. I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I know the answer to this. I believe I know the answer to this already. But is there anything in the decree that affords the tribes to challenge the feds on lack of protection to the diet prior issue and the collapse? I mean, I know what we were fighting for. I know that didn't get put in. But is there any mechanism currently in place?
Not explicitly in the decree to like challenge them in that way. It would be, you could loop it to the decree, but it would be basically a conservation type standard where you're arguing you've neglected your trust duties, but it's not explicit in the decree, no.
Is that something Cora is going to be considering, is looking into those challenges? Because NOAA came several years back and gave a similar presentation of the damaging effect of the mussels. And like you said, there's a control team. I'm glad there is one. We're going to be bringing, sounds like there's going to be a more concentrated effort to try to bring this into the public's attention, which has been needed. But I do think that Cora should be revisiting this too, as well, having all the tribes basically express that the dissatisfaction of the federal government not protecting the Great Lakes and allowing the mussels to continue as bad as they have. So I just wanted to put that on the radar and comment on it. So thanks.
And real quick to comment on that, is I've talked to, I think all of the tribal attorneys at the Cora level, and part of their hope, because they all accepted the 3 years as is, was this would allow sufficient harvest guidelines well within our average year catch and the last year's catch, while at the same time helping signal to the state and the feds, like, hey, help us out with the whitefish issues, help us out with the mussels. So yes, we haven't gotten to the nitty gritty yet, Mike, but we are hoping that this in part helps push that discussion forward at the Cora level and eventually to the state and feds. Yeah.
Are you good, Mike? Kimberly?
Was part of your guys' concern with that, right now, this as is, but talking about those licenses that aren't being utilized right now, or there was conversation at one time at this table about changing the amount of licenses. Obviously, the resource is crucial to even having those, but was that one of you guys' concerns, and what are your thoughts moving forward on that?
We are working on it. We actually have had a Zoom meeting yesterday to try to get some language put in place, but we want it off the agenda. It's been a standing item, but it's separate from this. So, I mean, this obviously more effort is going to, cause concern. I mean, the more effort you put out there, the more likelihood you're going to go over your harvest limits at that point. So, we're working on something for the board.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're not going to end up killing our commercial fishing industry as a whole, right? Because if they can't make a living, then
We got a
that's-
plan for that.
Yeah, and one thing, and Robert and I have had talks, we're always trying to find that balance of helping a sustainable ecosystem well into the future, 7 generations and beyond, right? While also at the same time making sure we, as much as possible, can maximize the ability of our fishers who are out there to make a living. It's that fine balancing line that we're always, but we have lots of talks internally. And as Clarence said, we're meeting twice this week, and we'll talk about it again Monday. But the license issue and how much to recommend to the board to open up any of those 7 licenses that we were directed to discuss in conjunction with effort and the hergs and lake trout numbers, and all that is all taken into account. Yeah.
Bridget?
Well, since Kim brought that up, I am not in favor of you guys discussing it anymore. I think that the board should take another poll, because I think that there might not be those numbers to say that we're going to reissue these licenses. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think we're going to find something that's fair. I don't think we're going to do it. I think then we're putting it off on you guys to, you know, to make that decision, because it hasn't been an easy one that we've batted around for 20 years. I just think it's a waste of you guys' time, honestly.
It has been difficult. So,
Lana?
So, and just so I'm clear, if I'm reading this report right, all of this, so we're at 2024 harvest was 893. You're recommending the 1.7 now. So we're under that 1.7. Am I reading those? Okay. All right. I just want to make sure.
750,000 pounds less.
Okay. Yep. 700. So we have not leeway, because if we get up to that 700,000 pounds, then we're at our harvest limits, obviously. So that's that discussion about, and I'm not saying one way or the other, you know, to do it. I was looking for recommendations, but I've been here for that 20 years, and nobody can get to that. So I don't blame you guys at all. It's a hard thing. My only concern is, and you know, nobody called me on this. So Paul didn't call me, so I'm not, you know, I'm not baited in any way. But what I have an issue with is if, because we don't get the avenue to talk to you guys very often, ever, hardly ever. And that's been a problem, because I remember years ago, we went out lobbying, you know, we went out there with our lobbyists, and we were talking about the diet pariah or whatever, and all the money that the feds were giving us, and they were going to, you know, cure this problem for us, and never came to fruition. But getting this information, that's the thing. Paul, you mentioned if you wouldn't have brought it forward and there wasn't this debate there, we wouldn't have got this information. That is, you know, this is good information. I'm glad we had this presentation. I have real stupid questions, but I'll save those for my fisherman friends. You know, I don't know why we can't just harvest those little tiny diet pariah. I mean, that's a real dumb question, but I'll find out the answer later on. So, how are we collecting our data? That's what I would like to know. How are, you know, I know how we did it in the past, I know things like that, but how's the data being collected now to get all this information?
So some of this data comes from the commercial fishery. Rich, our boat captain, spends a lot of time coordinating with fishers, and then we go get a measured part of the catch that goes in there. There's also the reporting data is in here, how much fishers catch that they report. And then there's also fisheries independent data for that Gagoon study I talked about. And then all these other studies, they can be, that I tried to summarize on that one slide, they, you know, some are academic, some are tribal, some are federal.
We still physically go collect the data. We still physically do that, don't we?
But absolutely, yeah, we still physically go and monitor our fishers and measure fish, sometimes at the dock or sometimes at the fish house.
Okay.
Can I add something to that real quick? Because of the cutbacks on the comp time and the overtime, we have no ride-alongs no more. Our technicians do not ride our boats. It's been 3 years. And we're missing a very large part of data of juvenile fish that they're not getting the data. And he'll attest to this because of we don't have the ride-alongs. The techs don't ride our boats no more because there's no comp time, no overtime. So it's hard to send them technicians down to work come on our boats at 4 a.m. in the morning and 5 a.m. in the morning when you're working a 40-hour week, right? So when we lost that comp and we lost that overtime for that staff, we lost all that data from the boat rides, which is a lot, especially when it comes to the juvenile fish that we're talking about, the existence and the stocks. There's nobody there to collect that. I mean, they can go by what we say, but that's not, you can't use that as data, right? We could say we're seeing a few more small fish or whatever, but when these guys are riding our boats, they are collecting that data on site, and it's the best numbers that you're going to get for the data that we need to move this fishery forward. So just keep that in the back of your mind when, if
That's
that.
why I asked the question, because I knew we used to do that in the past. I've been around way too long.
Right.
Yeah, so,
And so the ride-alongs ain't there no more, and we need them. So,
okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
And then, yeah, so, and like I said, I'll save my dumb questions for my fisherman friends on the board. Okay, thank you.
She called me dumb?
Okay, any other questions or comments? Larry, your mic's on.
Oh, sorry.
If I may.
Clarence?
So considering there's been 3 committee members change their votes here, I'm assuming that this does not have to come in front of the board this evening, this issue, or does it?
Tyler, can somebody?
So how does, I mean,
Can
does it?
somebody, can actually, point of information, it's here, can somebody explain the normal process if it wasn't here?
Well, it wouldn't come to the board normally.
Okay,
Normally, it would just, the committee would approve them and it'd go to Cora.
okay,
for that
That's
vote.
what I
So
wanted to know.
The reason it came here
Yeah.
is because there was consternation, some disagreement at the committee level, and that was the motion that was made to bring it here. Normally, it does not come here. So, but it's in front of the board for action. I don't know if you take no action on it, if it just, I mean, that's for this guy right here.
Or you could recommend, if you're feeling one way or another, you could recommend that to the committee. They meet on Monday, and they can then have another vote in time for our Thursday Cora meeting.
So we do that.
Well,
at-
since they voted to send it to the board, we can just motion it back to the committee then, correct?
You
That would
could.
probably be the best way to do it.
I
Because
think so,
if we
yeah.
table it, then there's no vote on it.
I'd
If we
make a
table it,
motion.
I still need the committee to take it up Monday to give me direction to what to do when we're voting at the core level on next Thursday.
So then probably we should just motion it back to the committee. What's the cleanest way to do this?
The cleanest is that agenda review, just state it's being sent back to committee,
Yeah.
the action's not needed tonight.
Yeah.
Bullet.
Oh, I can't leave.
And there was.
Thank you.
There was one other thing that came, that the committee sent to the board, and that was a unanimous vote at the committee level, but it was brought up that, I'm sorry? Larry abstained, that's correct, yeah, I'm sorry. But it was the committee only made the recommendation, it was made very clear, I made it clear, others made it clear, the committee does not have any authority or anything when it comes to spending money, and this will cost money. It was to recommend that the board of directors renew a lease agreement with the Petersons for docking for our commercial fishermen. As far as details go, Larry may have them, I know. But that was the recommendation, was to bring it to the board of directors to consider redoing the lease for 20 years.
Any discussion on that? Larry, go ahead.
Just a quick rundown of what's going on. Petersons are looking to renew a 20-year contract that we previously had with them. They're going to give 5 spots. Little Traverse would be out. They're willing to pull our boats out of the water, willing to store them on their property, willing to push us back into the water. They'll maintain the dock. They'll provide power. It's a 20-year contract for $185,000. They don't want a lump sum. They're asking for $9,250 a year for 20 years. So they can buy the gravel, pay the power bill, things like that. To be fair Sioux Tribe did buy a dock down in 2017, has not been touched to this day. There's 2 boats in there right now because the water's so low that they can't get out. They're laying on bottom. It'll probably take a minimum of $300,000 just to dredge a place, let alone get all the cribbing and everything set up for it. So I guess what we're asking, as I brought it to the committee, is to approve the contract. They're willing to let go the 4 years from 2020 to 2024, and start at 2025 until 45. Thanks.
Bridget.
All right. I guess I had a few questions. One, where the money would be coming from, because the Fisherman Fund doesn't have that money, I don't think. Second, do we pay for other fishermen's mooring? And the third, I guess I was gonna say, personally, we bought that dock and I know that there's issues with it, but I would much rather put money into our own dock, our own asset, than somebody else's. So if it even costs 300 to dredge and we're talking 200,000 for this, I know it's a 20-year agreement, but I think that we should have some more discussion on it, and where is the money coming from?
All right, any other questions, comments? Kim Lee?
Can we get somebody over there to look at that, to see what it would cost to get it to, I mean, we definitely need to be fixing things up so they're usable, but, and I don't know, when is this contract up that we currently have? Or that, is it the tribe that currently has the contract?
The contract was up in 2020. Petersons were good enough to let us stay there for the 4 years. If they decide to kick us out, Wade, you're gone, I'm gone.
Hey, Larry, don't get me mixed up in that.
Well,
Because
you'll
they
be,
never- I know, but they
you'll be
never
part
made
of
a
it.
spot
So,
for me in 2000.
no. So anyway, that's what we got going. He'll be kicked out like me. And if we went to the Sioux Tribe dock, we don't have a dock. Because it's condemned, so to speak, right now.
But can I finish what I wanted to say?
Wade, you can get on the list. We have 3 board members with their hands up first, so Larry can finish his turn. And then we'll have Aaron, Lana, and then Wade can get on the list.
Wait, I think he was just answering me. I wasn't finished.
Well, he can answer once you're all done.
Okay, so with that, I don't know if Peterson's patients are running out or if he's, or, you know, where we're at with that. But I think it would be nice to go in and see, have that assessed. And I don't know what you guys have over there for companies that do dredging and work on those kinds of things, but to see, to try to balance that out, right? To make it make sense, because clearly, if we can have our own where you guys could park, then that would work. If that's not going to work, what does that look like? I think it should be further discussion. I don't know what kind of, clearly 2020 was a long time ago, but is there a thumb on you guys now?
I wouldn't say they're pressuring us to get out of there, but they are doing all the maintenance on the dock. It's cost them quite a bit of money with their power
Absolutely.
and everything. I mean, they got their equipment, they're using their dozers, using their backhoes. They ran the power lines. So, yeah, I mean, there's an expense there.
And I personally would maybe like to sit maybe at the next Conservation Committee meeting, but kind of look at where everybody's parking. What's going on, right? And how do we make that fair? Where's everybody not in all worlds is it fair, but we have, you know, how many fishermen, where is everybody parking? What do we have available for them, and how is that working? I'd like to have that conversation as well. So that's all.
Okay. Aaron, then Lana.
So So, all right, so, we knew this was coming, and the tribe, looked to both Epufat and also I think it was the semen stock, no pun intended. And we acquired both, and those are still in the process of development, but, if you ask the Fishers, they would prioritize continuing a relationship with the Peterson dock. So I'm wondering if it has to be 20 years, could it be 10 years? I don't know if there's gonna be any money coming. I don't have a lot of hope there's any money coming under this administration for treaty rights. There's already been proposals to cut treaty rights implementation dollars that we have been successful in turning around. But I don't think I thought there might have been some access dollars as a result of the decree. I don't know if there was anything that came to sweeten that, like they said at the beginning, but we do need to have access, and that is a priority. The Fisherman's Fund is pretty much depleted. My question is whether or not some of the revenue replacement that we converted before December 31st could be further converted to help cover the cost of this. But I'm wondering, again, what was the amount per year that you said, Larry?
$9,250 a year.
So that's reasonable, I think, but I'd like to see if we could get an agreement for 10 years as we pursue further developing our own docks and looking for additional resources for access.
And I can go back and talk to them. I'm sure they would work with us.
All right, Lana?
Yeah, well, I live the whole EPO-FET construction, and that's 15 years in the making, and it's still not complete. So, you know, I wouldn't hold any kind of hand on our thigh about, you know, getting something up and running for the fishermen that are in the need of this service right now, because I guess that's going to be my next question. What would we have in place of this if we didn't? Because it's surely not developing an access site that we have, because it's taken forever with EPO-FET. So, what is the plan? Is there any plan for the dock that we're speaking of in order to get any kind of access site for them now? And if there's not, that's something I have to consider. You know, we should all consider that. You know, if we're going to take it away, where are they going to go? And certainly if our tribe doesn't have a plan moving forward, then what's the alternative for these guys? So, can anybody answer that? I don't know the answer.
I don't have a full answer for that, Lana.
Okay.
I know originally, because just from looking back in some of Schlehuber's old files from previous years, that the plan initially was we had this property, we were going to get it ready, a working dock for our guys, and we would get, you know, quote, out from under this contract. We wouldn't need this contract, and then if people wanted to still use the Peterson dock, they were free to negotiate directly with the Petersons for that dock, and the tribe would have its own spot that people could, we would develop a way that they could put their boat there. As far as current plans of getting that property ready, I don't know. Maybe Christine would know, but I don't know how much money or how long it would take.
The answer is no, there's none.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Probably
Is the
none.
answer, other than what you just said, and that's no, and that's fine. Is there any plan actually even being talked about a little bit? If the answer is no, the answer is no. Just say it. Okay, no. So, yeah. Okay, so that's something that we needed to know. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Wade, come on up. You do need to speak into the mic because we have people on Zoom. So you got to turn it on, hit the button. Got to hold.
There you go. See, when you did the 2000 agreement, you'd made 5 slips up there. I was a gill netter. I didn't take the conversion, so they didn't make a spot for me there. But the good thing was, Benny and Joey were good enough to let me lay there for the last 25 years now, going on 25 years. So they are good people. But the other dock on the other end of town, why it didn't get approached right away was because the simple reason we didn't want to use the funding from the Ludington power plant down there. They got money set aside for the tribes at first, and then the state ended up somehow weaseling their way in there and getting at that money. Because they were sucking up fish up through their thing, sucking through them. So when power was high, they'd send it back down. But they had 200-foot entries in for the power plant was sucking up fish. So they ended up getting this funding. But they put the funding all over because we weren't using it. That's why most of the tribes, how they got their docks, was through that system. But when it comes down to Fairport, we do need a dock because it's the only spot there is where there's any water where you can actually get into it. Even the trap boats, if they start getting any kind of fish or starting to load their boats heavy, they're going to have a hard time. I had to pull 6,000 pounds of weight out of my boat to be able to get in that dock. So it's just a state of fact. It's just it's all show water where we're at now. The water's dropped, and some of the docks is almost right to the end of them, where there's no water left there no more. So.
Okay, well, it is 4:04 p.m. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and move into our next agenda item, which is tasks to move forward with and any agenda review. And we can further discuss this as needed during the agenda review process.
Yeah, and I guess all we'd be asking for tonight is maybe some direction on if there's one or more than one areas you want us to explore if we can come back to you, that's also an option too.
It sounds like we're in need of a plan, for one. We need an actual cost and then an idea of what a contract would look like.
Right, so
that's what I've heard so far.
Right, maybe that's the direction that the board can give. Sorry, you just get the plan. What's the cost for fixing our property? What's the cost for the contract, and have all the numbers for you guys.
Yep. All right, thank you guys. We'll take a quick break. Come back at 4:10. We'll finish out our agenda with tasks and any agenda review we need.
way back to our seats. We'll go ahead and get started in just a second or two. All right, guys, first up, apologies for showing up late. Had some medical issues. I want to start off with tasks assigned. Lana, can you cover that, please?
Okay, so you gave me direction to go ahead and schedule the key employee list topic to an agenda. I don't know who else you want to invite to that particular discussion. So I will need to know that. It is scheduled for May 6th. That was the soonest workshop I could get that topic on. You were looking at potentially adding more people back, so any input on that? Do we want the executives there? Do we want, who do you want at that discussion? For the key employees? Your discussion related to whether or not you're going to add people back to it or not?
So just a suggestion, I would recommend having Christine McPherson, Jessica Dunback, because there's quite a few positions that might fall within their chain of command already. So
Okay.
I think having them there to provide feedback would be helpful.
Okay, what about Alan for general managers potentially?
So does anyone object to having all the key employees there for that conversation? Okay, so without objection, that's
Okay.
what we'll do then.
Yep. Mike Day is scheduled for next Tuesday regarding the IT segregation topic. So he is working with everybody to get that together for next week. We talked last week and you wanted to wait until everybody was here. Novi Detroit area meeting. I know somebody else just gave another recommendation this morning, so I'm going to let them talk about that. But last week we had talked about condensing it into a one-day event where we have a shortened workshop, start the board meeting at 3, and then have the community meeting the same night at 6. So we're only there for 2 nights versus 3 nights. Reduces cost, but it's your call. We just want to start planning.
Bridget?
Okay, I'll say what I said before. I think it should just be a Q&A. Then all of our staff doesn't need to be there. We don't have all those costs. Just do a one-day Q&A, and hey, maybe we go to Grand Rapids one time. Maybe we go to Lansing, whatever. But I think it doesn't have to necessarily be a meeting. I think we could have, because meetings are prohibitive anyways. They get 5 minutes. We don't give them an answer back. Just a Q&A that we can actually have good conversation. I think we should go that route.
Okay, Kim?
So I also echo not going to Novi. I mean, going to some place like Grand Rapids, instead of just, going to Novi again, because we did go last year. Move around every year. As for having a meeting, I agree with Bridget. Unless there's absolutely something that we would need to get passed at that point, like an emergency basis or something. Q&A is great. That's pretty much what we had in Novi last year when we did our community member. It was great. We were able to sit there and actually converse with members. I think that we need to do that again, whatever location we decide. And I also don't think that we need to be down there for a couple of days because of the expense.
Okay, anybody else? Lana?
Yeah, in the past, when we had, because once in a while we had things, question and answer or input sessions down there. And I know that we talked about having our lobbyist from Lansing come up with us. In the past, we would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If we had something down there, we could have a presentation by our lobbyist, go through that. That's something that this recent board hasn't had collectively. We haven't all met with our lobbyists and talked even the process of what they do down there. So I think us going down there, meeting with them, talking with them about the issues that we have, having an introduction, as well as having that maybe down in Lansing would be an opportunity. And I do agree with Kim, and I think the other Bridget and Kim also said it. We had it in Novi. Let's have it somewhere else, because Grand Rapids, but the Lansing area would give us an opportunity to meet with our lobbyists, and has that been rescheduled? It was taken off because of the cyber attack?
Are you talking Bellwether?
Yes.
Um,
I'm talking about Ron Corey and those guys. They were going to come up here.
Martin Waymeyer is who I scheduled. I've never heard,
Okay.
nobody's asked me to
Oh,
do any of that.
And that could be me, Lana. I
Okay.
could be mistaken. But I think that's, again, I'll back up what I said. I think it's important, even the Ron Coreys of the world that we have contracted with, to go down there and have a question and answer with even them, and introduction, because I'm sure there's maybe some board members that have never even seen their face, and if they could pick up the phone and talk to them about the issues that they're dealing with for us and what we can do to help, and have that one-on-one, that's important. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, so we have a meeting on July 15th already scheduled for Detroit. So are we talking about changing that?
Yes.
So Aaron, a couple people mentioned changing that, that's correct, but until they amend the board schedule, that meeting is still scheduled in Novi.
So I wouldn't have a problem changing the location to Lansing or Grand Rapids. Lansing's probably the best choice just because it's more centrally located to Detroit, to Grand Rapids, to the people that live in Lansing, Okemos, DeWitt, all of those communities. And I think that I hear the concern about having it be a meeting or a Q&A rather than just a meeting. And I think we could accommodate that just by either moving the action items up or afterwards, because you do membership issues before the meeting anyway. So that could be like you could just maybe start at 5 and do that 5 to 7 and then start the meeting at 7. And people could leave if they want, if they don't want to stick around for a boring meeting. And that way we could kill two birds with one stone. Because last time it was a little overkill with doing it 2 days. Although we had a huge turnout, we had a turnout for both sessions that we don't get anywhere in the UP.
Okay, anyone else? So right now the board schedule states that we have a board meeting in Novi, so unless that changes, that's where it's at. So right now the question is, how are we gonna handle it? So I was at both days last year. I know most of the board wasn't, but they were fantastically attended. In fact, more people attended the Novi meeting from our membership than any other meeting than we had last year. So it's pretty important to those people. And if you tally up the membership around the greater Detroit area, you have more Sioux Tribe members there in certain units. So I think it is a good spot to have it. I think we have a good system in place down there, and I think Lana can iron out a lot of the kinks as well. So the question right now is, do we want to do it over 2 days or 1 day? Yes. So let's do a poll. I would just ask the board 2 day or 1 day, and then we'll know.
Okay, so let me do this. 1, 2. Okay. Larry, 1 or 2 days?
2.
Lana?
I don't care.
Aaron?
Who?
Sean?
2.
Michael?
1.
Rob?
1.
Bridget?
1.
Tyler?
2.
Kim Gravel?
1.
Kimberly Lee?
2.
Kim Hampton?
1.
Isaac's not here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1 days, and 1 either.
All right.
1.
So that's 6 1 days.
It don't matter to me.
Well,
I'll
she
shut up.
didn't. I don't know. How do you guys want to do this? Tell me 1 day, 2 days. I
Well,
need to plan.
Point of information, Austin. I know we just took that poll, but are we going to take into consideration the comments we just made about the location?
The schedule you approved
So it's-
says July
Yep,
15th,
yep.
So it's-
Detroit to be
So it's already
determined.
been approved, so if you want to consider changing it, you have to have something on the agenda to amend the board calendar. There's nothing on the calendar to do that.
Okay, and that would probably, and can I just speak then? That would probably entice me to make a 2-day if my thoughts were taken into consideration going to Lansing and us changing that Novi meeting and meeting with our lobbyists to talk about the key issues, because then it could be a 2-day and we could meet with the membership, have a board meeting and meet with our lobbyists. And, because we're going to pay thousands of dollars for staff and board members to go down there. So that's just my input.
Okay. So, Kim, do you mind if I respond to that? So you have to amend the board calendar. So we don't have anything on the agenda that allows us to do that, so it's a moot point. Regarding meeting with our state lobbyists, next week the Michigan Political Leadership Dinner is taking place. Ron Corey will be there along with a lot of different state reps and state senators. So the Sioux Tribe is a platinum sponsor of that. We spend $10,000 for a table. You're all welcome. Ron will be there. So if you guys want to meet with them, that's your opportunity. Kim?
I just want to say, we had a meeting in Lansing, I'm going to say 10 years ago, and it was well attended. So that is a good spot. Aaron was there, right, and there was at least 100 or more people who attended that.
All right, so we did the poll, so it'll be a one-day event down there. Any more discussion on this? Okay, so Tyler, did you have your hand up? Okay.
So yeah, I like discussion. I mean, Lana didn't vote, and like the thought of it is, what is their setup going to be then? Because if it's a one-day event, we're just going to cram everything in as a board meeting and a community event, because that, you know, I don't know. It doesn't seem efficient use of our time that way either. I don't know. I'm a little confused now because we voted on 1 or 2 days. It was 5 and 5, and Lana didn't care. So I think we should really talk about the structure. You know, I think last year it worked really well because it was well attended on both days. One day was business, and the next day was basically a Q&A section with the community. And as you all are aware, like after a full day of business meetings, like the board gets, you know, people get pretty tired, they get anxious, you know, and it may not be as well received having, you know, I don't know, I'm just a little concerned about that format. You know, if it was just a general Q&A session, it would be one thing, but I think having a board meeting and a Q&A session, it allows our at-large membership an opportunity to participate in their government. So that's why I was supporting the 2-day structure, but I don't know. I know that Lana needs to get planning it, so I just, you know, I'll step back. I'll do whatever you guys approve. You know, I just think we owe it to the community.
Bridget?
Okay, so actually we can do something tonight because it takes 9 of us to add something to the agenda. If we really came to that conclusion that we supported it, we could add it tonight. We keep saying that there was a great attendance, and I'm sure that there was because we're not down there. But the other thing is we sent out postcards targeting people, which we don't send postcards in the units to people. I still think it should be a Q&A. We don't bring staff. If we're talking legislative, then we bring Mike, or maybe just bring a couple staff. But I think that members can see their government in action on Zoom from anywhere in the world. So to say we have to have an actual meeting and have all these extra expenses and drag staff with us, I think that would cut down on a lot of costs. So if we wanted to go to Lansing, bring in Mike McCoy set up to meet with Ron Corey and them and just do a Q&A, we could accomplish, I'm sure, most of that in one day down there. And are we going to send out postcards? That was a good chunk of change too.
Okay, so we did the poll. Lana switched her answer, so do you want it 1 or 2?
Well, I just want to be effective, and I do agree we could go down there and have a question and answer. And if Bridget wants to put on the agenda tonight that we switch it to Lansing, you know, because that's what collectively the people that have spoken that they wanted in a different location.
Okay, so let's do the poll again since we had the person change their answer. So no changing your answer this time, 1 or 2. And if you guys want to change the location, you guys just have to figure out whether or not you guys have the support to waive the rules. Rob?
I just think we probably have to come to a decision of the format we're using, because it sounds like some people are going to base their decision whether they want 1 or 2 days on how we're conducting. Are we conducting a meeting? Are we doing a Q&A? So I would think that we'd need to come to that conclusion first, because it sounds like some people would change whether they want to be there 1 or 2 days based on that decision.
Okay, I still gotta give Lana the direction that she needs though, guys, and right now we have an upcoming meeting in Detroit. Until that changes, that's what I'm gonna assume that we're having, so let's do the poll, 1 or 2 days.
Kim Lee.
I'm going to abstain because I have a question.
Lana.
I guess I don't want to make a mockery of this, but I don't understand what we're going to even do if we're going to, yeah, like Rob said, I don't know what the intent is going to be.
Can we do a poll by location to start?
Okay, we can do that, but I guess I'm just a little bit confused why the board approved to have a meeting in Novi when they're just going to change their mind. So Lana's trying to get direction of whether or not we need to be there 1 or 2 days. What do you guys want to pull on? Whether or not you want to amend the calendar tonight to change it to a different location?
If we all agree, we can do that.
Okay, so let's do a poll whether or not we want to change the location, and then I assume that we'll have to figure out what that location is going to be. So yes would be change the location from Novi to some other place, I guess.
Well, how about if you go through everyone and just say Detroit, Lansing, or Grand Rapids, or something like that?
Yeah.
You want to do that?
Okay.
Let's do that then.
Well, we'll get the location and then.
No, we're doing a poll whether somebody wants Detroit, Lansing, or Grand Rapids, then we'll worry about the number of days.
The question is based on.
So I'm going to ask. Yes, I am. Okay, so 2 days, I could think we should consider maybe doing 1 day in different spots at different times. I truly think that we could be in Grand Rapids once and in Lansing once. So I don't think that that should limit us to just being in one spot. The state's big, so that's my thought. So that doesn't really answer that. It opens up a whole different conversation, but there's members all over, so that's all.
Okay, am I polling?
Yeah, let's do a poll.
Okay, so we're going Detroit, Grand Rapids, or Lansing. Kim Hampton.
Lansing.
Kim Gravel. Okay. Aaron Paymont.
We didn't hear you. He said Lansing.
Okay. Michael.
Lansing.
Rob. Lansing. Larry.
Lansing.
He's not here. Kim Lee.
Lansing.
Lansing? Okay. Bridget.
Lansing.
Sean. Tyler.
Sure, Lansing.
Lana.
Lansing.
Okay, everybody said Lansing, so we're going to Lansing.
Okay, so next poll, 1 or 2 day event based on the format that you described.
So that would be have Mike McCoy come, have him set up meetings for you guys.
Then that would also justify whether we have 1 or 2 days.
No, but that was the board.
Yeah.
It currently is a board meeting.
So it's a board meeting.
Okay. So 1 or 2 days?
Yep, 1 or 2
Okay.
days. So just say 1 day or 2 day there in the poll.
Kim Lee. Lana.
2.
Sean. 2. Michael.
1.
Rob. 1. Bridget.
1.
Tyler.
2.
Larry.
2.
Aaron. Kim Gravel. If we have 2 days. Kim Hampton.
2.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 2 days, 4 1 days. So you just have to change the location. The calendar actually says Detroit area / to be determined. So I don't know if you have to change it.
Oh, I have a question.
Can
Okay,
you,
Bridget, then Aaron.
Lana, can you maybe see about the Radisson as soon as possible to see if we can just go right there?
It's a double tree now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I will do that tomorrow morning.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
Is it gonna be the 14th and 15th or 15th and 16th? That's question number 1. Question number 2 is, do we have 9 votes to suspend to add it to the agenda tonight?
So, does anyone oppose to it being added tonight?
But do we have to?
Point of information, I thought Lana just stated that it said Detroit area.
It says Detroit area
To
/
be
to be determined, TBD, is what you approved on the
Determine
calendar.
Lansing.
Exactly. So we don't need a vote.
Yeah.
You should probably do that because you already announced that it was going to be in Detroit, and Lansing's about an hour from Detroit, so it's not technically in the Detroit area. So I would recommend waiving the rules for tonight.
And it's April, May, June, July. I think we probably have just enough time to get a venue and to get lodging. So we need to get working on that. So if we are gonna move it, and then announce it, so people have time to see that in advance too. So did anybody oppose adding it tonight?
So let me ask that again. Does anyone oppose to adding this to tonight's agenda? So I don't see anyone opposing it, so we'll add board calendar to new business. And I'll ask that question again, obviously, when the meeting starts. Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Not for me.
Okay, so let's jump into agenda review.
We did it, the meeting the 15th, and then the day after was when we did the community stuff.
Okay, so Lana, you can check out the dates and then you can
Okay.
run them by the board.
Yes,
Yeah, we
I'll
have
do that
15 minutes to
and
cover
have it for
agenda
next
review.
week.
Okay, so the item that we're on right now is agenda review. We've covered a lot of these resolutions already. Some of them we haven't. The first one is NAGPRA Appointment Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act.
Emma Donmeyer, I thought logged in, if not, Jess for the NAGPRA appointment.
Jess, could you cover this for us, please?
Did you want Jessica to talk about that, or did you want me to talk about it?
You, Emma, I didn't see you on Zoom, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So this resolution will reaffirm myself as the NAGPRA designee and Cecil Pavlot Sr. as our NAGPRA alternate. I currently serve as the Repatriation and Historic Preservation Specialist 1, and I served in that position as interim for the past year. And Cecil currently serves as our NAGPRA alternate, and that's a role that he has served either as a designee or alternate since 1999.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on this, guys? Okay, thank you, Emma, appreciate it. Okay, the next resolution that we'll cover is authorization to enter into contract with Bulletproof IT Security Services. Christine? Oh, sorry. Dan?
Her name was on the sponsor sheet, that's why it says on there.
Okay, Dan Dumas, are you online right now? I don't see him, Christine. Could you cover it, please?
Okay, I'll cover. I'm here on behalf of IT Security, and we had put out, under the advisement of the Cybersecurity Task Force and and also Mike Day, who's a consultant, and he's currently in Gaylord. It has no internet, so he couldn't get on, so he sends his apologies. He and Dan did, met with the Executive Steering Committee, myself, Alan, Mike, Bob, Health, James, all together about the RFP. When the bids came in, we had two bidders, one from Bulletproof and one for World Wide Web. And they went through, and I just handed to the board their written recommendation and also the side-by-side by the RFP pricing quotes. So Bulletproof bid $50,310, and Worldwide Technology bid $125,805. What this is for is to look at our systems and look at any type of chances for any potential cybersecurity incidents from at this point on. So they will come in and they're going to check all of our systems as it sits today. They will provide the board with a written report from that, and then also a remediation plan. So I'll just leave it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, Christine. Any questions, comments on this resolution? Lana?
And I know that we have, weaknesses in our security, that's obvious. But my question is, I know that we've steered down the road of hiring outside our tribe to do certain things and their expertise, but what I want answered, or, before I vote on this, because I know in the past, we have expertise that we hire within our tribe internally. And there's nobody, we're saying that there's nobody internally that can do this systems check for us.
No, we do not have that.
But we have a cybersecurity director.
Yes. So this is to check that department's work from an outside view. And this is a normal process that most companies bring in, someone to do this for a lot of large companies. So you don't want, you want someone from the outside checking the hen house. You want someone to double check it and then point that out. That's what this will do.
Okay.
And so we do have, like, the National Gaming Association has come in and they'll check Quaden. And I think we've had a couple of these tests years in the past, but it hasn't been done. And normally, I think Aaron would know, it's like every 2 years they recommend for just good practice that we do this. And it's always been that Sioux Tribe, with the cost of everything, we have not done it. So
do we have any, when you guys talk with them and you created the RFP, is there initially any kind of monetary amount put to this? No.
Any what?
After any kind of what the ballpark is going to be? None?
We don't.
Okay. So when's the last time we had one? That's my last question.
I think the last one that was done was probably in 2000 or something.
25 years ago.
She asked when the last one outside.
I wonder if we followed it. Okay.
Kim Lee?
So I guess with getting this assessment, what guarantees do we have, right? We get assessments done and then we don't follow through and then there's no guarantees. So what are our guarantees if we were to go ahead with this? This is part of our being prepared for the cyber attack and knowing and looking at the risk. The guarantee would be whoever is hired as the CIO would need to implement it out. Okay, so based on their assessment that they do, that doesn't come with any guarantee that if we do, but they say that this can't happen again. So I almost think, is it worth waiting for the CIO to see what they
I think this
recommend?
is, Aaron, do you want to speak to it?
can't give a lot of detail in open session on this one, but some of the information coming out of this particular study is stuff we're going to need for the class action lawsuit. It's something we simply need to have done now.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next resolution is to set timeline and meeting dates for Sioux Tribe Constitutional Amendment Review. Aaron or Kim Hampton, if you guys want to speak on it.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to vote on it, but because we haven't picked alternate dates, I just want us to get back on track. If we're good to just have Lana project up a schedule for the next couple of months, I'm fine with that. It shouldn't have to take a vote. I have brought it to the last couple of meetings, but it hasn't been, for whatever reason, we've closed the meeting before I've been able to raise it. So I'm good to do it either way. I just want to not lose sight of, that big project we were working on. And I know that we got maligned because of the cyber attack. This came up at the meeting last night, the Unit 1 meeting, and I explained that, we had good reason why everything's been delayed, but I get a commitment. And whatever day, it doesn't have to be Monday. I know that there was some conflict with some staff on a Monday, so I'm good with whatever day. I just want to get a regular time when we can get back to it, that's all.
Okay, so Lana told me that she can give you guys a draft of the proposed workshop dates if we want to take it off the agenda, but doesn't matter to me. Is anyone opposed to going that route?
It would be non-workshop days. It'd be non-Tuesdays. Yeah.
So Lana's saying it would be non-Tuesdays, Aaron. You okay with that?
I'm fine with it. How about you, Kim?
As long as we know that we are going to get them scheduled, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then, we'll take that off the agenda then. All right, so the following, all right, so now let's cover enterprise reporting. Rob, you and I put this on if you want to talk about it, that's fine. It's enterprise reporting, so basically when businesses lose money that we report that information to our membership.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty self-explanatory. I think that members have a right to know where the money is going, where this is their money, it's not the board's money. And when we're looking to make tough decisions on closing things, it's important that the membership has all of the information available to them while we're making the decisions. And not just for decision-making purposes, for transparency purposes. All members have the right to know when we're losing money.
Okay, anyone else on this one? Okay, good, Mike.
I guess if we're going to be doing it for transparency's sake, I do think that you have on here operating at a loss. I think if we're going to do a transparency reso, and I think we should have it for all. I like just a health check of all of our tribal businesses. And then it does say on here for the purpose of publication, so it's going to be a more watered down, so it won't have any proprietary stuff on there anyways. So those were my only two concerns, but I do think it should be for all of our businesses.
Okay, Rob.
I agree, but I think we need to be careful with that, and I think we need to work with our EDC and legal to make sure that we're not revealing operational costs. I mean, I definitely want all the members to know when we're losing money, that's their right, but I also don't, I want to be careful not to let the general public know when we're killing it in a business either, because right when they know that we're raking in, they're going to start digging in and trying to mimic what we do. So I think we need to be careful not to release information that allows our competitors to compete better with us. I think that we run the risk of sacrificing competitive edge in businesses that we're doing really well in. So we need maybe a format where members can see generalized numbers, but I think we need to be careful when we're doing really, really well in something to not reveal our operational secrets.
Okay, Tyler?
So that doesn't really make sense to me because it's proprietary information, whether it's losing or making money. And yes, we want I think after something closes, we can be transparent with it because we're not planning on reopening something. So opening the books is fine there. But what if something operationally has a bad month? We just run our businesses through the mud and give our financials out to the general public? Because if they're published, the public would know about it, whether it's making money or losing money. And that's proprietary business information. It doesn't make us look good when we do things like that. I think I don't know, what do you guys, Dan, Aaron, what do you guys think? You know, like, Dan, you're running these things, and Aaron, you're on the legal aspect.
If you do move forward with this, I tend to agree with not publishing too much information. You use it for strategies, trends. I understand the transparency aspect of it. So if you do move forward with publishing information, we do an annual report in September. We publish this consolidated. That would be what you do. If you want to do some historical catch-up, we can determine that and, you know, have that discussion more open and closed session with Aaron, yourselves, and I. But publishing financials monthly shows business trends. I could look at a business's financials monthly and use that to make strategies or, you know, if it was in the same industry. So I would caution that. And then it's reactive, and then how much time is that taking explaining them monthly as opposed to annually? You have a full year, it's an annual picture. We do already publish the full Tribals financials in that annual report, and there is a consolidated enterprise. The budget annual wrap-up is published in that as well. What you're talking is about breaking out a detail, whether that be profit-producing business or a business operating at a loss. So I would caution about a monthly. I would definitely caution anything more than we're giving as far as detail. I guess that would be up to the board, but I tend to agree with the proprietary and business strategy. But if it was to move forward, that it would be an annual type of scenario after audit. That would be my caution on that one.
Okay, Lana, and then as a reminder, you guys, we got 3 minutes before the meeting opens.
Yeah, well, I'll probably take up the 3 minutes because I'm glad that you said that, Dan, because we do a consolidated annual report. And I was going to ask Bob to talk about whether that information out there could be tweaked a little bit too. So if there is something that can be put in there, because I'm all about transparency too, especially the fact that our narrative is sometimes put out there that's false. So I'm on the fence with this because I want our actual numbers to be out there, because if not, there is a narrative political aspect to it. But I also understand the proprietary of it. So your answer is you don't think it should be out there, because that was kind of, I mean, you're the EDC guy. You think it should be out there or not?
If it is, I would recommend on an annual basis. I think any more than that
Like we already do.
That would cause disruption, I think, in operations and so forth.
Not to mention, we live in a cyber world. I mean, if a staff member is doing bad one month and they do really good the next month we're not going to say, oh, they did really good. We're going to focus on that one time they did really bad.
Yeah.
So I think this is nothing more than, I'll leave it at that. I think that Bob should comment, though, on if the annual reporting process that we have in place for the membership is sufficient. And if it's not, let's make changes to that. That's what I think.
I would have an issue with the fact that these would be unaudited numbers at that point, and we don't approve or release our numbers except for annually. The other issue I would have is that we also have seasonal businesses, so one month could look better than the next month, depending on what season it is. So, I mean, we don't release our information until we release our final audit at the end of the year.
Okay, guys, we have 1 more minute until the meeting opens up, so we're on break for a minute.
You want to
able to reach an agreement with the insurance company that is going to provide, hopefully, coverage for the recent cyber attack. We are going to be using a law firm called Baker that specializes in cyber defense and class action lawsuits, and we're going to be using Butzel. So both law firms are going to represent the tribe. Both are going to be covered by the carrier. Butzel will be assisting in anything related to federal Indian law, and Baker will take over the core cyber class action. You have in front of you one resolution with 2 engagement letters on back.
Okay, any questions or comments on that, guys? All right, let's call the meeting to order. It is 5 o'clock. We'll start with roll call, please.
We gotta get out of the workshop, get into the meeting, switch everything over really
Okay.
quick.
All right, let's switch things over and then we'll go ahead and get started. And call the regular scheduled meeting to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Michael McCurchy. Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Sean Borowitz. Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie. He did advise he'd be absent. Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel. Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Okay, so without objection.
Excuse Isaac.
Okay,
Second.
You beat me to it, Aaron. So any objections to excusing Isaac from today's meeting? Okay, so hearing no objection, his absence will be excused. I'd also like to know whether or not the board would be willing to waive rules to add the following items to the agenda. So under new business, it would be board calendar, and under resolutions, there's a request to add approving contract Baker and Hostler LLP and Butzel Long. Any objection there, guys? Nope. Okay, hearing no objection, the agenda will add those. So let's go to approve the agenda. So on tonight's agenda, we have invocation, we have membership participation, we have minutes from 4/1 of 25, and we have the following resolutions. We have ACFS staffing, FY25 budget, and ICWA subpart 4B FY25 budget modification. We have powwows, FY25 budget. We have general powwow, FY25 budget. We have cultural camp, FY25 budget. We have accept of 2024 Kuwaitan Casino audit. We have accept of 2024 Kuwaitan Gaming Authority audit. We have NAGRA appointment. We have authorized contract with Bulletproof IT Security. We have enterprise reporting. We have Tanglewood Marsh Golf Course enclosure. We have land utilization for food sovereignty. We have approving contract Baker and Butzelong. And under new business, we have committee appointments. We have disenrollment / honorary membership. We have board calendar and board concerns. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Okay, motion by Kim Hampton.
Support.
Support by Larry. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to our first item, which is invocation.
He is right there, coming up to the podium.
We'll pause for a minute. There we go. We'd just like to, I would like to thank the Creator for this beautiful day. Even though it kind of, everybody thinks it's kind of nasty today, this is a day that the Creator wants us to have. So you have to look at this as a good day because we're able to enjoy it. We enjoy it. That lovely note and that nice wind out there and that snow. It's something that the Creator wants us to have, so we have to accept it and be happy with it. I asked those spirits from those 4 directions to come here to this meeting tonight, and that everybody who is attending this and everybody who participates will have an open heart and an open mind and be respectful of each other. Remember those 7 grandfathers during this meeting. We ask the Creator just to watch over us, watch over the people who had to travel and who are going to be traveling back home after our meeting, that they have safe travels. So once again, please just have an open heart, open mind, be respectful of each other. It's very important. Chimigwech, 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 and chimigwech.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Next item on our agenda is membership participation. So if members want to speak to the board of directors, it's your opportunity to do so. If you guys do, we have Clarence in the back, our member liaison. He has forms. You have to fill them out. For time reasons, we give each member 5 minutes. And for accuracy reasons, we typically don't answer questions from the board or from you guys at this table. A lot of times it takes us getting information from staff, and we want to give you guys good information. So, oh, it's Mary. Sorry, Mary. That Clarence was covering things today. So, yeah, Mary General, right back there, guys. All right, so let's get started with Kelly Hattinger.
So the first thing that I was wondering is, about a year ago, my family we talked to the Elder Division, and we talked to several board members about the end-of-life policy. And I know that maybe in the Sioux, it's set up great, but in the outlying areas, I think you need to take a look at it. Our family went through pure hell when my dad died. We couldn't get hospice. He couldn't get what he needed. We had to take him to the local hospital downtown. So I think you need to make sure that we're taking care of our elders in the outer areas also. The other thing I wanted to ask, I'm asking Kim. You brought up the cemetery. A few years ago, my dad took me for a ride to all the tribal cemeteries. Did you get the woods around the cemetery too? Because there's people buried in there. Okay, another thing, I got a question about the fitness center. So I know our fitness center, our emergency center, was funded differently than like the Sioux and St. Ignace because we're ARPA funds. Or that's what I'm asking, if I can get a response to, was that ARPA funding, so it would be different than the Sioux and St. Ignace? Because if it's ARPA funding, and the grant was written for tribal households, will you charge us for our households, like our spouses or non-native children in our households? If that is decided, would you let us know, please? Or maybe you're gonna tomorrow. Okay. Another thing is, we all had this huge power outage around us. Maybe next time, you know, Larry made the comment that our fitness center and emergency center wasn't open yet, but couldn't we open our community rooms and then use the bathrooms and have food and water, at least something for them? Because we had a lot of people out of town without power for days. And I just think maybe we could think about that. I mean, now it's not going to be a problem because we're going to have an emergency shelter. But then will staff be there if our power's out?
Okay, thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. All right, next up, Wade.
My my first question is where are we with the court on going to court to the Supreme Court? Are we going to go, or are we just going to let this die with the fishery?
Okay, we're appealing to the Supreme
Oh,
Court.
yeah, okay.
We can give you all the answers though after we're done with everything. Wade, okay?
And okay, my next question is, from 2000 agreement to 2024, we go to these courts and they keep on harping on about this over harvesting. Why don't we put it to bed and put how many fish we didn't harvest? You know, we got a lot of fish we didn't even harvest, but we keep getting blamed for over harvesting. It makes no sense when we're going to court why these judges ain't being put, you know, in their place a little bit, that we are not over harvesting. My next thing is, in 2000, the whole agreement was over lake trouts are the primary focus. The problem is now, after when we're 23 now, we got over 50 years in this now. I don't understand why we have agreements anymore. When is the children be able going to walk on their own? We don't need the big federal government to hold our hands anymore, or the state. The next thing when it comes to these trout, why we're having all this trouble, they're not even the same strain what we started with. The new strain is it's an exotic species to the lake. Just because it's they planted in there and it doesn't make any sense. The next thing is, we're in this new agreement now. What they're doing, we haven't even got a management plan yet. We got the maps, we got the rules and regulations, but we didn't get a management plan. You know, and it makes no sense. And my last thing is, you know, this $130,000 fine over my head over a $100 license fee. You know, I'm turning 60 years old this July. You know, I don't want to be handing this fine down to my sons or my daughters. I wish you guys would take a look into that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wade. All right, next up, Larry Godfrey.
Bonjour. My name's Larry Godfrey. I'm a tribal elder from the Escanaba area, and we wrote a little bit down. It's easier to read it. I'd like to thank the tribe for that beautiful building we have, that tribal center in Escanaba. It's outstanding. But to make this building even better, please would you consider some possible modifications? Because of the very high ceiling and the noise from the overhead heating and air conditioning vents, we elders have a difficult time hearing what people are saying during the meetings and gatherings. With only drywall on the ceiling and the walls, there's nothing to absorb the background noise as the speakers are talking. We were wondering if there might be a way to possibly put carpeting or something to cover the walls and the ceiling to help deaden the industrial noise, that we can hear each other speak. I want to thank you for listening, and hopefully we can address this. And I would also like to invite you to have a board meeting there, the way it is now. It's very hard to hear or carry on a conversation in there. But other than that, it's a beautiful building. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it. Next up, Denise St. Andre.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm leaving my camera off because I'm gonna read this statement, and it's about Tanglewood. So I'm just gonna read it. If you wanna buy a farm, I think that's a great idea. We can always use more real estate, but I'm just asking that you don't do it at the expense of Tanglewood, unless it's on the outside boundary of the golf course, like turning it into a really nice botanical garden. I ask that you respect the tribal board that made the decision to buy the golf course, because it's really your job to carry on their vision. And if you consider the golf course a failure, then it's just time to learn from the failure and make the correction. So I'm asking that you vote no for the resolution to close the golf course, because I really think it can be an asset to our tribe. There were definitely mistakes made in running the golf course, but that doesn't mean it can't be turned into an asset instead of a liability. So I'm just going to read some suggestions. Changing the pricing structure. It's currently non-competitive, especially the golf cart pricing. A big one is address the drinking and eating of food brought and consumed in the parking lot or on the course to enforce a strict policy of no outside food or beverages allowed other than a water bottle. I personally witnessed tailgate parties in the parking lot on July 7th, which at the same time there was no food or bar service provided. There was literally just one young lady trying to do everything. Then some more complicated but suggested needed improvements that could help you make money are that Tanglewood really needs a driving range. If you're willing to consider that, just change the 18-hole golf course to a 9-hole golf course to make room for the driving range. There aren't very many driving ranges up in the UP at all, so basically you're sending people that want to practice golf or for our children to learn how to use golf to the country club. So if instead of just closing it down, making that arrangement, just making a different setup, you could teach our children how to play golf. You really can't learn how to play golf well without a driving range. And it's also really an affordable, family-friendly activity. If you don't want to play golf, you can just hit some balls at the driving range and have some, food and beverages right there with your family. And then the other thing is just currently thinking about if you don't want or don't have the needed resources to keep running the golf course, is to consider leasing it out to someone else. Or if not the whole golf course, maybe the bar and the restaurant, so they would be motivated to drive traffic, and then you wouldn't have the income for keeping the staff in the restaurant and the bar open, for example. And then other things is just to look at, consider adding like a Dave and Buster style arcade in some of that area to make other money. Because of the weather of course makes it hard to make money a lot of times there because it rains a lot, and then of course it's a short season, is to really consider a Top Golf type of driving range as well. That could be a year-round driving range. Obviously Top Golf won't franchise, but you could learn a lot from just going to a Top Golf, like in Vegas or any other, I don't know where they are, if anything, in Michigan, but they really are profitable, and it could work, and it could help benefit the casino as well. In addition, you could look at winter activities like snowshoeing or cross-country skiing that includes, special events for a full moon, or even if it's just on the weekends. I have a client that makes a lot of money in the winter by having ice sculptures, professionally made ice sculptures, in an ice slide that they put inside it's inside a convention center. So in this case, it would be inside a building, or a tent, so that you don't have to worry about melting or snow damage. And it can really be effective. The other thing I know that you can do is during the holidays is a nice light display. Would also bring in some winter revenue. And of course, if none of it matters if nobody knows about it. So really, I would ask that you consider approving an advertising and PR budget for both of the golf courses if you really want them to succeed. And then I am willing to help, which, I'm not saying that you would want my help, but people do pay me $87 an hour to do similar work, and I am willing to help plan and design a marketing campaign for the golf courses as a volunteer on the newly formed Viscus committee, if that ever comes to pass. And basically,
Hey,
I have
Denise?
some other questions, but I don't want to, I want to end, I know it's my 5 minutes, so if you could let me know who I could send some questions to for follow-up questions.
Okay. So send them to Lana, and I have your number here, and I'll get in touch with you tomorrow, okay?
I will be forwarding to the member liaisons.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Last up, Brenda Kennard.
Miigwech. Wabaxi Indigenous Cosmacquanotum Skush. I've got a couple of different topics, but I wanted to start out with saying Chi Miigwech to our Unit 4 directors, Larry Barbeau and Ms. Kimberly Hampton. We have been working diligently with our new community center that is taking off like a rocket. And we've got a lot of great ideas. We've got a lot of plans in the works. And I want to say these two are helping us make that a reality. Currently, we're doing our garden, which was just approved, and we're getting that work started so that we can be a part of that food sovereignty program. It's a large garden that's going to be able to have room for the elders, the YEA, and the community, and it's going to be used for teaching, so it's going to be multi-purpose. So I want to say miigwech for all the help. I want to also say miigwech for Larry. We had our elder meeting last Wednesday, and he brought fish. So we had a fish fry for our elders' dinner in Escanaba, our first cooking adventure, and it turned out great. I want to say Escanaba is doing very, very well. We've got a lot of attendance, and it continues to grow. We have a lot of people that have a lot of ideas. We've got a lot of talented people that are willing to do what they can to help bring more of a sense of community there, and that's taken off like a jet. So I want to say miigwech, though, for the dedication from our unit directors that we're all working together in a really good way, and it's all moving in a timely manner, and I want to say miigwech for that. So miigwech. And we also have a very active calendar coming up too. I think there was a question about the cemetery. We have our May 3rd, and yes, it does include the woods over there. So miigwech. Okay, the next topic I wanted to address was not something I've heard here yet tonight. Many of you know I have my daughter that works on a national level, and it's something that has always concerned me with this Republican administration and the cuts that are going to come for Indian country. We were day 2 on the chopping block, and I really hope and pray that as a tribal nation that we decide to be more proactive than reactive. And I know, and I agree, annually for the transparency with our budgets is a good thing. To have it anything different really doesn't make sense. You don't need to report monthly on financials to the membership. But with that in mind, with these cuts that are upcoming, I know it's a tough decision, and I know that it can sometimes be emotionally filled with attachments. But I'm going to say, in order to help cut overhead on with our budgets, because we don't even know what our budgets are going to be cut. I know that this is going to continue on for another almost 4 years. So I think we should plan accordingly. And with that in mind, I'm not a big supporter of money pits, and I know that it's a very, I know that we've been sinking hundreds of thousands of dollars into projects that are golf courses, Tanglewood in particular, and I'm sure there's a few more that aren't going to show a profit, haven't shown a profit, will not show a profit. So I know it's a tough decision, but we're being faced in some very tough times to make these tough decisions. And I pray for all y'all, because there's going to be a lot, I'm sure, in these next 4 years on the decisions you have to make about which programs. So I would encourage you to make sure that a top priority are the services to the people. And I know that it's kind of hard to say that. We don't know what those cuts are, but that you take that into account first and foremost, that we have as many things as we can retain as budget cuts go. So, so I know that it's a tough thing, and I just pray that we can get through this unscathed. And one other thing I want to ask about is, in Indian country, all across this nation, if there is any kind of tribal leadership that is addressing any of these issues, to stand together. Lacey, about 5 years ago, when she was doing her research, when she ran, there was something she discovered, and that was, if all the tribal nations gathered and collectively came together and stood together and demanded the monies that we needed, that were promised, and through our treaty rights, we would bankrupt America. That's the power we have, and that's the power I would like to see going into these changes, that we stand together, because it is a rough time. So I want to say miigwech. I want to say miigwech to each of you. For your meeting downstate, I pray that you take the 2 days to go to Lansing and meet with your people, because that's where we need to be strongest in our state legislature. So miigwech, miigwech, miigwech.
Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it. Okay, so that concludes membership participation, so we'll move on to the next item, which are minutes. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 4/1 of 25. Motion by Bridget, support by Rob. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. That brings us to resolutions. The first one is ACFS staffing FY25 budget and ICWA subpart 4B FY25 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for staff operations with federal BIA revenue monies of $137,079.93 and tribal support monies of $13,886. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification of ICWA subpart 4B to decrease federal HHS revenue monies $18,224 and increase tribal support $19,038.96. Call motion.
Okay, motion by Kim Hampton.
Support.
Support by Tyler. Juanita, could you cover this first, please?
Good evening, Juanita Bai, ACFS Division Director. We are requesting to have the budget for the staffing and operations approved outside the Schedule C packet. The only change in this budget will be eliminating an Administrative Assistant 1 and changing it to an Administrative Assistant 2 position. And so we are requesting that outside of the Schedule C packet. And Title 4B Subpart 1, we had a reduction in federal funding in the amount of $18,224. And we are requesting to ensure that we do not have to cut, direct services to our membership, $19,038.96 in travel support.
Okay, thank you, Juanita. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Michael, Kimberly Gravel, Sean, Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Leanna,
Yes.
and Rob.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is powwows FY25 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for powwows with tribal support monies of $70,650.
Motion.
I'll support.
Okay, motion by Atlanta and support by Kim Hampton. Okay, Kathy, could you cover this first, please? Kathy, can you hear me? Jess?
Can you hear me now?
That's better. Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Now, which budget are you talking about specifically, or in general?
Yeah, we're on powwows FY25 budget.
Yes.
Okay, could you cover that? Explain to the board and the membership what that is, please?
Okay. Well, we'll start with the with the other units, not Unit 1, but the other ones. The price tag on them was kind of unfavorable. It wasn't like an even amount, so the proposition was to just provide everyone with the same amount of support, whether they had a 1-day, 2-day, or whatever kind of celebration they were doing. Because, well, it's more fair, and these powwows are, especially the ones that were just starting out, they're starting to grow. So that's the justification for that.
Okay, any...
And
Sorry, Kathy, I wasn't sure if you had more to add.
yes, then there's the Bowitting Homecoming powwow.
No, I have questions on this one.
No?
No, let's just stick it to the powwows FY25, and I have some hands up, so if you don't mind answering questions or comments. First one's from Lana.
Yeah, we talked about this at length at the last workshop, and for years and years, the outside units had been working on a powwow budget of, about a little over $4,000. And we have ours is 4 days actually down there in Hessel, and I think Newberry is 1 or 2 days sometimes when we can get the activity. But I just want to recognize Jess and Kathy and the department for actually, taking this into consideration and increasing the budget. But I also want to say that, and this is just for future, and I'm going to say it, the 7,800 doesn't do it. We do have to dip into our cultural enhancement funds in order to sustain that. I think last year, one of our powwows was $12,000. So although, we're still not meeting that mark yet, so maybe next year, when we prioritize, and I know that it's going to be difficult, but I do appreciate that, and just want to say that we still struggle to hold a powwow at that amount, especially for the activity and the traditional gatherings that we hold there. So I wanted to say that. So there's a misconception that we don't put our cultural enhancement dollars to that too. We do. So thank you.
Okay, Bridget, then Kim Hampton.
So I wasn't here the last couple weeks when you guys discussed this, but I know that it's kind of appalling to me that, our numbers in the units doesn't seem to be increasing very much, and it seems like I know that the Sioux is the homeland, but there's a lot of also paid cultural staff that help with that, and we're all volunteers in these communities. And so these 9 powwows are $70,000 roughly, and 1 powwow is $87,000. To me, that's crazy. And I know the powwow that happens in my community, there is a lot of expenses that go on with that because we don't have our own grounds. So we always have to, pay the state park or wherever it's going to be at for those kind of things. So I would like to make a motion to amend the resolution to say that each of the 9 powwows get $10,000.
I'll second it.
So there's a motion and support to change this resolution to require each powwow to receive $10,000. Does that mean that the Sault Ste. Marie powwow is reduced to a $10,000 budget?
The resolution we're on.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from anybody? Okay, so we'll vote on the amendment. Roll call on that.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel? Okay. Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Sean? Yes. Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Lana?
Yes.
Aaron? Larry?
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, the motion to amend carries, so we're back on the original resolution then. Any more questions, comments from anybody? Kim?
Yeah. On the original resolution, or resolution now as is. I know last night at the Newin Nodin Powwow Committee meeting, I had mentioned that this was on the agenda today for $7,850 for us to go move up to there, and everybody who was there was beyond excited. So if this passes at a 10,000, we are going to be overly excited. Operating on a $4,750 budget for the last 2 years has been crazy. We have been, I guess, accepting donations from every single business within Manistique, anybody private. I mean, it is a huge undertaking, getting donor letters together, mailing them out, following up with all of these donors. Yes, we will still be doing it. However, it won't be as crucial. I know the last 2 years, that's what we were depending on, as well as some of our culture money. So $10,000 is huge. I'm super happy. I'm going to be a yes. We'll see if we have the support. If not, I know $7,850 is still huge for us. So that's what I have to say. And I do want to say thank you to everybody who was involved, who listened to our concerns about having such a small budget and doing something about it. So, miigwech.
Okay, Rob?
So I agree that the powwow budgets need to be increased. I think 10,000 will do you guys well in your units. I voted no because I'm not willing to increase the budgets when we're looking at deficits, especially when each of your units is sitting on a plethora of cultural enhancement dollars that need to be used legitimately. And if anyone doesn't know, those dollars that cultural enhancement, 1% comes from our hotel is taxed at 5%. 1% of that goes to each of the units for cultural reasons. It's never voted on by in public in front of the members. It's never reported to members. So therefore, each of the units have 1% of hotel tax that could be used on culture. So I'm not willing to increase these budgets without the board taking action on that. I do support the increase that's on the resolutions, though.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Tyler?
Yes.
Sean? Yes. Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Aaron? Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, motion carries. Next resolution is General Powwow FY25 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for general powwow with other revenue monies of $4,500 and tribal support monies of $87,100.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Tyler and seconded by Kim Gravel. Okay, Kathy, could you explain this resolution for everyone too, please?
Well, the powwow here in the Sioux is historically been known as the Bawating Homecoming because this is, you know, the location where our ancestors not only had villages but others that lived in other locations came here in the summer months to do, you know, social as well as political and religious ceremony. So that's why we came to call this the Bawating Homecoming. That's just a little background. And I think we're up to, what are we up to, 43 this year, Tyler? He's nodding his head, yes. So we're up to the 43rd year in this generation, I guess you'd say. But anyway, last year, and probably since COVID, even the powwow right after COVID, it really grew. But last year, we were really overrun, I guess, we had something like 2,500 people, you know, participants, or visitors, vendors, all of them. It was so crowded at one time, you know, or not at one time, most of the time, except late in the day or early in the morning. You couldn't walk around the walkway. There were just so many people. And we started to run short because we had more dancers visiting and local participating. And not only just participating, but many contesting. The same with the drums. So with that, seeing that happen over a couple of years has been a tremendous resurgence. That's what the request for an increase is for, so that we can have the resources we need to, if we have another surge like that. And it isn't just for contest money and things like that. We need more porta potties, we need more garbage disposal, just the practical kinds of things you have to think of when you have that many thousands of people showing up. So, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it, Kathy. Questions, comments from the board? Start with Aaron Paymont. Go ahead, Aaron. Hey, Aaron, we can't hear you right now, so your microphone may be muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I counted back the years. It was 1982, and I was working for housing as a youth worker at the time, and I got to sell fry bread as a fundraiser for the tribe. There's a picture of me with black hair. I support this, but you know, when we moved and we made it free, we no longer register people to attend the powwow because we used to charge people, which I think was just horrible. But we took the baby out with the bathroom. We don't know how many of our own people are going. When I go to the powwow, and I go every single year, it looks like the vast majority of the people that are at our powwow are not from our community. So that's what I guess. But we go back to a registration, no cost, but collect information, and then maybe do like a draw or something, fundraise or get raffle giveaway. But let's try.
Hey, Aaron, you're coming in pretty robotic. We're only hearing about every second or third word you're saying.
I'm just asking if we can have a registration and then better promote our own powwow, because the vast majority of the people that go to our powwow are not Sioux Tribe members. And I welcome everybody else, but We have to prioritize and let's recruit our people to come to our powwow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Tyler?
My question is just a follow-up. So when this was workshopped, we had asked for a breakdown of costs associated, and we were told we would get that, and I don't see it anywhere in my email.
Sorry, I believe I forgot to send that, but there was big, I can send it right now. There was a big chunk of it was for the dancers and the drums. That was where the biggest increase was. I apologize.
Nope, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kim Gravel. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Next resolution is Culture Camp FY25 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for Culture Camp with other revenue monies of $35,000 and tribal support monies of $729,459.27.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, support by Kim Hampton. Kathy, could you cover this one as well?
Yeah, this is the budget that pays for, activity coordinators for the, tribe. And right now, we have only one. We had two, but she resigned for personal reasons. And, the proposal is to, post and hire, I think, 4 coordinators in total. Do I have the right number? I think so. That includes the one that was Stacy's position. And they will service the other units in a manner in which we are able to hear. We try to reach out whenever we can, but we have an incredibly small staff. And even when it comes to the powwow, you know, there's still only 6 of us, and that includes the maintenance men. So I just have to put that out there. So they essentially will be working with the communities to decide. I mean, and every community is different. You know, they may require different things. We try to do we have ceremonies here all the time. We put on workshops like for powwow dancing. We put on workshops for making flint knapping, and I'm just thinking of all kinds of things. And if you're on our Facebook page, you can see what kind of things that we offer. So those ideas, and maybe more, because, you know, one of the things we're a little bit, you know, we need some fishermen. We need some fishermen to teach tying nets, or, you know, setting a subsistent net. We don't have that kind of skill. So I would like to see in that, you know, once we hire coordinators for the different units, that they work together and help each other to provide, you know, share knowledge and teach each other about all of these different things. So I don't know if that answers your question, Austin.
Okay, no, that's great. All right, so I'm going to call on some board members for questions, comments. Kim Hampton?
Just a comment. Again, thank you for listening to our concerns, especially here on the West End. Obviously, it was kind of up to Tyler and I prior to Larry coming on.
Okay. Bridget?
Her mic was off.
I think her mic died.
I was going to say, why don't you use mine, Kim?
Fresh batteries.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
So anyway.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, you're good. So thanks again. Obviously, we needed the help. When Stacy Chambers came on as cultural activities for the West End, she did amazing things, and we realized quickly that it was definitely needed, and one person was not enough. So we did voice our concerns of wanting somebody in Unit 4 and in Unit 5, and that's what this budget will do. It will give us somebody for Manistique Escanaba, and then a second person for Minising and Marquette. So then our activities can resume again, and yeah, this is another thing that's awesome, and I just want to say thanks for listening.
Okay, Bridget?
So Kathy and anybody that works in culture, my comments are not meant to be negative towards the staff we have. I know that there's a lot more things that we could be doing, and we should be putting more money into culture. But I wasn't here for this discussion, and at first I thought that what we were doing this was all going to the actual cultural camp. So I was gonna wonder how many camps we were having a year. But so I see we're gonna more than double the budget out of travel support. Anyways, so is this the beginning to taking our cultural enhancement dollars? Because is then next gonna come to replace that money with our cultural enhancement dollars? Because if you're gonna hire a staff and you're gonna use space costs and everything, you're talking probably close to $100,000. And when a lot of people might not have that knowledge, so you're paying people to come anyways. That's what I don't want to happen, that we can't get those people in there that know what's happening. So
Well,
was that
whenever,
I
as
know
much
that
as we
there's
can,
been
we,
discussion
Oh.
when I wasn't here about the cultural enhancement dollars, so that's probably not your plan, Kathy, but I wondered if it's the board's plan.
oh, okay.
Okay, Lana?
Well, I'm wondering asking you guys, are you planning on trying to take the cultural enhancement monies to backfill this budget? Because we're saying we're in a budget crisis, but we're more than doubling the budget now.
So it's travel support dollars.
So, Bridget, no one's talked about it, but you make a great point, considering the budget that we passed isn't balanced, and we're adding additional positions with additional dollars, so it's a good point. So, anyone want to add to this? I have Lana on the list.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll call on Lana, and then Kim Hampton, and then Rob.
Yeah, and I just already made comments about just the powwows in our two areas. We have to take cultural enhancement dollars out. We have to use cultural enhancement dollars to sustain those two powwows. So, what we are getting from tribal support is still not enough. We utilize our cultural enhancement dollars. So this says tribal support. I mean, that's what I'm going to vote on because as Kim Hampton said, we've needed to expand on our coordinator activity outside because we've actually, and any single buddy on this board or a community member that has partaken in powwow committees knows it's hard work. And, in my community alone, we have people that have been doing it for 25, 30 years. Can you imagine their age now? They can't get up on ladders anymore. I mean, so, we struggle on finding the bodies. And I want to thank, the cultural department that have come up with, increasing those coordinators. I know that Tyler and company always accommodated anytime they could in our areas, and we appreciated that, but there wasn't enough bodies to go around. So I definitely support this, but Kathy, and anybody that's listening, I want to make sure that once that's in there, that's just not for the Sault Ste. Marie, that this will trickle down to the other areas, and for, that is a must, because it is a lot of money.
Absolutely not.
Okay, yep, and you did say that, Kathy, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
And-
no, absolutely not.
Yep.
I'm looking at the budget here, what's the wrong one? My understanding that each budget each coordinator, I'm not sure what unit that they're gonna all go to, but they're not the Sioux.
Yeah.
Has a particular budget to work with. And, yeah, we'll go from there.
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that, Kathy, and you said that during our workshop that you would, because that's real important that we're counting on this. We're gonna advertise that we're gonna be able to have someone with internally with the resources to help us, do these powwows. And I just want to say that, for all the people out there, I know it always comes down to money. And, I don't often toot my own horn, but I spend 4 days, night and day, at our powwow in Hessel. And pre-cultural enhancement funds, any kind of coordinators, our communities did that. We did feasts, we did ceremonies, we did fires, we did teachings. We built our lodges on our own without any money. It was volunteer. And, it's great that we have this now, and I just hope that we focus on it and not make it a negative about, having to rob Peter to pay Paul. These are things that we claim that we will prioritize, so I hope that that's truly what we're doing.
Okay, Rob, then Tyler.
So I might be in the minority on this one, but to respond to Bridget, I 100% intend on turning over cultural enhancement to our culture department, and I think that's where the money should come from for this. When I hear things like we had to use our cultural enhancement to supplant money from the powwow, it's like, well, that's not your money, and that's what it's for. So I have a really hard time approving this kind of a budget, knowing that each of you guys are sitting on the amount of money in the cultural enhancement funds that you are. And I think that it's, honestly, I think it's an unconstitutional practice. I think that it's a violation of Chapter 96, the Open Meetings Ordinance, which states that this board shall not take binding action without a properly notified public meeting. And that's exactly what's happening with those funds. It's used as a slush fund. Whether you're using it for culture or not, I don't think any elected officials should have that kind of access to that kind of discretionary funds. When we spend money, it needs to be done publicly. It needs to be properly noticed to the membership, and there needs to be a report of it to the membership. None of that happens with cultural enhancement funds. So, a couple of meetings ago, I asked for the numbers. Our CFO gave us those numbers. You guys all saw them. It's insulting that that kind of money is being spent without membership notice. Now, do I support these positions? Absolutely, 100%. I've been one of the lead advocates saying that our culture department does not have the resources that it needs. They're operating on a department of 6, 2 people in the field, 2 people in office, and 2 maintenance to service 5 units that have multiple districts within each region. It's not feasible. So do I support the positions? Absolutely. Do I support increasing a budget by this much, knowing we're running into a deficit? Absolutely not. Unless we do the right thing and move it from cultural enhancement into the culture budget. So that's where I'm at with it. I'd like to point out, watch how people vote later on when you're talking about closing a business that loses hundreds of thousands of dollars and how they vote right now and increasing budget. Because money doesn't grow on trees, and it's got to come from somewhere, and someone's going to pay for it.
Okay, Tyler, Kim Hampton, Bridget.
So, if we're concerned about reducing the budget, so did we ever talk about the 2 13-passenger vans that's in this budget and the potential to just maybe talk about that down the road and use motor pool? Like, what is the necessity for those vans? I don't remember that being part of the discussion. 'Cause that's a pretty big chunk there, too. And that's a one-time purchase out of this budget. If we could, just get an understanding of that. Because I would rather have people in seats doing cultural activities in our communities. If there's any concerns over this total budget, than have two vans for a one-time purchase. So I just want to know the need and what's available in motor pool based on that necessity.
Kathy or Tyler can probably answer that better, but basically what that was going to be used for was for the coordinators to basically take groups to different camps and stuff, whether they were going to bring the groups to Sugar Island to do an overnight camp and different things like that. So it was more to bring the youth, or, but they can coordinate with YEA, could be an option to, utilize their vans. So there's definitely options out there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem doing a one fell swoop and get this passed, but if the budget is a concern to everybody, I mean, you can look at the line item here and make that cut. But I got to tell you, on the western end for sure, and the reason I support this as well as I know Larry and Kim Hampton do, is because Stacy, showed us what we could actually accomplish if we had somebody in our communities. And without her and the effort that she's put in, our communities wouldn't feel her absence right now, and they're really feeling her absence. So having this across our entire service area, I think, is the most beneficial part and the most important part. So if there is concern about this budget, I would recommend cutting the vans at the most right now and getting this off the ground so our people all have a coordinator and we can pick up where Stacy had left off, because she did an absolutely amazing job. Just like we said before, she's going to have big shoes to fill. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a necessity. This is one of the foundations of our tribe, is our culture and our activities and bringing people back into the fold. So I'm still fully supportive of it, but if we're concerned about the budget, let's look at this one-time expense and look to our motor pool or some other solution for that one.
Kim Hampton.
So I've been debating, like, I was on the list, and I was like, nope, better not. But I am. I mean, obviously, I'm with Tyler on this. Yes, the vans are an issue. If there's another means, we don't have many options. We need this. I obviously have heard. Yeah, we do have a deficit, but if we start touching some of our, obviously, like this budget, cultural enhancement funds, it does impact services for our people. I will just I will never support putting cultural enhancement funds into culture. No offense to the culture department at all. But I know what's going to happen, and I know why those funds were created, so then units on our end actually can do things. And do I have an issue making it public of what it's used for? Absolutely not. But obviously, Larry and I know from our members what our members over here need. Whether it is certain classes, whether it's certain teachings, whether it's helping, provide a little bit of refreshment so that our youth drum can get together and practice. It's all of those things that culture in the Sioux is not going to understand. I will never vote to have those be gone, because that's why they came here. So, miigwech.
Okay, Bridget, then Lana.
I would just ask that we table this until we can talk about it more in depth and meet with the cultural department again. And I don't really want to cut the vans out of here either, because I think that they have a good purpose. So can we just table it until the next meeting, and hopefully we can rehash it in a workshop?
So it sounds like a motion to table. Is there a second? Okay, so we have a motion and support to table. Roll call on that, please. Excuse me?
Okay. Kimley? Aaron?
No.
Sean?
Yes.
Larry?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Lana?
No.
Kim Hampton?
No.
Michael?
No.
Tyler?
No.
Kim Gravel? Bridget?
Yes.
4 to 2, 4, 6, 4 to 7. 4 yeses, 7 noes.
Motion to table fails, so I'll get back to the list. I have Lana.
Yeah, and the reason I voted no is because I don't want people to have time for a plan to go back and figure out a way to take our cultural enhancement dollars, because Kim Hampton wasn't even on the board of directors when we did this, but she hit the nail right on the head. The reason why that money was put in the place for units to have those dollars was because, and even the cultural department agreed, that money did not trickle down into the other units. It was stationed in the Sioux. There was enough money to cover the Sioux activities. There wasn't enough bodies, as you can see, because they came here to request additional funds. The Cultural Enhancement Fund is not a slush fund where it makes it sound like we're all getting cash to just throw around. It is well documented that we have to submit the documentation to Lana Stewart, our administrative assistant, in order to request those funds. We have to agree to it. We have to provide documentation. In just our unit alone, we have maintenanced the structures that we had because facilities didn't have the money to take care of them. So we had to maintain the structures that we had, the arbors, the lodges that we put up without dollars from the tribe. The teachings, workshops, feasts, painting, maintenance, we do educational. Everything that we do was based on the fact that that money did not trickle down and to not get to those areas. So enhancement is the key word here. And it's not, I have no problem. And if we talk about it like adults and come here, I don't think anybody has a problem putting out to the membership what we use it for. I don't have a problem because I stand behind all of it. But if we didn't have that, those things would not get done because I'm just going to give an instance. Kim and I, when we hear from our elders in our community or our tribal youth or anybody that says we need these certain things, then we can't call up the cultural department or call up somebody and say, come down and let's figure this out. We figure it out, and then we have to have the documentation into Lana. She doesn't hand us a check for $500 and say, go spend your money. I mean, it's all there. And if she doesn't understand it or something's not attached, she asks for it. So I wanted to make that comment too. It is strictly for enhancement, not only for culture, but for educational too. And there's a lot of things that we do on educational purposes with that money. So I'm glad that Kim brought that up. She wasn't even here to realize those are things that weren't being touched in our area. So I wanted to say that before it got tabled.
Okay, Kim Lee, then Rob.
I don't know who brought this up, but possibly Bridget. These coordinators, right? This is just the beginning of what that budget is going to end up having to look like in order to provide activities. Because everything else costs money too, right? So those enhancement dollars, I don't think that they shouldn't go to that, right? And whether or not we figure out and look at, which is why I agreed to table it, whether or not we look at taking whatever percentage of that or working that in, that those coordinators in each of those units have access to those funds so that they personally have a budget to make sure that they can provide cultural activities. And then still have where the leaders can utilize different things in times of need. So that was why I had agreed to table it, because this is just the beginning of that. And when we look at cultural enhancement dollars, this is giving access to somebody to come in to do that, but it's not like there's a line item budget for what they're going to provide and what that's going to look like. So then we have that money. I would just be willing to have that conversation. I don't think that just raking it away and handing it to the culture department, but setting that up for each of our unit coordinators to be able to access culture to our areas might be worth looking at. So.
Okay, Rob, then Bridget.
Okay, so let's clear up a little bit of the misleading that was going on with some of the comments there. I take it as a little bit of gaslighting. What
Okay,
comment?
it's noted. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay. So, when it's stated that, there's this idea that questioning cultural enhancement and whether or not it's a slush fund means that someone's trying to take it away from your unit. It's just not true. I mean, if you watch our open workshops, every time I've spoken about this, I said that I support earmarking the 1% for each of your units, which means that there will be a process that the exact same dollar amount remains designated to your unit. So when these guys stand up here and say, "Oh, he's trying to take it away," it's not true. I want the dollar amount to stay in your unit, and I want the access to cultural enhancement to stay in your unit. I don't want you to have access to it as a board member. I think that's wrong. And to say that we know what's best in our units for culture, that's super insulting to people who actually take the time to learn and implement our culture at a department level. It really is. And if you think that you know best for what's important for culture in your unit, what happens if you don't win your next election? There's one person in here that's sitting on a huge amount of culture enhancement funds because the person before them didn't utilize them. So do the people in your unit now have to rely on you winning an election to get cultural enhancement in your units? And that would appear that to be the case. So my suggestion is to, yes, take the cultural enhancement funds and have them voted on in public and be operated by our culture department the way it should be. I call it a slush fund because it is a slush fund. And I think it's been misused. And I think if you were to look at the people who have received those cultural enhancement funds and look at the spending of them pre-election, you would notice an increase in the spending of them. That's, that's not by happen chance. If you look at the people who receive the cultural enhancement funds and just scroll through their Facebook, you will see that they are supporting the directors who approve those cultural enhancement funds. That is wrong. There's no way to cut it. But the biggest issue I have right now is that these funds are utilized by directors without ever being notified to the members. That's the problem. And so you guys can sit up here and say however many times you want that there's an intent to take it away from your unit, and I'm just going to keep reminding the members that that is not true. I support earmarking it for your unit, but I want to do it properly. And I do think it's a slush fund, and I do think it's been misused.
Okay, Bridget, then Aaron.
Well, just looking at this, when Kim Lee was talking, made me think about some things that aren't in this budget, such as if we're hiring 4 new positions, we need desks for these people, we need computers, we need phones. That's just probably the beginning, which aren't in here as well. So those are either gonna come back to us or something. That's why I'm asking you guys to table this. I could go head to head with Rob too on the cultural enhancement and what we've spent in our unit. And that's why I said in the beginning, if the intent is to take that money from us, I would rather have the money than the position. Because like I said, you can hire a person to fill that position, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to bring you all the cultural aspects that you can bring from all the different areas of crafting or teachings or whatever. That staff member more than likely is not going to have half of those components because there's just not those people out there. So that's why I wanted clarity, because I can tell you what, we can pass this tonight in the next board meeting. It might be on that we're going to take the cultural enhancement because we need the money for the budget. So why don't we just table this and get it fixed instead of going back and forth all night?
Aaron.
So we are way out of order. I want to remind everybody, Rob didn't raise this issue tonight. Bridget did, and impugning the intent. That's way out of order. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, yep.
Okay, so I want to vote to call for the question.
Okay, so there's a motion to call for the question. I don't think it's necessary, Aaron. You're the last person on the list. So we can just vote on it. So I don't see any more hands, so I'll say something and then we'll vote on it. So what Rob said is correct. And I find it kind of troubling that we're adding positions knowing that we don't have a balanced budget, knowing that we're paying our budget with the fund balance. The fund balance will be depleted one day unless you balance the budget, okay? We can't run the tribe on fairy dust. Other thing I want to say about cultural enhancement is everything that we're voting on tonight is spending the tribe's money. So anytime that this tribe spends money, it has to be in a motion or a resolution. It has to be noticed to you guys 5 days in advance so you guys can show up here and tell us whether or not you like it to be spent that way or not. The only workaround with that right now is cultural enhancement, and that's a fact. So you can ask our CFO back there how much we have in the cultural enhancement coffers. I'm willing to bet it's over $500,000 minimum. So that's money that can be spent in secret, whatever the board wants. So there's been a lot of inconsistency with how that money's been spent. Sometimes it's spent on powwows, sometimes it's spent on culture. But we have deviated from that in the past. When I first became a Unit 1 board member, without knowing a whole lot about that fund, you know, I made votes that I wish I could take back. We voted to approve $50,000 to get spent to a local gym in Sault Ste. Marie. And that's while we have the Big Bear already, and that's why we also give Lake Superior State University $86,000 in 2% funding. So there's already 2 gyms in town that you can go to free of charge as a tribal member, but we're going to give $50,000 to another gym. When I became chairman, we pulled that, and it was absolutely ridiculous what happened next. You know what I mean? It was crazy. So that didn't enhance our culture at all. So it goes both ways, sincerely. So we're roll call on this, please.
Larry,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget,
Abstain.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Rob,
No.
Kimberly Gravel, Kimberly Lee,
Abstain.
Sean, Lana,
Yes.
and Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Any objection to a 10-minute recess? Okay, hearing no objection, 10-minute recess. go ahead and have our seats, please. The resolution that we're currently on is acceptance of 2024 Kuwait Casino audit.
Be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby accepts and approves the 2024 Northern Kuwait Casinos audit as accepted by the Audit Committee on April 11th, 2025.
Motion.
Okay, we have motion by Bridget and support by
Larry.
Larry. Okay, Mike Jackson, where are you at?
I think it's Alan is on.
Alan, okay. Alan, could you cover this, please? Hey, Alan, can you hear me?
I think we might have just lost internet. I did.
We're connected to the network for Zoom though.
Alan, can you hear me? Okay.
They did just do the say that they were regaining authority this morning for their custody.
Okay, how about this, guys? Let's skip these two resolutions that Alan's going to be on. And Ashley, could you call Alan, let him know that we're having trouble reaching him? And just let him know that we'll do his resolutions last. So we'll go ahead and skip accept of 2024 Kuwait Casino audit and accept of 2024 Kuwait Gaming Authority audit. And we'll drop down to NAGRA appointment.
Now, therefore, be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby appoints Emma Donmeyer as NAGPRA designee and reaffirms the appointment of Cecil Pavla as alternate for the purpose of addressing NAGPRA issues for a 4-year term expiring May 6, 2029.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Bridget, support by Kim Gravel. Okay, Emma, could you cover this first, please?
Yeah. So this resolution will reaffirm myself as the NAGPRA designee and Cecil Pavlot Sr. as our NAGPRA alternate. I've served as a repatriation historic preservation specialist for the past year, and Cecil currently serves as our NAGPRA alternate, a role that he has served in as a designee or alternate since 1999.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those, those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Emma. The next resolution is authorized contract with Bulletproof IT Security.
Now, therefore, be resolved that the Sioux Tribe Purchasing Department, with the concurrence of the executive staff and legal, recommends awarding the contract to Bulletproof IT Security Services. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the security assessment and testing contract to Bulletproof in the amount of $50,310 and an additional $7,500 for consultant travel and incidentals related to completing this project. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves executive management administration to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Directors budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Bulletproof to fulfill the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Bridget,
All support.
support by Kim Hampton. Christine?
Christine McPherson, CEO of the government side. I'm here on behalf of the cyber team and the IT department, who has worked on conducting an RFP to ask for companies to compete to provide a cyber security assessment services, including vulnerability, network and system penetration testing, and remediation recommendation, and a detailed report will then be conducted that will help the cyber team on the cyber attack that occurred in February.
Thank you, Christine. Anything else to add?
No, I just want to say we did provide a complete analysis of the two companies for the board's review, and we did discuss that at agenda review.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Lana?
I did ask most of my questions this afternoon, but is there a timeline when they're going to have this information to us?
There is. It's written in the RFP. I don't have it right in front of me.
24 days.
But I think it's like 12 weeks or
No,
7,
24 days.
4 days?
24 days.
Oh, 24 days. I was going to say, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
Kim Hampton?
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, just to reiterate, Bulletproof is going to take 24 days. The other contractor who had bid would take 12 weeks.
Yeah, okay, that was what I was
I
thinking.
looked through this when you gave it to us, and it does say Bulletproof produced the more detailed proposal of assessment services, which it has. It has an extremely strong list of tribal references and experience. They are also native. The other was not. Huge price difference. And just looking through some of this, I mean, I'm not an IT person, but still, I mean, looking at some of the things that they said yes to, the other one said no. I'm pretty impressed with what I see. I hope that we're in good hands. Thank you.
They're well-known.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Sean? Yes. Lana?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel? No. Larry?
Yes.
Bridget? Yes. Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Christine. Next resolution is enterprise reporting.
Now therefore be resolved, the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is hereby directed to, within 30 days of the enactment of this resolution, provide the board with the financial information of any business under their supervision that is operating at a loss for the purpose of publication. During this period, the Chief Executive Officer and the board shall collaborate to determine the appropriate time period and format for the release of this information.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Okay, is there support?
Second.
Okay, so there's motion and support. Rob, do you want to explain this?
Yeah, this is, it's pretty self-explanatory. This would release information to the members when we lose money on businesses. I think that's important, especially as we're voting to increase budgets. The members deserve to know where their money goes. And if we're not being honest about losing money and then continuing the practice, eventually we're going to be in a position to where we either have to cut services or cut jobs. And when that happens, I want members to know what this board refused to act on for that to happen. Because if we do not start getting fiscally responsible, that is going to happen.
Okay, anyone else? Kim? Kim Hampton, then Lee.
I have notes on here from, I believe it was agenda review with Dan Doyle and Bob Schulte, that Dan Doyle recommends annual. That Bob would have an issue with reporting this outside of annual, as they are unaudited numbers. So I cannot support this against Dan Doyle, who is our Director of Enterprise Operations, and our CFO. Thank you.
Okay, Kim Lee, then Rob.
So I think if we're going to release or consider releasing that information, it should all be itemized, because I also think that giving a half of a list doesn't necessarily tell the whole truth, because then we also have to be accountable for not managing and leading our businesses in the right direction. And so I'm not saying that the membership shouldn't know that we're losing money, but I think they should also be able to critique our business strategies in what we're doing, and making sure that we at the top are accountable for, and not necessarily being mismanaged, right? Because everything comes down from us, but that if we're going to give them a list, let's let them critique it and be our business advisors. That's the way I think that it should go. We've got a lot of really intelligent people. If we're going to give it to them, let's give it to them and tell them let them tell us what we're doing wrong.
Okay, Rob, then Aaron.
I agree. We do have a lot of intelligent people with good information. So if we're going to lean on our executive's recommendations for this resolution, I would ask the board to please lean on their recommendations when it comes to closing businesses that lose money. You can't have it both ways. So if we're going to cite that we're taking our executive's recommendations, remember that in the next couple resolutions.
Aaron?
I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution limited to those businesses that the staff did not recommend in the first place and for which we do not have a projected positive revenue ever projected.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend this to just include the businesses that were acquired absent staff recommendation. Is there a second on that? Going once, going twice. All right, Aaron, your motion dies due to lack of support. So do I have anyone else on the list here? Okay, so Lana, then Tyler.
Yeah, you know, I thought long and hard about this one because based on some of the comments that Kim Hampton said earlier, you know, we talked in the workshop today about what information we put out there, proprietary information. And we talked about the annual report that our CFO puts out. It's consolidated, but it's an annual report for members to see. Members are also allowed to come in and view the records based on just letting us know that they want to come in and view those records. But also, I was leaning because I hear a lot of false narratives when it comes to losing businesses. We hear hundreds of thousands of dollars. So a part of me wanted to support it because I wanted the actual numbers to be out there. But then after talking with, listening to Bob and Dan today talk about those things, I think that we talked about seasonal businesses. We talked about if a business has a bad month and they have a good month the next time, we'll pound them into the ground the one month. But if they have a good month the next month, we're not going to hear about that. We were elected to make these decisions based on the information we get. And there is proprietary information. I think that one thing that we can do and have a discussion on with our CFO is find out how we can better put those numbers out in our annual report. But to target certain things for any other reason, I'll just leave it at that
Okay, Tyler, then Aaron.
Yeah, so I think there's room for us to grow on this one. This wasn't workshopped. I think we do need to workshop it to get it right, so we're not exposing the tribe in areas that we shouldn't otherwise expose the tribe to protect our assets. I do think, though, that when we close a business and we don't intend to reopen it for any reason, we should kind of make those available to our members in some way, shape, or form so they can see, because that will show transparency. But as Dan had mentioned previously, you know, we don't want to show market trends. We don't want to show our trade secrets. We don't want to show how we're doing in certain areas because we don't want to install competition where we don't otherwise need the competition. So we do have to be careful with that because we are working with businesses that are benefiting the tribe. So if we have a business with a bad month or a bad quarter, we don't want to blast that all over the place and like show not only the membership but the entire public on printed material that we're not doing so well for this 1 to 3 months or even half of the year, but then recover later on, you know, based on something that our EDC did. So I think there is room to make this resolution correct and not hasty, look at the legal aspects, look at protecting our business and our assets, but also try to get more information out in the end of the year at that annual report that everybody's comfortable with, that shows a little bit more transparency, but also protects our bottom line and our resources and our assets. So, like I said, I'll support this once we workshop it and we can come to that agreement, but I don't think we're going to be able to debate that today and come to an agreement in open session. Maybe we can, I don't know.
Okay, so I have Aaron and then Rob, that will be your third time, okay? So go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, so, all right, so, I hear double speak because I hear people outside of the meeting who are all for transparency and all for shutting down businesses that are never going to turn a profit. So, I wasn't here, when we invested in some of the businesses that we have now that staff have revealed are never going to make a profit. So it's irrational that we would spend the tribe's money when we're facing a $10 million deficit to the tune of losses of $150,000 a year per business, and cumulative totals for some of those investments that are well over $3 million each. So the longer we wait and punt this down the road, as palatable and middle ground as that might sound, so I'm guessing you can't hear me now, $3 or $4 million. So it's unacceptable to use the argument that you support transparency, but then you're not willing to share the information for those businesses for which we have been advised they will never turn a profit. So that means we're allowing businesses to stay open and we're spending valuable tribal resources when there's nobody in our employment that has advised us that some of these businesses are going to turn a profit. So that's all on each how one of you and how you vote. That you're sitting on that information because you know the information and you know that we've been advised some businesses will never turn a profit and we're losing $150,000 to $200,000 a year. You know that information. The tribal members do not have access to that information. That's just the opposite of transparency. That's a cover-up. It's covering up information that they need to know to make a judgment on whether or not you are doing your fiduciary duty.
Okay, Rob, then Kimley.
So I'm just going to go back to this again because I just heard again from someone that because Dan and Bob said something that they're going to lean on their recommendation. Remember, the recommendation of your EDC directors, previous and current, was to close down or not purchase in the first place or close down businesses that don't make money. So if we're going to keep stating that we're going to lean on our executives and then do the opposite the next resolution, I'm going to call you a hypocrite. As far as the budgetary issue goes of this resolution in front of us, I just heard directors talk out of both sides of their mouth. You want to be transparent, but yet it's a hasty decision to let members know where you're losing money, and then you want to protect assets because of it or protect your operational functions. Believe me, your competition isn't going to look at those losses and want to mimic anything you are doing. I promise you that. They are not. If you think competitors are going to look at those kind of losses and think, I want to do that too, you're flat wrong. It's not happening.
Okay, Kimley.
I agree. Most of them, if they thought that it had any potential, would look at it and think, how can I do it better? If they were looking at it at all. So I think that if we're going to look at giving out that information, that we also then need business appraisals. What are these businesses worth? Because that, sure, they're still losing, but what are they as an asset? I mean, if we're only releasing partial information, I think it's just what sometimes we, as board members, want the members to know, right? We have to have all the details. What are these, if we were to put these businesses up for sale tomorrow, because if we shut businesses down, that is exactly what it is going to be as a loss. Can we lease these businesses? Can we consider selling these businesses? These are all things that we need to look at. What are they worth? Because it ensures some of it's in trust, but those are things that we have to look at. If we're going to give out information. I think it needs to be all of the information. And I know that some of this is in reference to the, like you said, the next couple of resolutions, but also I haven't seen, I'd like to see 5-10 years of the previous owner, what they were they losing? I'm not sure how long they owned it. I have not seen any of that information. I wasn't on the board at the time. But it'd be nice to see that. To say, no, we can never make money. How do we assume we can't make money if somebody else is retired? And I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know what he's got going on. But how do we make that assumption if we're not aware of the way somebody else ran it and how it's going? So that's all.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, say a couple things. I don't see an issue with this whatsoever. Danny, do you see an issue reporting losses, gains once a year? No one ever mentioned anything once a quarter, once a month, and it's not listed on that resolution.
Yeah, yes, Austin. As I said up there before the meeting started, yeah, if it's once a year and there are audited numbers and we are comfortable, because we already released a consolidated version, to go through that and discuss what we want to release as far as a detailed breakdown per business. I do have concerns with releasing them monthly, quarterly, but if it's an annual occurrence, yes, I can see that being not being a big issue. Also, to speak to Kim's questions, yeah, that information is available, what the previous owner made from those businesses, as far as that was part of the packets received by the tribe. I've reviewed that information. I have that information in my office for the particular business you're talking about tonight. So again, annually, I do not really have any concerns with the annual release of that information or a historical release of audited information. Whatever we decide afterwards, I think we should have a discussion in closed session just to decide what that looks like and make sure it's something that everyone's comfortable with and legal as well. So that's my position.
Okay, I appreciate that. It all boils down to Sioux Tribe members should know whether or not the businesses that we own turn a profit, because sometimes we purchase businesses against the recommendation of our EDC directors and other business professionals in the tribe. And when the board twists wrists to purchase those kind of businesses, you should know whether or not they're profitable or not. Okay? So once a month we have executive reports where our EDC director is in front of us, our casino is in front of us, and we hold them accountable about whether or not their businesses are making money. And if we as a board deviate from their recommendations, you should be able to hold us accountable too, because at the end of the day, not a cent of that is our money. It's your money, and we shouldn't gamble with it, and there should be some transparency. So with that, roll call, please.
Rob McGrory. Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Sean. No. Lana.
No.
Tyler.
No.
Larry.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Okay, motion fails. Next resolution is Tanglewood Marsh Golf Course closure.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is directed to cease all business operations of Tanglewood Marsh Golf Course. Be it further resolved, Human Resources is directed to make best efforts to find an offer to those displaced employees existing comparable positions. Be it further resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is authorized to execute any budget modifications administratively necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion.
All right, we have support.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and support, and okay, who wants to speak on the resolution first? Who sponsored it? Okay, Rob, and then I'll get a speaking list going.
So some of the points that I would bring up have already been brought up. Our previous EDC director told the board, do not make this purchase. It's not a profitable business, and it most likely won't be a profitable business. The current EDC director agrees. It's just not a good market. none of the golf courses in our area make a ton of money. And, you know, this is the third year in my term. So I will say that during my campaign, I was very open about closing down businesses that don't make money. Year after year, I listen to people on this board say, let's give it one more year. Let's see what happens. So the idea that this just came out of nowhere is nonsense, because you could go look at all of my campaign stuff and realize that there was a mass directive from members saying we are sick of wasting money. They do not like it. And it couldn't be more important right now. If you look at the potential for federal budget cuts, USDA was just cut $1 billion. 50 million of that is a direct impact to Indian country. 10% of it affects us. So you're literally losing food off of our members' plates. We have a homeless shelter that is packed. It's been packed since it opens. Our housing list, there's a waiting list for it. So we're facing a potential of a $10 million deficit where we're going to be looking at laying people off. So like I've been saying, if you guys look at my comments online, I've stated this over and over and over. I play golf with my friends a few times a year. I like Tanglewood. It's a nice place. It's not a fun decision to have to make this. But when you really think about it, anytime we lose money, it has to come from somewhere. We don't have a money printing press in the basement admin in Bob's office. We just don't. It's got to come from somewhere. So, you know, I think that Tanglewood's a great place. It is. But when you really think about it, we've given it ample time to show a profit. It's not going to. And in the last resolution that you guys literally voted to hide finances from members, you literally just voted to hide that from members. You had an opportunity to release information of losses to your members, and you said no. So now we're talking about losses on businesses. And I just explained to you what kind of a budget crunch we could potentially be in. And so now you're legitimately placing sports for fun over top of knowing if your members have a roof over their head or food on their table. Like, are you guys kidding me right now? That's what it's going to come to. Someone's going to lose their job if you keep bleeding money like this out of businesses. And I've heard all the arguments that there could be a potential that they make money. That might be right, but we haven't figured it out yet. And we don't have time to. We just don't. So there's no way I could play golf on a course that loses hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Well, we have members that are wondering where they're going to live or where their next meal's coming from.
Okay, I have Bridget, Kimlee, Tyler, and Mike, and then Aaron.
Okay, Rob and I joked earlier about getting the boxing gloves on, and we'll try to refrain from that tonight, but I just want to say, first of all, Rob, it's not my job to make sure you fulfill your campaign literature by closing the golf courses down, so, but anyway, I'm not going to use this. Okay, so, I'm never going to sit at this table. I'm probably going to say never and vote to shut down a business. Not doing it. Not ever again. I didn't take a vote on shutting down the gas station in White Pine. That didn't get brought to this table, but that happened. I think before we give it our all, which we haven't done, okay? Most businesses take 5 years to make a profit, and people know that going in, okay? For example, Sitting Golf Course, it's a 9-hole course. We have no liquor license and no food, and we still can survive, okay? You have to market the course, okay? We should be having seasonal people run each course. That's how we do it. We have a seasonal manager, pays about $40,000 a year to run our course. You know, we're talking about recreation. We can teach our kids to be able to golf. We can, there's just so much potential with this course. I'm just really passionate about this, and so I'm jibber-jabbering about this, and there's a lot I can say, but like I said, I'm not, you know, we can scare people that we're in a deficit, I agree, and we need to start, you know, looking at those numbers, but it's not going to be shutting down a business. I also heard tonight that we hold our managers accountable. That kind of blew my mind because I haven't seen us hold really anybody accountable in a long time. But I'm going to take this time to make a motion that I'm going to get rid of the third whereas, the last two resolves, and then with the now therefore be resolved that the chief executive officer of enterprise operations is directed to open the course on schedule and then bring back a plan within 30 days to make it profitable, how we can make it profitable. That's what we should be doing. We should be asking our people, you tell us how we're going to make it profitable, not let's just shut it down without knowing that we have given it our all and we see a plan in place. That's what we need to do.
Okay, all right, so there's a motion to amend and there's support. All right, discussion? Okay, so this will be a new list. Rob?
So do we not think that our staff was trying to make it profitable the last 5 years? Or however long we owned it? We tried. I don't know what telling them to bring back a plan is going to do when we should expect that they've already been operating on a plan. It's not making money. Your previous EDC director told you that it wasn't going to. Don't act surprised now. The current one told you the same thing. So you guys can do this charade that you guys want to pretend, but I'm not going to let anyone forget that you just voted to hide information from your members about the money you're losing.
Okay, Aaron?
So, I'm not going to oppose Bridget's motion because I think it's a good motion. But I have to say that we seem to be pointing the finger at the staff for not doing their job and not holding them accountable. That's kind of what I just heard Bridget say. But, you know, we're paid a salary. You know, our food is covered, our travel's covered. We got it pretty comfortable. So why haven't each of you done something to give direction to make sure this is not a failing business? Why haven't we done that? I know since I've been back, I've been questioning and second guessing and trying to get something done. Several resolutions I brought forward that get tabled. And what I hear tonight is basically, well, we haven't told them to do it. Maybe we can tell them to do it now. Well, how are we doing our fiduciary duty and managing the assets of the tribe in a careful and deliberative way when apparently we haven't given any expectations on the staff to do a marketing plan? It should surprise people that are listening to this meeting when they find out apparently from the board of directors we've had no expectations for them to turn a profit. So I will support the amendment because it's better than just killing it entirely, and the votes are stacked. Tyler, I see a surprised look on your face. It's very obvious to everybody. But I will support the amendment because it's better than voting it down entirely and continuing to lose $300,000 a year in field golf courses that are never going to turn a profit. So if we're not going to shut it down, I want a rapid response turnaround so that we can try to cut the bleeding. We cannot lose millions of dollars in failed enterprises. And so far, I add up about $5 million between Tanglewood and the Hessel Golf Course, about $5 million in losses. You're facing a $10 million deficit. Trump just revealed that $1.2 billion is going to be cut out of the BIA budget. That's going to hit us, and we're not even talking about where those savings are going to happen. So I want to put a moment in time, this moment in time, that when we come back around and we're cutting people's jobs like 155 people in 2008, or if we're eliminating services, that it's on your record and how you voted not to cut the losses on businesses your managers have told you will never turn a profit. It's not like they're telling you it could turn a profit. You haven't heard that from any of your enterprise staff. So that's on the record. Thank you.
Okay, Kimley.
So I guess I was going to speak on the original resolution, but in 30 days, you're going to turn a profit. I hope that you can get real creative. And I do think, right, the board doesn't, but heaven forbid you reach, right? And then it's micromanagement. You make a suggestion, it's micromanagement. And that goes in both directions. We've had people written up for it because they reached out to their board representatives who technically aren't in their chain of command because it doesn't, unless they get fired, end up in front of them. So I don't support losing businesses, but I don't support us not giving it our best effort. And I think we need a business appraisal. We invested in these businesses. I don't think that we should make sure that they're not losing money every year, but it's not like these businesses aren't pulling in $300,000 to $500,000. What are we doing wrong that we're not utilizing what it's bringing in to at least make it break even so it's an asset? I mean, so I think a business appraisal is important. We don't owe $50,000 on our house that's worth $250,000 and say that it isn't worth anything. I mean, there's assets to things. You still have an account if you have an asset, and I'm not saying that we aren't losing money, but what can we do, right? And yes, I think that, and maybe with this one we can, but I think we need to know all of everything we've got, business appraisal, because if we shut a golf course down, that will devalue it completely. It will be worth the ground that it's on. And then it's toxic. So we want to grow stuff on it. That's going to take years. It's not like we can just go plant corn on it and eat tomorrow, because that's not going to happen. I'm not saying that it's not possible. We'll ask the experts to look at it if that's what's decided. But I think that it definitely should be workshopped and considered what can we do without devaluing something. Could we lease it out? We haven't even talked about what are other, but if we shut it down, that's it. There's nothing else that can be done. So I don't support shutting it down until we have those conversations and have all of that information, like a business appraisal. So that's all.
Okay, I have Tyler, Mike, then Rob.
So we have talked about this for a few years. We've monitored it. Dan has done what he could for these things. So are we saying that the EDC isn't actually doing what they can? So first of all, I want to quell some falsities there. It is not 5 years for a business to turn a profit. It is generally 2 to 3 years. And that is cited in multiple resources. And this isn't a new business. This was an existing business that the tribe purchased and has lost money ever since. It has had losing years ever since then. Most small businesses close within the first year because of lack of revenue or profit. You're saying it brings in money. It does. Everything brings in revenue. The problem is, at the end of the day, when your lights are paid, your employees are paid, and all the overhead expenses are paid, the tribe is in the red which means we lose money. So you're not actually bringing in money when you're losing money with the overhead and expenses of a business. So to vote to force Dan to keep it open after we've closed a furniture store that was mentioned, it was more beneficial to the tribal citizens to keep that open, but still it was a loss. We voted to close the restaurant inside of the Kuwaitan and the Sioux and third-party contract that out to prevent losing lots and lots of money. We've closed a gas station in my community in Christmas, and you told us, we've heard over and over again, let's not get emotionally attached to these businesses. If we can't turn a profit, we need to shut things down. And we know that the gas station, or not the gas station, the golf course, this one for at least 3 years has lost money. And last year, at roughly this time, we said 1 more year. Let's give it 1 more season. Well, it's been 1 more season, and it's still losing money. And if we're not talking about closing down the other one, let's take all of the resources we have, instead of having 2 losing businesses that are the same thing, and put it all into the other one and give it our best effort. But right now, we're balancing 2 red line businesses using false appraisals of economics, saying this should turn a profit in 5 years. That's not going to be the case. And to say that there is not a plan in place, or that our businesses we're not trying our best to keep our businesses up, I think that is a hit to the entire team that is working for us. Like, I know that all of those employees at the golf course, they've been doing their best. I know that we've had an expert level person, like maintaining the greens and bringing that course up to par, as well as the other one. And I know that we have an executive team that does everything they can. And the recommendation is to close this down. The recommendation was to never own this. So I don't know. I can't vote yes on this. I can't force Dan to open this as scheduled when we know that this is not in the best interest for our tribe and our people. And I want to kind of say in reverse, like, well, then open the gas station back up. But I know that that's not the best interest of our people. So I can't do that, because I know that we're losing money in these things. And like I said, once we close them, I would be happy to show the membership, once we close a business, the actual expense that these businesses cost to us. And I think we should vote those things public. But as long as we're maintaining things and keeping them open, I don't think those things should be public. But we do have to really watch what we're doing, and to say you must do this and come with a plan to make money. I mean, that's just setting the guy up to fail. Like, you don't just come up with plans to make money. It just doesn't, just like everybody else said, like, money doesn't grow on trees. It doesn't get printed in our basement. I agree. And we clearly see the red lines in these budgets, and that should be, or the red numbers, and that should be a major concern. And we sat on it on year 1. We said, okay, 1 more year. We sat on it on year 2 last year. They said, okay, let's do 1 more year for both of them, and we'll readdress this. Well, it's been that 1 more year. So now are we going to say 1 more year, 1 more year, 1 more? How many more years are we going to do until we're just in the hole? Because we're already in the hole. And I would rather do a food sovereignty program like is proposed than to maintain this. There is a difference between a business in our economic development portfolio that is supposed to bring in money and income and revenue, net income and revenue, and put us in the black, and social programming. Social programming is a totally different thing. That would be homeless shelters. That would be food programs. Those are social programs. Now, if we want to just say, okay, the EDC isn't really there to make us money, they're there for like a social program for a job market or something like that. Okay, that's a better argument, but let's not say that the EDC needs to bring in the tribe money and then continue to handicap the EDC director and all of the people that are working for us. Let's focus on what's successful. We know that our new investment strategies are successful with buying into or having investors use us as tax havens to bring in these apartment complexes. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone by improving access to housing and gives us money in the EDC portfolio. Those are successful. We know those are successful. So say this loses another $100,000 this year. That's 2 potential housing investments that Dan could have made. You know, like, come on, guys, like, let's stop. Just like you told me, don't be emotionally attached to this, you know, just like everybody said. And I can't support this. I can't support keeping this open. I was fully in support of moving forward, focusing on one, doing our absolute best with all of our resources and our golf courts and all of our materials and getting it over there and getting that thing up and running. But I cannot support keeping both of them. Like, and I know we may lose on that one and keep it open, but you know, like Rob said, explain to the membership then, like why we continue to throw $600,000 or $100,000 away.
Okay, Mike, Rob, Kim Gravel.
Well, I'm going to start off with, we're sitting here talking about this as if the EDC was the one who brought this forward. It isn't. If you look at the resolution and who brought it forward, it was a board-driven resolution. If EDC would have been in here at the end of last season saying, hey, I'm recommending to close it, the board would have acted. It's April 15th, and there's a board resolution saying to do this. So there is budget crunches that are looming. So I think it's now more than ever we need to fix how EDC works. This doesn't do it. Our EDC has to take our benefit packages whenever we run a business, and we talked about it in the past, and it's one of the issues that really drives the revenue down because we have a very expensive benefit package for our employees. We've discussed it in the past about addressing it and the EDC having its own benefit package to make it, for it is profitable, for businesses are profitable. This doesn't address any of that. It doesn't fix the problem of when Sioux Tribe buys something that's profitable and we can't make it work. So I think we should have explored other options. I do think it's unfortunate that we're even discussing this out in the public though, because it hurts the business. No matter which way you slice it, this hurts the business. And we should have workshopped this together. If this was a major concern at the end of last season, that's when we should have been putting the time and effort into it. Throwing it on the thing with no workshop and having to discuss this all hurts the tribal businesses. I think it became more political than anything else, but it doesn't fix the problems. So at that, I'll yield. I can't support this.
Okay, Kim Gravel. I'm sorry. 1 second. I have Rob, Kim Gravel, Aaron. So you're next, Kim.
Okay, so first of all, this was flagged to us. So it didn't come out of nowhere. At the end of last season, it was brought up as a concern. Everyone on this board knows that. Our EDC director told us it's a problem. So the idea that this is now a board-driven resolution and not your EDC director's resolution, and to wonder why, well, this meeting right here is a perfect example of why. And it's also a perfect example of micromanagement. We hire people to do a job and then tell them, when they clearly tell us what will give them the best chance of succeeding at their job, and now we're about to force him to do something that he's already told us isn't a good idea. It's not in our best interest. That's micromanaging. So I don't know how, on one hand, just a resolution ago, when we told when we had multiple directors on here basically telling them that they were leaning on the executives because they recommended something, and now you're telling them to do the opposite of what they recommended. I don't understand that. So you're going to use something they say to blatantly hide losses from your members? Again, you guys just voted to hide information about losses from your members based on executive recommendations. And now it's doing the exact opposite of what your executives recommend. I don't understand. It's mind-boggling. So I would never question why the executive of EDC wouldn't want to bring forward a resolution to close down a course, just based on how you guys acted tonight.
Okay, Kim Gravel, then Aaron.
Talk, you have to talk louder. Just put the bomb voice on.
I think I did, Tyler. Nope, third time tonight I've heard we're refusing to share information with the public. They request from Lana to come in and look at the books. We report annually, every year, what our financials are. So every time I've heard that, it's like, that is not true. And then we have people who say they own businesses that are sitting on this board. Have you went in and helped management to give them ideas on how to make these businesses successful? No? Okay, and then if I recall, our past EDC director said the golf course was a good idea. He didn't want to run it. That is what was said. He didn't say it wasn't going to make money.
Kim, I have to disagree. I was sitting at that table.
I was too.
Okay.
I was too. And then I requested, after I went home, I sponsored this resolution, and then I went home and started thinking, and I requested some information. Tanglewood made $480,984 in revenue. And then we got to find out a way to make that profitable. If we can make that kind of revenue, we got to change something in what's going on. So that's where Bridget come in with that. And we've already budgeted this, so I say let's just vote and move on.
Okay, so Aaron, and then I'm gonna
Okay,
say
so
something.
I almost lost myself earlier, and I have my camera on so you can see my lips, okay, in case I don't come through very clear. Okay, when the tribe was looking at Tanglewood, and I think it was purchased after I left, when the tribe was looking at Tanglewood, it was not profitable. The previous owner sold it to us because it was not profitable. Okay, that's number one. Number two, on Kim Lee's concerns, it can be leased. It's in trust, but we can do a long-term trust lane lease to somebody else that might want to try to operate it as a golf course or whatever. So to suggest we can't lease it, I know that's not what you suggested, but we can lease it. Also, there is a reverter clause that we entered in years ago that Bart Stupak got in place because of K.I. Sawyer. So we do have the ability to take the land back out of trust. That's exactly what we did in Mackinac Straits. And even if it weren't, we're in an administration, a presidential administration right now that is likely to agree to taking our land out of trust. In fact, we're worried they're going to take land out of trust, but the Trump administration will not be a barrier to taking it out of trust if we decide to sell it. That's number two. Number three, I'm going to vote no on the amendment. And here's why. Even though I said earlier that I thought it was reasonable, because I imagine that maybe the vote's not going to pass to shut it down, but it's time to shut it down. And I want everybody on the record. I want everybody to see how we voted. I want the members to see how we voted, because the decision we're making is, are we going to advise us not to acquire it? The staff has advised this board, thank you, Tyler, for clarifying, so now I know why you have that look on your face, that the board has already looked at this, and the board's already wanted to shut it down, and they gave an agreement to let it go one more year. Some kind of magical, thing is going to happen, and it's going to turn a profit. Well, guess what? A year has come and gone, and those of you who maybe misled people to one more year, that didn't work. One more year is not going to generate revenue or profit. What it's going to do is it's going to result in an annual loss of about $150,000 to $200,000, which is several jobs or services that are going to have to be cut. So it's a trick. I'm not going to fall for the trick to give another month, because giving another month, what that really means is opening the doors. So we have to honor all of those memberships for this summer, and then it'll be 2 months. Then it'll be 3 months. Then it's going to be this season. And then here we will be a year later, just like you were a year before, and the promise that we'll just give it one more year. Well, you gave it one more year, you gave it that effort, and it failed. It failed, and it's going to continue to fail. So you got to ask yourself, whose big idea was this? It wasn't the staff's. Who brought it to the table? Who brought this to the table? Who brought Hessel to the table? It wasn't the staff. It wasn't your EDC staff. That's their job, to give you the evaluation and run the numbers and show you it's going to turn a profit. In fact, just the opposite. They told you it will not turn a profit. And the board did it anyway. So it was a political decision. It wasn't a business decision. It was a political decision. So I'm going to vote tonight. I'm going to vote no on the amendment, so we can then call for the vote and vote up or down. You can vote your conscience if you feel really strongly that some magical bullet's going to happen and it's going to turn a profit somehow. And thank you, whoever said it, I think Tyler, thank you for sticking up for our staff. Because board members that make it and suggest that they're not doing their job, that they're sitting on their hands, they're not trying to make it turn a profit, they did everything they could for the last year, and they couldn't make it profitable. You can't turn a pig's ear into a silk purse. Is that what it is? A sow's ear into a silk purse. And no matter how much lipstick you put on this pig, it's still going to be a pig.
Okay, Kim Lee.
You're right, we did say multiple times next year. What have we done differently? I do own a small business. If my business wasn't making money, I would change something about it. As long as it was still bringing in money. How can I make it make money, right? And I'm not saying that's possible. Dan is EDC, but Dan is not a golf pro. So Dan can give us the numbers that he sees, but he can't come in here and say, hey, this is what we need to do to make it profitable. Unless he's getting that information from somewhere else. I personally worked with marketing because they weren't doing their job. I asked, there's a billboard for Hessel's on M134. You can't even read the word golf on it. I've reached out to the resorts in my area. There's not one pamphlet that's been handed out. We're on the way to Drummond Island. Tons of people roll through there every single day. It should be targeted marketing. A side-by-side, hey, when you're off those trails on the island, come on back through. The trail also leads here. So have we done our very best? I can't say that we have. If it was my personal business. But again, you can't jump down those chains of commands and say, hey, because then that's micromanagement. You can give suggestions. You can even be tagged in emails to make sure that people answer. But you're right. You can't put lipstick on a pig and call it pretty. But you definitely can try to put some lipstick on it and make it look better. So I don't think that we've given it an honest effort. And as far as the gas station goes, we suggested manless gas station. So that didn't have to close down. So there's ways to work around things besides just shutting them down. And maybe at the end of the day, but I don't think devaluing that is going to be what's in our best interest.
Okay.
That's all.
Kim Hampton, and I'd like to remind everyone we're still on the amendment. I want to say something after you're done, if that's all right, Kim. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I vote to call for the vote, or I motion to call for the vote on the amendment. Because that's what we're still on. We haven't even voted on it.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and second to call for the vote. We'll do roll call on call for the vote just for the amendment.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Lana.
Is this call for the vote?
Yes.
For the amendment.
For the amendment.
Oh, yes.
Sean. Michael.
Yes.
Rob.
No.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
No.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
Carries.
A motion to amend carries, right? So now we'll get back to the general discussion.
That wasn't.
Call the
Okay.
question. That
Oh,
was
call for the vote,
question.
sorry.
This is call for the vote, so now
Okay.
we gotta call for the vote on the amendment?
No, that's what we just did.
You
No,
cited to
no,
me it was the
no.
amendment.
Calling for the
Oh,
vote.
yeah.
No, you said you're gonna call for the vote.
Yep, there was a.
All right,
Now we're
so,
voting on the amendment.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
vote on the
hold on one second. Let's pull up the resolution so we can all see what it says.
Yeah, this is where it's good.
It's not in the resolution.
I know that. We're gonna be crossing some things off. That way everyone knows what we're voting on.
Okay.
Do you have it?
I know. She said to remove the third whereas, the last two resolves, open as scheduled, and bring back a plan within 30 days on how we can make it profitable. Did I get that right, Bridget? Yes.
So if I understand things correctly, then if this if this motion to amend passes, even if the overall resolution passes, it doesn't close. It just more or less says, Danny, come back in 30 days and say how you do things differently, correct? Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right, so we'll do roll call on the amendment then.
So, just point of information, because I just asked that question. It was.
Non-debatable,
And it was-
non-debatable, out of order.
Point of
You
information.
can't call for point of
Austin.
information either.
Austin, he's not running.
Out of
the meeting.
order.
Are you calling me out of order, Austin?
Hold on a second.
It is out of order.
Hold on a second, Aaron.
She's asking for
So we have call for the vote. We have to call for the vote. Let's go.
On the amendment, Rob.
Pardon me.
No.
We just voted on something. What did we just vote on?
You voted to call the
Voted to call
question,
for
which
the vote.
requires a vote to take place, which suspends debate. Okay?
So what are we voting on now?
We're voting on the amendment.
On Bridget's amendment.
Yeah.
That was what was just stated to me.
I thought it was two, and then I was like, wait a minute.
Okay. So we are voting on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay. Rob.
No.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Tyler.
No.
Kimberly Lee.
No.
Lana.
The amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
Sean. No. Aaron.
No.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
5 yeses, 6 noes.
Okay, the amendment fails. We're back on the regular resolution. Let's get a fresh speaking list. We've all spoke for quite a while, so hold on a second, guys. So on this, you guys have 3 turns to speak. So hold on, keep your hands up. Kim Hampton, Kim Lee,
Michael.
Michael, who else? Okay, Kim Hampton.
Okay, so I motion to amend the first resolved at the end of it where it says that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is directed to cease all business operations of Tanglewood Marsh Golf Course. I'd like to add in, and provide financials from Tanglewood to the Board of Directors within 120 days for the Board of Directors to determine a timeframe to publish Tanglewood financials to membership.
Okay.
Second.
So this essentially, if it closes, would provide the financials to the membership. Okay. All right.
Do you have that written down?
So we have a motion by Kim Hampton to amend this and second by Aaron. Any discussion on this? Okay, let's do roll call on this amendment then.
Okay. Tyler.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Lana.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
Sean. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Bridget. No. Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Kimberly Lee. 6 yeses, 5 noes.
Okay, so the motion passes, so if Tanglewood is closed, the board of directors will be able to provide the financials to the membership to know why it's being closed. So, Kim Lee.
I'd like to motion to table this. Oh,
Okay, so there's a motion to table, is there a second? Motion to table dies due to lack of support. Mike?
In January 7th, we voted on the EDC's budget. It was voted on 11-1. The only person who didn't vote for the enterprise budget was Bridget. Everybody else sitting up here voted to approve the January budget for this. That's how businesses operate. You approve their budget, they're going to go on forward and try to make it work. We're doing this on April 15th. Nobody voted no except for Bridget. So we can claim all this other stuff and everybody else wants to get, this and that, but at the end of the day, it was 11-1. You voted to approve a budget and then we pull the rug right out from them right before season starts on April 15th. So I still won't support this. We haven't exhausted all our remedies to try to make this profitable, and at the end of the day, we need our tribal businesses to run profitable. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think we've reached that point where we exhausted all our efforts, and if we did, we shouldn't have approved their budget then. We really shouldn't have. And to do this to a business right before the season, like I said before, it only hurts the businesses. This doesn't do the tribe any good. If we would have did it in January, I think there would have been a lot more arguments to be had, but doing it April 15th isn't appropriate. Yield.
Okay, Aaron, and then if you guys don't mind, I'd like to say something so we can vote. Everyone's spoken on this several times. Aaron.
Yeah, so this is that moment in time. This is that moment where we demonstrate to the membership that we have their backs, that we're exercising good faith, and that we're operating our fiduciary duty not to lose money that staff have recommended will never turn a profit. Never turn a profit. That's not even in dispute. So I can't imagine somebody supporting a failing business that is never going to turn a profit. We're facing a $10 million deficit. We're facing potential cuts at the federal level. And what that means is you either start making cuts where you know you can on businesses that are not going to turn a profit, or you're going to cut services, or you're going to cut jobs. So we're all on the record. This is a public meeting, so please vote the right way. Thank you.
Okay, so I was one of the people that co-sponsored this along with most of the board, and I think the difference between now and January is the current administration that we have. So I travel to Lansing, I travel to Washington, D.C. Some of the board comes with me and helps, some of the board doesn't. But what I will tell you is we are starting to see cuts from this administration. We just got a grant from, Health and Human Services that was about $18,000 less than what it was last year. We have to supplement that with tribal support, with what our EDC and what our casinos can generate. So if we spend all our money on losing businesses, there's less funds to supplement the programs that are being hurt by this administration. So that's number one. What Rob said about the USDA was true. They received about $1 billion in cuts right now that's going to impact their ability to provide food to our region, and we're already experiencing that as well. So I coordinate the Feeding America at the Big Bear. I've coordinated 4 events so far. The first event had 15,000 pounds of food. Second event had 15,000 pounds of food. Third event had 13,500 pounds of food. Last event had 10,500 pounds of food. You're already seeing a reduction, period. I want to circle back to something else. Businesses don't have to lose money for the first 5 years that they're in operation. I can point to a handful of businesses in places where we generate revenue where that hasn't been the case. Loom makes a ton of money for the tribe. iGaming makes a ton of money for the tribe. Demwadding rentals make a ton of money for the tribe. We purchased some storefront properties in Sault Ste. Marie. We rent them out to the Fudge Shop, and the other one is a monthly rental service for like locks workers. That all makes money too. When you have a losing business like that, in order to pay the staff, you have to subsidize it with one of your businesses that do make money. So if we force EDC to carry losing businesses, they have less money to send to the tribe for tribal support that can pay for services. Right now, we're operating in a budget deficit right now. We didn't balance our budget. We're dipping into the fund balance to pay our bills. That's not going to last forever. Earlier tonight, we passed a resolution that created 3 positions, and that will cost the tribe an additional $225,000 in labor. Where's that money come from? I mean, we can't run the tribe on fairy dust. You can't say on the one hand, hey, I want more jobs, and 2, hey, let's not be fiscally responsible. Let's keep businesses operational that will never make a profit. And I'll tell you what, I was in that room. Joel said this will never make money. He flat out told us that. And Danny told us that as well. Danny, can you come on up, answer a couple questions? So Danny, I hate to put you in the spotlight, and I know why you didn't put this resolution on, because these golf courses are political, because they are board-driven purchases. And successful organizations don't become attached to businesses. They certainly don't become obsessed with them. They're fluid with their businesses. Warren Buffett doesn't buy a business and say, heck, this can lose money every single year, hand over foot, we're sticking with it. So have you done everything that you can to turn a profit with this business?
Yeah, Austin, I believe that the comment I made was that I felt this was a policy issue, because even the best case scenarios we're talking about here is we do all these things and we get 1 out of 3 years we break even. That's just not how you invest commercially, right? You put money into something, you expect a return. That's where this stemmed from in closed session. I said, obviously these have other value, but that's up to you. Recreation, community asset. There's some other problems I addressed with, structural issues with the EDC, strategy issues, which we're going to talk about in a few weeks. But I believe as a commercial investment, these aren't a commercial investment. And I believe Joel did say that, because he said that to me, that he recommended not to buy these. And the compromise was he would manage them. They would not be part of the EDC, is what I recall. I had many conversations with him.
Okay, so have you done everything in your power to turn a profit with them?
Yeah, we have put our effort in, spread between 2 golf courses. It was thin. We got new golf carts. That was a heavy lease expense. So, like I said, I believe what our best case scenario is, we'll be fighting to break even, and that's a risk with the tribe's funds, right? That's a risk that if I'm going to dump $100,000 a year into something annually to maybe break even, that's just not a good commercial decision. And I can't even guarantee you that, right? So I can come back in with a plan in 30 days, but at the end of the day, that's just putting more resources into something that's riddled with.
Do you feel like we're doing sufficient marketing? Because if you don't make your money back in marketing, it just goes against the bottom line. And I'm from Sault Ste. Marie. Every single person knows what Tanglewood Golf Course is.
Okay, I'm back on. Excuse me. It just shuts off periodically. It's on now. Oh, okay. So yeah, we have a marketing strategy. We didn't do a lot of print or other things. We did primarily, and I have many years in marketing, at the casino marketing. We chose to engage in digital marketing impressions. We had 374,000 impressions within the Sault area in Sault, Ontario. Tanglewood, and I spoke to people who own golf courses here in town, and also to know I've been exploring the leasing option for the last 6 to 8 months, trying to find somebody to lease that. I don't want the community to lose that.
So you have approached different people to see if they'd be willing to lease the golf course
Correct.
from us. And what was their answer?
The one individual I approached locally, who actually had a conversation about it, said, why would I spread my resources out between multiple golf courses? I mean, even if I said, I can't make you this offer legitimately now, but in concept, would you entertain it? They basically said no. To do all that, to what, maybe make 50 grand and have to give you a percentage of it, or 100, why would I go through that? Basically, because they knew what we were dealing with there. Average cost in the UP, staff operate a golf course, and this is off valid golfing sources, is $500,000. I applaud Scott Shackleton. He wore many hats up there, paid himself a small salary, really grinded out. And that's when you say, what did they do? Yeah, we looked at that. It was a small business owner who wore multiple hats in that business. And he was able to keep labor costs very low. Yeah, it's the cost side we would have to address. Can we get there to break even? Like I said, that's risk. Commercially, I wouldn't recommend. If there's another reason to stay open, that would be a policy decision. But the digital marketing, we did deploy that. I don't believe print or TV. We did deploy a different strategy in Hessel, which was on golf programming, wider radius, just because that is a different course. It's a nicer course. That's a course that's probably one of the nicer ones in the UP. But Tanglewood is a local league course. It's a beer league course. It's a grind course. So yeah, we've been exploring this. We haven't been sitting around not trying things. Yeah, we've had some challenges, tried to work through those. Can we have done some things better? Yeah, but when you take on multiple new businesses within a 1.5-year time frame, I believe 3, yeah, there's some challenges, some growing pains. But yeah, I believe we put a reasonable effort, the best effort we could. And I believe that I see more risk than opportunity with remaining open with that.
And we've
course.
tried other things like virtual golfing in the wintertime. It couldn't turn a profit. We weren't bringing in enough money to keep the doors open, pay staff, so we tried that experiment. We have tried the marketing. And I want to encourage everyone to look out the window right now. It snowed on the way up here. So that's one of the big reasons why this doesn't make money. It was a mom and pop golf course that we replaced with not only a government model, but a tribal government model. And everyone knows that governments don't run businesses more efficient than individuals. I mean, we know that. There's red tape, there's bureaucracy. You add a tribal bureaucracy to it, it's even that much worse. But, I mean, it loses money every single year. Are you recommending its closure because of that?
I would recommend it's not a sound business investment. If you guys decide to keep it open for the community, that's a policy decision. But from a commercial, I see more risk than opportunity. And if we're focusing to maximize profit, then I don't see that a good focus of resources.
And this is the last thing I'm going to say before we vote, because I asked if anyone had anything to say, and then I said, all right, I'm going to say something, then we'll vote. So this has never made any money. The previous EDC director advised against purchasing it. You're the current EDC director. You're saying it's not a sound business that will turn a profit. We've tried marketing. We've tried different things in the wintertime, such as virtual golfing. And I would like to remind everyone that Danny's one of our key employees. Up until recently, he presented to us every 2 weeks about his businesses, right? So that gave this board every 2 weeks the opportunity to say, hey, Danny, you should try this suggestion. Hey, Danny, how about this? Every 2 weeks he's before us where we could have righted the ship. It's 3 years now where it's operated at a loss. Last year we said we'd give it 1 more year. We said we'd give both golf courses 1 more year. I don't know why we're voting on 1, not 2, but that's the case. And I think we all have to ask ourselves, what's the cutoff? How much money does this have to lose before we're ready to move on? Because every 3 years, you can add another $1 million to the loss. And we don't have a balanced budget, and we're adding positions, and we see what's happening at the federal level right now. We do. So, all right, roll call, please.
Can you read that, read the resolution in its entirety? So we know exactly what we're
Kim,
voting
could you
on.
read it again, please?
With what we omitted and what we added.
There is no amendment.
Yeah, there is.
There's a second amendment.
Yeah, there is.
So
you wanna hand me that paper
Kim
so I can
added
read it?
an amendment to release the financials to the membership after it closes, if it closes, so they can see the losses firsthand, so there's not rumors, so they can see it with their own eyes. Okay, you want to
Call
read
for the vote.
Do you want me to read it though?
it? She'll read it, and then we'll vote.
Like the entire thing, or just the resolves?
Just the resolves with the amendment.
Okay. Now therefore it be resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is directed to cease all business operations of Tanglewood Marsh Golf Course and provide Tanglewood's financials to the Board of Directors within 120 days for a Board of Directors to determine a timeframe to publish Tanglewood's financials to membership. Be it further resolved, Human Resources is directed to make best efforts to find and offer to those displaced employees existing comparable positions. Be it finally resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is authorized to execute any budget modifications administratively necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
All right, roll call, please. So yes is to close it down and release financials afterwards.
You were told it's your Apple Watch.
I know, that's why I just pulled it back.
Okay. Lana?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
Larry?
No.
Sean? Kimberly Lee?
No.
Bridget?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
No.
Tyler?
Yes.
5 yeses, 6 noes.
Okay, motion fails. Okay, so next up would be land utilization for food sovereignty. I don't think that's necessary because the board of directors just chose the golf course over food sovereignty, so we can skip that one.
But do I have to read it in and then nobody motions it?
I think you should, yeah.
I think that's what we, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Now therefore be resolved, the Tanglewood property and associated documentation be made available to the Food Sovereignty Committee and related staff to develop a report back to the board of its suitability use for food sovereignty efforts. Be it further resolved that pending a positive recommendation, a community property visioning session will be facilitated by staff with guidance from the Food Sovereignty Committee. Be it further resolved that a plan be developed for property utilization for food sovereignty programming in conjunction with existing related departments and programs. Be it finally resolved, a budget be presented to the Board of Directors for the Food Sovereignty Program, including this property for the initial year of operations with projections for the next 5 years.
Resolution dies due to lack of support. So let's circle back around to the casino. So we'll do acceptance of 2024 Kuwait Casino audit.
We had a person second on that already, Bridget and Larry.
Okay, so we already have a motion and support on that. So Alan, are you available right now?
He is on there, but
Alan, can you hear me?
he's logged in weird, though. I don't know. He's just, it looks like he doesn't have audio or video.
Okay, so both of these were voted on earlier today in the Gaming
Yes, and
Authority
they
meeting?
passed, yep.
Okay, so both of these passed. Alan was available for both of
Can
them.
everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Alan. Could you cover the resolution for us? It's the Kuwait Casino audit, please.
Okay, so everyone can hear me. This is a resolution for the 2024 Kuwait Casino financial audit through RSM. And we're looking to get it approved. It's been through the workshop earlier today at the Gaming Authority, and it's been accepted by the audit committee last week.
Okay, any questions or comments for Alan? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And then that brings us to acceptance of 2024 Kuwait Gaming Authority audit.
Be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby accepts and approves the 2024 Kuwait Casinos audit, which includes the downstate developments as accepted by the Audit Committee on April 11th, 2025. All support.
So Bridget
Okay.
and Kim Hampton.
Bridget and Kim Hampton. So Alan, could you cover this as well?
Is this back to the audit again?
Yeah, this is the Gaming Authority audit.
Okay, Gaming Authority audit. Once again, this was an audit conducted by RSM and completed and reviewed by the audit committee and provided earlier today with the Gaming Authority.
Okay, any questions, comments for Alan? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those abstaining? All right, motion carries. That brings us to committee appointments.
Nope.
Aaron's
Oh,
resolution.
okay.
You just had it sitting here, I don't know what.
I have it.
Approving contract Baker and Hosta.
Yeah, this is the resolution that we waived the rules to add.
Okay, now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves the contract with Baker and Hostiteller LLP and Butzel Long to provide legal services as outlined in the attached RIS. All support.
Motion by Bridget, support by Kim Hampton. So Aaron, could you cover this?
This resolution reflects an agreement between the tribe and our insurance carrier to utilize these two firms to defend the tribe and all of its entities against the class action suit recently brought against us, stemming from the cyber attack several months ago now.
Okay, any questions, comments for Aaron? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Bridget? Yes. Kimberly Gravel? Yes. Tyler?
Yes.
Isaac, Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Sean? Yes. Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. That brings us to committee appointments.
Oh, changing the meeting, I thought we were gonna change the meeting location.
It's at the end of new business.
It'll be at the end. All right, so
Okay.
for committee appointments, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the Higher Education Committee's recommendation to appoint Tennille McLeod as their chairperson. Motion by Bridget, support by Tyler. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Took this one off on the top.
Those abstaining, motion carries. And then lastly, for committee appointments, Amber Flowers is seeking appointment on the Food Sovereignty Committee. Is there a motion there?
Support.
Okay, motion by Tyler, support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining, motion carries. That brings us to disenrollment / honorary membership. Aaron, you put this on?
Yes. So we tabled an item that met the standard for disenrollment, and some of us had talked about potentially moving that from a disenrollment, well, doing a disenrollment, but then also honoring that individual. So it was a public information, I mean, it was a public meeting, and establishing Rachel McKechnie as an honorary member. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the Enrollment, Special Needs and Enrollment Committee and staff's recommendation for disenrollment, and to establish Rachel McKechnie as an honorary member.
Okay, so there's motion, support. Any discussion? Kim, Lee, then Kim Hampton.
Lana, do we have that earmarked yet for workshop
As far as,
disenrollment? I think that-
no, there are some enrollment items that are follow-up from last year. I just clarified that with Ryan yesterday, that are scheduled for, I believe, the 22nd, next Tuesday. But this is not one of them, and the only reason it came up is because I was asking him what the status of that was. I wanted to see if that's what they were putting on
And
next week.
we probably don't have time to discuss that anyway. It gets a little, but yeah, I could encourage getting that back on rather than just dismiss the last conversation. Thank you.
Kim Hampton.
Okay, I would like to accept the disenrollment recommendation, but I do not agree with making her an honorary member. The reason why I say that is because there have been many people in my unit, at Larry's unit too, that have been disenrolled. So unless all of the people in our unit that have been disenrolled come together on a paper to motion to have them all honorary members along with this person, then I'll vote yes. Until then, no.
Okay, Bridget.
I had said the exact same thing that Kim Hampton had said. I thought that we had talked at this table that we were going to talk about this before bringing this back. So I don't know why this was a rush to put it back on. And Aaron, you said you never disenroll anyone, but this is what you're doing. So I say we table it until we have more discussion with enrollment on what we are going to do.
So there's a motion and second to table. Roll call on that, please.
Okay. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Aaron.
No.
Sean. Larry.
Yes.
Rob.
Abstain.
Isaac. Lana.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Tyler. Kimberly Gravel. Bridget.
Yes.
9 to 11, or 8 to,
Okay, motion to table carries. That brings up the last item. Well, there's board concerns as well. So we have board calendar. I'd like to entertain a motion to substitute the Novi meeting with a meeting in Lansing on those dates, unless Lana needs to change it. And this was per the board's majority ruling earlier today.
Motion.
So motion by
Me.
Lana, then
Yep.
Kim Hampton seconded. Discussion. Bridget?
Are those dates the 14th and 15th?
I think I just changed the channel on this stupid thing.
Just because the 16th is already a Department of State meeting, so I just thought if we did the 14th and the 15th.
I'm gonna immediately start working on finding a location down there and seeing what they have available. Does the board want to do the 14th, 15th if it's available, or do you want to stick with Tuesday, Wednesday? 14th, 15th is Monday, Tuesday. No, is there any, I'm sorry, that's your job, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired.
Are there any objections?
Yes, thank you.
Not hearing any objections.
Okay, so if I can get it for the 14th, 15th, I'm gonna.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, last item, board concerns. Does anyone have any? Bridget?
Two quick ones. This is, I guess, under you, Jess. What happened to the other units' family fun days, or whatever they're called? I think they're family fun days in the spring that we've always done it. I saw the Sioux. I don't see my area. I know we always used to do it, so I don't know if we're having it, and I just don't know about it. But if you can check into those, because I think they were valued in all of our units. The second request I have is I would like when the education director to report in an open workshop on updates. I don't understand why she's reporting in the closed JKL meetings when JKL is a contractor. I think those reports need to be in our open workshops.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Rob?
I just want to make sure that we have follow-through on the scheduling of the constitutional workshops for the constitutional amendment. It's been 6 months now since I brought forward a proposed amendment to the Constitution to separate the powers of government. And I just want to make sure that we have a finalized schedule soon to make sure.
Okay, Mike McCurchie.
I'd just like to
I have
get
a comment.
status update on, I don't need it right now, CIO, and then also a status update on the ARPA publication that we were going to do and make public for everybody. I know that they're still working on it and all that, but I'm going to keep bringing it up until we get it and publish it, so.
I did advise last week that in Bob's report last week, he's supposed to be getting with me to schedule the ARPA transparency for May. And then what was the other one?
The status of the CIO.
Mike Day is on your agenda for next Tuesday.
Okay.
So that's to present the restructuring.
So we'll probably get an update
So you guys
then.
can make a decision hopefully that day whether or not we're going to schedule the CIO interviews.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'll
Have my hand up.
Sorry, Aaron, go ahead.
I just want to make it, I don't think that Bridget meant to single out Stephanie Sprecher as education director for not providing public reports. None of our, we used to do quarterly updates from all of our services, and I've been asking for that since I've been back in office, that we return that. It is true that board members, only 2 or 3 of us would attend. But it doesn't matter whether the board attend or not. What's important is that the members see the benefit of that information. So I would like to request that we have maybe Jessica, because I know she can do it, come back with and Christine, with a list of when we will return quarterly updates, including education, and all the programs and services of the tribe, so we're not singling it out education.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. All right, I want to say something, then we'll go. So I would like to remind the board of directors that the age of ARPA and CARES Act is completely over. So we're back in the real world where we need to balance the budget and we need to pay our bills. We don't have the federal government and a couple $100 million to provide revenue replacement so we can cover this kind of stuff. So I work in the admin building, and I can tell you that there's chatter this past week about the budget, it not being balanced, and that the board of directors is adding positions, not just the 3 that we added today, but a CIO position as well. A CIO position adds probably about $200,000 plus fringe benefits. You add that with the $225,000 that you just added today, and you have an increase of $500,000 in labor, an increase in $500,000 in labor when you're already not balancing your budget, and where you just decided today to keep a losing business operational. So figure out what you guys are going to do, guys, because you guys are going to create positions, and eventually, if that fund balance isn't spent, you guys are just going to have to fire people. I'm sorry. The fund balance will only cover it for so long, and that's simple math. We can ask Bob this year how many millions of dollars in the deficit we're going to go, and then we can divide that by what's in the fund balance, and we can figure out really quickly when the conversation gets serious. So I recommend you all start tightening up your belts. So, meeting adjourned.